Chapter 1 Shanhao Sign-In System. There was a crazy knock on the door. Zhao Feng, who was scared from his sleep by the knock on the door, hurriedly got up from the bed. Not waiting for Zhao Feng, who is used to sleeping naked, to put on shorts. Took a short sleeve casually, stepped on a double flip-flop on his foot and walked to the door. Just put on his short sleeves, Zhao Feng's hand hasn't touched the doorknob. I heard a familiar roar from outside the door. Zhao Feng, if your kid doesn't pay the rent today, you can get rid of the old lady. You have the ability to rent a house, do you have the ability to open the door? You have the ability. Fuck. This tigress-like voice, don't need to listen, I guess it is the short and stubby landlady. The image of the landlady appeared in his mind, and Zhao Feng shook his head quickly. Okay. Looked at the date, it was only a week after the rent was paid. Within this week, the landlady came to remind me every other day. Is terrible. What's even more frightening is that perhaps Zhao Feng's appearance and good body proportions that can barely be regarded as a handsome boy attracted the landlord's aunt, but the second time the landlord's aunt came to urge the rent. That scene. Zhao Feng still remembers clearly now. The landlord's aunt grinned and showed her yellowish teeth which were not neat and tidy, and she slapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder with a smile. Xiao Zhao. If you can't get the rent, Auntie will help you find a way. While talking, the landlord's hand moved along her shoulder to the position of the biceps under her arm. Zhao Feng's hair is suddenly terrified. Is terrible. At that time, he smiled and said directly, Auntie, in this way, I will have it together in 2 days. The landlord might think she still wanted to make a good impression on Zhao Feng, so she didn't bother. But in these 2 days, she has become more and more excessive. Zhao Feng feels that the landlord's aunt is gluttonous of her body. MMP. Speaking of which, God knows how bad Zhao Feng is. After graduating, I worked for my first job for more than a year, and my monthly salary was more than 5,000 yuan. As a result, my rent was 2,000 a month, and my daily consumption added up to almost 1,500. I still had food and clothes, etc. Wait, socially, such as occasional dinners with colleagues, and occasional dinners with a few well-connected college brothers. Even if it is AA, it will cost nearly 500 or 600 a month. If it happens to be more, it will be 1,000 less. This is 4,000 yuan, and the amount that can be saved every month is only about 1,000 yuan. After more than a year, I barely have a deposit of about 10,000 yuan. As a result, in September, my mother called and said that the family was planning to buy a house for Zhao Feng in the city. The family had a deposit of about 180,000 yuan, and the down payment was a full 200,000 yuan. After the discount, it was still one less. Million. Yes, after all, I was buying a house for myself, and my mother directly stated that the mortgage for the newly bought house was paid back by the couple for a decade. After all, in the old Zhao's house, Zhao Feng is an only child. Even if he lets himself pay now, the house will still be his own in the future. So, Zhao Feng directly made more than 10,000 deposits. As a result, this became a turning point in Zhao Feng's luck. After finishing the money at home, he went to work for a week without incident, and the company suddenly went bankrupt and liquidated. Including Zhao Feng, almost all the employees at the bottom are confused. But, what can I do? So, Zhao Feng went on to find a job. This time it was considered smooth. As a programmer, it was not difficult for Zhao Feng to find a job, but this time he just found a job for system maintenance, and the company was directly seized by the police comrades. It turns out that the company is an internet fraud company. Except for the system development and maintenance department and the product production department where Zhao Feng worked, almost all the others were taken away by the police. As for the salary for more than a month of work, there is naturally no. So, Zhao Feng, who was out of work again, really couldn't find a suitable job for a while. In the past 2 weeks, Zhao Feng also found a lot of companies, but there was no suitable one. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel sad. Could not help but look up at the sky. Waban. Stretched out his hand and cursed silently, God thief, dare you dare to be more aggressive. Maybe because of this curse. It may also be that the landlady outside the door is tired. Hearing the sound of heavy footsteps, it sounded like they were upstairs. Hey. Speaking of which, although Zhao Feng doesn't want the landlord's aunt to be greedy for himself, he still envied the landlord's mother. At least the landlord's aunt demolished 8 houses in her own building. 3 of them are small apartments of 40 to 50 square meters, and the other 5 are 2 bedrooms of 70 to 80 square meters. The rent for my own small apartment is $2,000. If the other 2 bedrooms are rented together, one person will get $1,500. Get up to $21,000 rent. Is 4 times his salary. However, even though this is the suburb of the Magic City, in comparison, the rent is only not high or low. In his mind, he thought about so much for almost an instant, and Zhao Feng was thankful that his head was not down due to the high-speed operation. Confirm that the landlady outside the door has left. Zhao Feng took a sigh of relief. Turned and walked towards the house. At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly made a ding in his mind. Just when Zhao Feng wondered if he was hearing voices. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Suddenly came a crisp lowly voice in his mind, congratulations on getting the Shenhao sign-in system. You can get any rewards for signing in every day. May I ask whether the host is signing in today? When Zhao Feng heard this, he was taken aback. Does not seem to be a hallucination. Just when Zhao Feng was stunned, the system's lowly voice sounded again, may I ask the host whether to sign in today? Zhao Feng, who has experienced the bombing of online articles, suddenly judged that he was not a hallucination. Besides, even if it's a hallucination, it's okay to try to agree by yourself. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng tremblingly said to the void in front of him, sign in. System, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package. Zhao Feng heard this, it seems that it is really not a hallucination. What newbie gift package? He asked the void. The system's voice sounded, the host does not need to make a sound, you can also receive it when you mute the system in your mind. After, the system continued, may I ask whether the host has opened the novice gift package? After Zhao Feng heard the words, he suddenly remembered what Shenhao sign-in system was the self-introduction just now. Said directly silently, open the novice gift package. As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Feng found a strange picture in front of him. A azure blue system screen appeared in front of him, just like the black technology seen in the movie. On the blue screen, under Zhao Feng's head, there is a seemingly large space. A red gift bag is located in between. A brilliance flashed. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of Thompson first-grade smart top-level duplex real estate. Chapter 2-1 set of Thompson's primary smart mansion. Boss, New Year is coming soon. P.S. For the sake of the author's New Year's 30th update, ask for a recommendation ticket. People in the Magic City have heard more or less of the Thompson Ipin beside the Capital City Financial Center and Binjiang Avenue. After all, this is one of the top 10 mansions in Tianxia. Excited. Zhao Feng looked at the portfolio in the space of the system interface in front of him. Thoughts move. The portfolio appeared directly in his hands. After opening the portfolio, there are some introductions about Thompson Ipin's Junior Smart Duplex Mansion, the purchase contract, and the most important real estate certificate, access card, etc. Looked the same, Zhao Feng surprisingly found that the small red book of the contract and the real estate certificate was indeed his name. Cowhide, broken sound. Zhao Feng was excited and shouted. Said that it is impossible not to be excited. At this moment, the bottle system interface in front of Zhao Feng suddenly flashed. What turned out to be the real scene of Thompson Ipin next to the Magic City Financial Center and Binjiang Avenue, this effect looks like a holographic image. Zhao Feng inspected the real estate certificate. The mansion marked above is located in one of the tall buildings on the 43-story large duplex, with 8 bedrooms and 3 halls, totaling 767 square meters. The price is more than 200 million. Zhao Feng almost suffocated when he saw the price. Over 200 million mansions. Fuck. Has he become the owner of such a mansion? Zhao Feng's heart is full of incredible. I wanted to make batter for an afternoon meal. But Zhao Feng, who became emotional, would like to have lunch. Now Zhao Feng is full of thoughts to take a look at his mansion without stopping. Just leave. Zhao Feng chose his best and most formal suit to put on. But I don't know why, wearing a suit and messy hair, I always feel a bit nondescript when I look at it. Zhao Feng simply threw down his suit and changed into the casual clothes he usually wore. It was more pleasing to the eye again. Is too lazy to bother. Glanced at the landlord's aunt is indeed not there. Immediately put the paper bag into his backpack and left the house. took a taxi at the gate of the community, looked at the driver and said directly, "Master, go to Thompson-Epine." The taxi master thought he had heard it wrong. Glanced back and found that Zhao Feng had no intention of correcting him, so he directly started the car and drove towards Thompson-Epine. In the eyes of the driver's master, Zhao Feng, who is wearing ordinary clothes, should want to see the super mansion of Thompson-Epine. There is not much to say along the way. Because it is noon, there are many cars on the road. After I arrived at Thompson's first product, it was already an hour later. Zhao Feng looked at the time, and it was 2:12 in the afternoon. Stopped the car outside Thompson-Epine. Zhao Feng got out of the car with the backpack. The taxi driver is kind of like watching a bustle, but unfortunately you can't park here. Zhao Feng doesn't know what the taxi driver thinks. Glanced at Thompson-Epine. Called out the system interface. After confirming the existence of the system, he strode towards the Thompson first-grade gate. At the gate of Thompson-Epine, there are security and property personnel on duty all year round. When Zhao Feng walked to the door, the property staff inside the door took a look and hurried forward. "Hello. Sir. Please." The property originally wanted to say, "Please stop." But I didn't expect Zhao Feng to directly take out the access card and put it on the card reader at the door. Ding. The green light on the card reader lights up, and then the closed door opens directly. The property was also extremely surprised, but his good qualities made him change his words instantly. "Please come with me." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Glanced at Zhao Feng's clothes again. The property sighed in his heart that there was such a low-key person, and respectfully said, "Sir, you are going to a building, right?" Zhao Feng smiled and nodded again. The property is like a spring breeze. There are not many people who are so rich and approachable. If Zhao Feng knows what he thinks, then he knows that he thinks too much. He is purely happy. The property sent Zhao Feng to the door of a building, and stopped. "Sir, there is our housekeeper in the building. If you have anything, please let me know." Zhao Feng nodded again. "Thank you." The property flattered and stretched out his hand. "Please." As Zhao Feng walked in, the property was relieved. After the property and Zhao Feng left, the two security guards on the left side of the gate looked at each other. Are these rich people so low-key now? Isn't it? It's hidden too deep. Fortunately, Shaoli didn't say anything nonsense. Otherwise, if we really treat people with good looks, wouldn't we be in trouble today? Yes, yes, yes. It seems that we will have to spot it in the future. Zhao Feng walked into the door, and a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked up and bowed slightly. "Sir. Welcome home." Nodded at him. Then, Zhao Feng followed him up the stairs and informed the housekeeper where the floor was. Not long after, the elevator reached the 43rd floor. The butler helped open the elevator doors. Zhao Feng followed him out of the elevator and looked at the door directly opposite. Zhao Feng just wanted to go forward and take the access card to open the door. I heard the butler beside him respectfully say, "Sir, is this your first time here to live?" As a housekeeper, he naturally knows all the residents here. Zhao Feng has never seen him before. He asked so out of his duty. Zhao Feng glanced at the housekeeper suspiciously, and immediately asked, "Yes. Is there anything wrong?" The housekeeper heard the words and hurriedly said, "Sir, because you are living here for the first time, please allow me to introduce the services our property can provide for you, and hope to help you in the future." When Zhao Feng heard the words, he secretly sighed. This property service is really complete. But he still opened his mouth and said, "Then trouble you." The butler smiled and said, "No trouble. Sir. Our property can provide you with a 24-hour concierge service. UU reading www.uukangsha.com 24-hour security service, personalized private butler service, cleaning and sanitation services, official and business services, but also provide leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, SPA and private banquet services. This is my business card. Please contact me if you need it." Zhao Feng took the business card and glanced at the name on it, Wang Cheng. Then the butler smiled and retired. "Mr. I will not disturb you anymore. I wish you a happy life." Zhao Feng casually raised his hand, then put his business card away, turned and walked towards the door of his own mansion. As soon as Zhao Feng walked to the door clicked and opened. This immediately scared myself. Zhao Feng thought there was someone in the house. After the door was opened, an electronic speaker sounded, "Welcome the master back." When Zhao Feng heard the words, he was taken aback before he stepped into the room. When Zhao Feng walked into the door, looking at the decoration of the room, the simple yet luxurious sci-fi sense made Zhao Feng quite fond of it. Walking to the sofa, Zhao Feng had countless question marks in his mind. Then, the system in his mind seemed to perceive Zhao Feng's question, and he gave the answer smoothly. The answer is the 4 words, primary intelligence, in the name when the mansion was acquired. The 4 words represent the smart home system that has surpassed the current top level of artificial intelligence for 10 years, and the system can take over the smart home in this house at any time. After reading the explanation of the system, Zhao Feng began to inspect this house that belonged to him, which could be called a black technology mansion. Chapter 3 Spring, Nightmare. Sat on the central sofa in the huge, luxuriously decorated living room. Scanning for a week, Zhao Feng noticed that almost all the home appliances in the room were some luxury brand-name smart home appliances. Got up and walked to the balcony on the south side of the hall, looking at the large balcony and the river in the distance. Zhao Feng was quite satisfied for a while. Next, Zhao Feng looked around in the house at random. The exclamation has never stopped. There are many things in this house that he has never heard or seen before. Has been circling the house twice, during which Zhao Feng laughed from ear to ear. After finally feeling thirsty, Zhao Feng walked to the drinking fountain in the living room. Just when he was about to reach out to collect water, he saw the drinking fountain sink overturned, and a cup was parked steadily on the drinking fountain sink, and then the water flowed down slowly. Soon a glass of water is ready. Zhao Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. Took a sip from the water glass. The temperature turned out to be around 40 degrees, which he was more accustomed to. His eyes widened, and Zhao Feng suddenly thought of the primary intelligence previously marked by the system. The system was very intimate and introduced to Zhao Feng in his mind. Zhao Feng now truly understands the value of this property. Sat back on the sofa, looked at the gray wall in front of him, and directly ordered, "Watch a movie, Red Sea." As the voice just fell, the wall in front of me suddenly lit up, and the movie screen slowly unfolded. It turns out that this is not an industrial-style wall, but a screen that can change the style. Moreover, the entire wall is a screen. When it was not turned on just now, no one could see the difference between the screen and the wall. Zhao Feng, who liked to watch movies, showed a thick smile again. Except for the cowhide, I don't know what I should say anymore. Guru. Watched the movie for a while. Zhao Feng simply forgot that he hadn't eaten anything at noon. After thinking about it, Zhao Feng directly picked up the phone and ordered a takeaway. Soon, the takeaway boy delivered the takeaway. However, at the door and downstairs, the takeaway boy was surprised to be checked twice. After simply making up the lunch, Zhao Feng tidied up the lunchbox and threw it into the trash can. Zhao Feng is still afraid that the soup in the lunchbox will stain his trash can. It's not that Zhao Feng is hypocritical. He just didn't change his thinking at once. In the past, he would wash himself if he got dirty. But when Zhao Feng opened the lid of the trash bin, he found that the lunchbox in the trash bin had become a box covered by craft paper. Looking at the firmness of the leather, it should be impossible to spill it out. In addition to these, this house really gave Zhao Feng a sense of intelligence. For example, when Zhao Feng went to a restaurant to eat, he just got up from the sofa and walked away, the movie playback interface automatically paused. And the lights in the room also lit up with Zhao Feng wherever he went. There is also a smart butler display interface on the wall, including what temperature, weather, indoor PM 2.5 and so on. Don't be too powerful. Speaking of it, I just came by in the car and sweated all over my body. Although the air conditioner was blown in the room for a while, I still smelled of sweat. Snapped. Zhao Feng snapped his fingers. Prepare bath water. Less than 10 seconds, the voice of the smart housekeeper sounded. Okay. Sir, your bath water is ready. Zhao Feng walked into the bathroom and saw the large bathtub at a glance. I tried the water temperature, and it turned out that the water temperature was just right. Took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. After Zhao Feng washed, he unknowingly leaned on the bathtub and lost his mind. Soon, 30 minutes passed. The voice of the smart housekeeper sounded, Sir, taking a bath for too long can easily cause cardiac ischemia, hypoxia, and even induce cardiovascular disease, which is not good for your health. Zhao Feng heard this and quickly got up from the bathtub. The clothes were also thrown into the washing machine by the way. Zhao Feng just dried his body to get the clothes, only to find that the sweater and pants had been dried. This is amazing. The satisfaction in Zhao Feng's heart is beyond words. Sure enough, technology makes life better. Putting on the clothes, Zhao Feng suddenly felt refreshed all over. Glanced at the time, unknowingly it was past 6 o'clock in the evening. Because I ate late at noon, Zhao Feng is not hungry yet. Simply began to wonder what he would do next. Although the system introduced that you can sign in every day, the things you get when you sign in are completely random. So, apart from this house, Zhao Feng is essentially the otaku who likes to play side games and chase dramas. Especially the balance on the mobile phone, even the property fee here is not enough. Thompson Epin's property fee is more than 160,000 a year, nearly 170,000, not to mention Zhao Feng's current balance, even if the previous year's salary was not enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. However, I feel a little more comfortable thinking that I can sign in tomorrow. In other words, living in such a luxurious mansion, what kind of bicycle is needed? After watching the movie, it was just around 8 o'clock. I got a little hungry. I went downstairs. After Wang Qinggong sent me out, I found a restaurant nearby to eat. Zhao Feng went home directly. Go to the game room and turn on the computer to play a game for a while. Zhao Feng found that the storage of these computers is very large. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com seems to be all 12T mechanical hard drives. As for the configuration, it should also be the best. Sure enough, I tried to play the Three Kingdoms. The internet speed is called a lever. It will take some time to download the whole War Three Kingdoms. But it seems that the internet speed at home is very fast, and it will be ready soon. After playing all Battle 3 for a while, Zhao Feng looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but admire, only expensive things. There is nothing wrong. At 10:30, Zhao Feng went to bed and went to sleep. In his dream, Zhao Feng dreamed of lying on his big bed with several girls. It's just that they didn't see their specific appearance. But the figure is quite good. One by one the front and the back are warped, and the bumps are uneven. When did my thoughts have been so indung? Is too much. Zhao Feng, while enjoying the warm fragrant nephrite, complained about herself. At this moment, the woman in her arms suddenly turned her head. Zhao Feng suddenly got up when he saw the woman's face. Knock inside. Why is the landlord auntie? Zhao Feng couldn't wait to call the police immediately. This lady is greedy for my body. After glanced around and confirmed that there was no landlady, Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. TMs, this is not a spring dream, this riding a horse is a nightmare. Wiped the cold sweat from his forehead just now. Zhao Feng hurriedly got up and went to wash. Didn't dare to sleep more. But the sky was already bright outside, and around 6 o'clock, the red sun was rising outside. Shines on the sparkling river surface, it is really beautiful. Chapter 4 1 million rewards for the second sign-in. Twisted his arm. Hiss. It doesn't seem to be a dream. Trying to call out the system, looking at the blue system interface, Zhao Feng read to sign in silently. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting 1 million cash. Listening to the system's promotion. Zhao Feng was overjoyed immediately. What do you want? With this million, he directly returned the rented house today, and the landlord's aunt in the province was unruly towards him. At this moment, Zhao Feng's cell phone suddenly, vibrated. Picked up the phone and took a look, and suddenly realized that it was the arrival information of his bank card. Your bank card account with the end number 6427 will receive 1 million yuan at 7:32 on November 3rd, and the current balance will be 1,286.46 yuan, ICBC. Read all this text message without failing. Zhao Feng's joy was beyond words. But in a blink of an eye, there was a touch of doubt in Zhao Feng's heart. This money has arrived in one's own account. If someone finds out, after investigation, will it become a huge amount of property whose source is unknown? The doubts in Zhao Feng's mind just came out. The system directly replied to Zhao Feng, the host does not need to worry, all sources of funds have details. This system can provide funds accounts for US stocks, Hong Kong stocks, and Shanghai stocks. Zhao Feng was more satisfied after hearing this. It seems that this system is still very self-conscious. With these fund accounts, no matter how much fund rewards you get after signing in, they should all be withdrawn from these accounts. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng was immediately curious about these accounts. The system once again sensed Zhao Feng's thoughts and directly prompted, in the future, these stock accounts can be used as sign-in rewards to the host. Please look forward to the host. Cowhide. Brother. Zhao Feng couldn't help it anymore and shouted happily. It's a pity that the system doesn't save face. The host, according to the gender classification method on Tianlan, the system should be female. Zhao Feng was immediately embarrassed when he heard this, so he had to add, that's cowhide. Girl. System. The system does not reply, and Zhao Feng will not be boring. Glanced at the time, it was already past 8. Hurry to wash up. Going downstairs, the butler Wang Qing gave the Tangchen first product. Directly drove a taxi back to the suburban community where he originally rented. But not knowingly behind him, Wang Qing showed a surprised look. He was naturally curious about the new owner of Thompson Epine. However, yesterday this gentleman wore such ordinary clothes, and today he still wears so simple and went out. It can be seen that this gentleman is also a very low-key rich man in life. Of course, Wang Qing admires a lot in his heart. Zhao Feng arrived at the door of the house he rented. At first glance, I saw that the landlord was wearing a beautiful red dress, and standing beside him was a young man wearing a small open lock printed on it, not knowing what he was doing with her door. Stop it. The landlord's aunt actually led someone to pry at her door, and Zhao Feng suddenly yelled. The landlord's aunt and the unlocking boy stopped their actions immediately. The landlord's aunt turned her head and saw Zhao Feng's return. Her expression suddenly changed. You dare to come back, the old lady thought you ran away. Zhao Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her, glanced at the unlocking brother, and said directly, who told you to open my door? The little brother unlocking heard the words and immediately knew that the owner of the house had returned. Looking at the posture of the two, it was obviously inappropriate to open the door here. Immediately said, Sir, I'm sorry, this lady said that you owed the homeowner and ran away, so I took this order. Since you are both here, you can negotiate and settle the next thing. After speaking, the unlocking brother turned around and walked away from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was still wondering how the lock-opening brother was running like a rabbit, but suddenly he heard the landlord's aunt say, Little brother, leave a phone call. I will look for you when I open the lock. There was a chill in my heart. No wonder the unlocking brother was panicked. Looking at the landlady's posture about to chase it out, Zhao Feng wondered how hungry the landlord was. Thinking of saving a life is better than the 7th-level Buddha. Zhao Feng reached out and stopped the landlady. Aunt Lu, don't you go. The landlord's aunt was stopped, and she felt a little unhappy. She said she was at a loss today. Even if Zhao Feng defaulted on the rent, it would not be appropriate for the landlord's aunt to pry open the door of Zhao Feng's room. This can be regarded as an invasion of privacy. Of course, Aunt Lu has a guilty conscience. So Aunt Lu just wanted to unlock her brother's phone and try her best. Was stopped by Zhao Feng, and Aunt Lu suddenly smiled, Little Zhao. Auntie has something else, you can tell me another day. Zhao Feng looked at Aunt Lu's appearance, and he was quite funny in his heart. Was too lazy to care about with Aunt Lu, and immediately said, Okay. Aunt Lu, how much the rent is in total, I will make up for you. Aunt Lu smiled sincerely when he heard the words, Xiao Zhao. The rent was 2,000 last month, and 2,000 this month, so the total is 4,000. Zhao Feng took out her mobile phone and opened WeChat directly, and Aunt Lu also took out her mobile phone to open the WeChat collection interface. Zhao Feng directly hit 4,000 in the past. Aunt Lu sees the rent is paid. Yu reads www.yuyukeyongshu.com smiled like an old chrysanthemum, but she was also more able to calculate, thinking that Zhao Feng didn't come back last night, and today she took out 4,000 so happily. Can you make so much money in one night? The normal way is impossible. Could it be that I went to a certain club to deal with the rich woman? Thinking about it this way, Aunt Lu suddenly became unconvinced. Where is my old lady worse than those rich women? Immediately, Aunt Lu pretended to be charming and came to Zhao Feng with an electric eye. Xiao Zhao. Don't go to those messy clubs in the future, can't and take care of you. Zhao Feng almost didn't make her disgusting cardiac arrest. After turning Aunt Lu's words in his mind, Aunt Lu suddenly realized what Aunt Lu meant, co-authoring this as a bird. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and said directly, Aunt Lu, I am going to move out this month. I don't need the deposit too. See you later. After speaking, Zhao Feng opened the door directly and walked into the room as soon as he flashed. Behind him, the landlord Aunt Lu's complexion suddenly changed. Come on, now I see that the duck with its mouth is real, flying. Went back to the house. Zhao Feng looked at the room and said that there was nothing in the room to clean up. The most important thing is that I have an old notebook that has stored a lot of important learning materials. There are countless high-definition small seeds in. Can definitely be called a collection. The notebook needs to be taken away. Zhao Feng picked some other clothes and so on, and barely packed up nearly a suitcase. There are other small appliances that are messy. They are available at Thomson First-Class Products, and there is no need to bring them. I carried the suitcase and checked again that there was nothing else to take away. Zhao Feng locked the door and went directly out of the community. 1 Didi went directly to Thomson Ipin. Chapter 5 210,000 yuan in property fees, mom's phone number. 2 days passed. After 2 days of signing in, Zhao Feng received 1 million in cash every day. So he cares, his deposit has successfully become 2,995,286 yuan. Can be said to be very comfortable. Zhao Feng originally thought that the reward for signing in every day was random, but the system gave Zhao Feng an explanation. The reward for signing in every day may have a random component, but the basic sign-in reward is 1 million in cash, and every month when signing in, some unexpected super rewards will appear. After learning about this, Zhao Feng was relieved. Zhao Feng is not a person with persecution delusions. At least if it wasn't a system, I would still be stuck in that small rental room because of rent and work. Will never live in such a luxurious or even magical mansion, and the bank card balance will not increase so much. So, Zhao Feng is very grateful for the system that brings all this. In the past 2 days, Zhao Feng has not been idle at home, so he has understood some of the hidden functions of the house. I have to say, living in such a mansion, Zhao Feng felt that even a whole year would be fine. This day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Feng woke up and got up from the soft big bed. After washing, Zhao Feng picked up the phone and prepared to go downstairs to eat. Found a message on WeChat. I saw that it was a stranger, and I checked the application details sent by the other party. It turned out that it was Wang Cheng, the housekeeper. Mr. Zhao, I am Wang Cheng, a housekeeper. This is my WeChat ID, I hope it is not too presumptuous. Passed Wang Cheng's friend application. Then, Wang Cheng sent several messages over. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Excuse me. Then, he sent a picture. Zhao Feng clicked on the picture and took a look. I saw 2 characters written in the center of the picture, notice. Looking at the next line, it turns out that it is the notice of the property charge. It is particularly marked that Zhao Feng's property fee is more than 210,000, because Zhao Feng's house is larger than other people's houses, so the property fee is naturally more. After seeing this notice, Zhao Feng thought of his bank card balance, and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Casually typed, "Can I call you the property fee directly?" When Wang Cheng saw the news from Zhao Feng, he was shocked. Good guy, you deserve to be a big guy. Is the property fee not going downstairs to swipe the card? Hastily replied, of course. Smiley face. Zhao Feng did find it troublesome, so he transferred the funds directly to WeChat. He also forgot that his WeChat transfer does not have such a large amount. As a result, the transfer was restricted. To open a larger quota, it was necessary to perform messy verification, so Zhao Feng gave up directly. Glanced at the chat interface with Wang Cheng, and said directly, I happen to have something to go downstairs. Swipe my card then. Wang Cheng saw that there was no complaint at all, and he hurriedly responded, no problem, I am waiting downstairs. Zhao Feng took the wallet and went straight downstairs. It just happened that there was not much water in the refrigerator, and he also had to buy some snacks and the like. Took the elevator down to the first floor. Zhao Feng saw Wang Cheng and a woman in the uniform of a property company standing at the corner of the stairs. That woman took a POS machine in her hand. Walked forward and said nothing. Zhao Feng nodded towards the 2 who greeted him, swiped the card, and left directly. Behind Zhao Feng, Wang Cheng and the female real estate agent looked at each other, and both were relieved. After the episode, Zhao Feng returned home from shopping at 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Feng did not expect to be able to go shopping for a whole day today. In fact, Zhao Feng has been considering whether to buy a car today. Anyway, the balance in the bank card is increasing every day. Even if you spend a part of the money on a car, you can make it back in a few days. Therefore, Zhao Feng deliberately went to the Audi 4S store not far away today. Among them, Audi RS7 and Audi R8 are the ones that can get the best looks. The former are called suit thugs. The silver gray looks can really be handsome, not to mention the sports car level R8 behind. Up. But, finally hesitated, Zhao Feng felt that he should wait. I don't know what I'm waiting for, I just want to wait again. It was quiet at night, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening unconsciously. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of his parents at home. With the help of the system, my life has changed so much. As the saying goes, one person gains the Tao, and the dog and the chicken ascend to heaven. Of course, Zhao Feng wants to bring his parents a good life. So, after thinking about it for a long time, Zhao Feng felt that he was still the most appropriate excuse given by the system. Said that I made money from stocks. It's a big deal, and the system requires a few screenshots of the stock account transactions. The two elders may not be able to understand, but it's absolutely okay to fool them. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng directly picked up the phone and called his mother back. Toot. There was a short busy tone and the call was connected. A hearty female voice came over. Son. Just as Mom wanted to call you, you called Mom back. Do you think our girls have a good heart? When Zhao Feng heard this, he smiled and said, Mom. Of course, I am a piece of meat that fell from you. Zhao's mother heard the words, Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com suddenly became happy, and the voice seemed to be a little away from the microphone. Old man, have you seen it? This is why my son called me but not you. On the phone side, Zhao Feng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Hurriedly said, Mom. I'll give you some money to go back in a while, you and my dad should eat and drink, don't worry about it. Mother Zhao heard Zhao Feng's voice and smiled and said, Oh, you don't need to worry about it at home, you just need to take care of yourself. You have to eat and drink when you are alone. My father and I are fine. You keep the money. Do you want to spend it yourself, you know? Zhao Feng felt a little sour in his heart while listening to his mother's voice. However, he continued to say, Mom, don't worry, I can't treat myself badly. I have made a lot of money during this period of time. If you give you money later, you can collect it first. Mother Zhao listened, and stopped insisting, Okay. I know that my son is filial. That mother will put it away first, and I will save it for you to get married. Zhao Feng listened to it, and didn't say much. He said directly, That's okay. Mom, that's it. Hey. Good. Then you hang up first. Zhao Feng smiled upon hearing this, and hung up the phone. Then open the WeChat transfer interface and enter my mother's bank card number. When entering the amount, directly enter 200,000 yuan. As a result, as soon as I called the money, my mother called again. Zhao Feng, why so much money, are you doing something stupid? Zhao Feng knew there would be such a call. Explained in accordance with the words that he had prepared for a long time, Mom, don't worry. This money is definitely coming in the right way. Do you know the stock market? Chapter 6 Drive Ferrari with one hand. Zhao Feng explained to his mom and dad for a long time, and his mom believed that Zhao Feng did make a lot of money in stocks. I didn't say it before, because I was going to surprise the second old man. Now, the two elders have already emptied their family and started to prepare a new house for themselves, so naturally they are not going to hide it. So, at the end of the call, my mother was almost excited and tears filled her eyes, especially when she learned that Zhao Feng had just bought a house in Modu. Ahem. After Zhao Feng was on the phone, his mouth became bald, saying that he had bought a house in Modu, and he didn't say the specific room type. Mom became so excited. The old man over the phone is not much better, but he is much more restrained than his mother. Finally comforted the second old man. It was more than 10 o'clock when I hung up, and I made a phone call for more than an hour. However, Zhao Feng is in a pretty good mood now. One night passed. After Zhao Feng got up, the first thing was to silently say, sign in, to the system in his mind. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, drive Ferrari with one hand. Ferrari with one hand. Attribute 1, when driving a Ferrari, the car skills will automatically be upgraded to master level, and the driving proficiency of other models can be subtly improved. Attribute 2, increased charm by 50%, increased favorability of the opposite by 20%, and has a 10% chance of triggering love at first sight. P.S. You are not the most handsome man in the world, but you look like Ferrari, please let me call you a pretty boy. Puff. After reading the introduction of this skill carefully, Zhao Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. The first attribute is nothing, but this name is added with the second attribute. This skill is afraid of a bit of a show. However, the skills that you draw by yourself can't be helped even if it's a bit showy. What's more, it is obvious that the most important skill of this skill is not one-handed driving at all. The point is that the Ferrari behind it is good. As long as there is a Ferrari, without the skill, the charm can rise straight. Now that he suddenly has such a skill, Zhao Feng feels that he should really buy a car. But, driving a Ferrari with one hand, it seems, really handsome. If you buy a Ferrari, is your bank card balance not enough? It seems that the current price of Ferrari is basically no less than 3 million. Picked up the phone and checked it online. Sure enough, the prices below 3 million are some second-hand cars. Compared with second-hand cars, Zhao Feng still likes new cars, so he temporarily put away his mind. Then, I checked where the Ferrari 4S shop was and marked it. Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng and asked him to bring a takeaway. Wang Cheng received the call and directly called the restaurant in the next clubhouse and asked them to bring a Chinese meal. The price of this 4 dishes and 1 soup is not too expensive, just 888 RMB. This is not the most expensive set meal in the club, but Zhao Feng feels that it is enough to eat by himself, and it is not good to be too extravagant and wasteful. Zhao Feng had lunch after the delivery staff in the club specially delivered it. I was going to wash my hands and go for a nap. But when facing the bright mirror in the bathroom, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that he actually had a small belly. Although it is not very obvious, it can also be seen that the body has a clear tendency to gain weight. Took off his short sleeves and gestured to the mirror. I suddenly discovered that the appearance of the small belly has nothing to do with my good life these days. It seems that this small belly is gradually emerging this year. This is no good. Although I don't have to have six-pack abs and mermaid line. But at least I can't have a belly. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng went straight to the room next door that was designed as a gym. Trot on the treadmill. As a result, in less than half an hour, I seemed to be unable to hold on. When I took a break, I recalled that in the past few years, that is, when it was in college, my body was okay. After graduation, I sat in the office almost every day and didn't have much time to exercise. So my physical condition can be said to be almost 1 day is worse than 1 day. So now I can say that I am a weak group. This is not beautiful. Took a shower and felt a lot refreshed. Zhao Feng returned to the sofa in the living room and secretly made up his mind to exercise. Although physical fitness cannot be changed in 1 or 2 days. But at least now is the beginning. Zhao Feng returned to the study and started to write his own exercise outline while checking information on the internet. Wrote for a long time, but only a few lines. Crack. Patted the pen heavily on the table. Zhao Feng looked at the exercise outline he wrote and decisively rolled it into a ball. The labor capital ratio is not the previous poor ratio, why do you make your own outline? Took out his mobile phone and asked Wang Cheng. Sure enough, there is a gym in the Epin Club next to Thompson Epin, and it can also provide professional fitness services for Thompson Epin owners. After asking, Zhao Feng asked Wang Cheng to make an appointment for himself tomorrow. After communicating with the club, Wang Cheng replied to Zhao Feng via WeChat at the appointed time. Zhao Feng took a look, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Coach Lu in the gym. Put away the phone. Zhao Feng closed the web page and looked at the game icons on the screen. Decisively chose an open-world game called Ghost Recon Wilderness in Chinese and clicked to enter. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. I didn't save much money in that small rental house before, and the laptop configuration was not high enough. I have no time or conditions to play many of my favorite games. Now I can finally have a good time. I have to say that the current game is really interesting. There is also a game called Big Cousin by the players in the previous paragraph, which is also quite good. These games, Zhao Feng directly purchased and downloaded them. Anyway, I have a lot of time, just go back and experience it one by one. Got it. Looking at it this way, Zhao Feng himself felt that he seemed to be a little shifting toward a game house. Snapped. There was a sharp gunshot in the headset. Zhao Feng manipulated the game character to decisively kill the mission target in the sight of the sniper rifle. Looking at the sniper rifle manipulated by the game characters, Zhao Feng was moved. Do not misunderstand. Zhao Feng doesn't want a gun. Any boy has a dream of carrying a gun. Of course, except for mother guns. Except that some boys can join the army to realize their dreams. Other people can only look at the net map. But I am different. I will definitely be rich in the future, so. Zhao Feng instantly planned out a fairly reasonable and legal way to play guns in his mind. For example, you can invest in a small farm or a small manor abroad in the future. It doesn't need to be too big, as long as you can apply for a gun license yourself. When the time comes, I can do whatever I want. He. Zhao Feng touched his chin, sat on the computer chair, and looked at the game interface. There was a burst of wretched laughter. Chapter 7 BMW ph 4th. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. After Zhao Feng woke up, he washed a lot and found a set of Nike sportswear from his previous clothes. If this set of sportswear is real, the price would be at least 1,000, but it was actually only bought by Zhao Feng for 200 yuan on a certain treasure. Putting on sports shoes, these shoes are real, it cost more than 400. Went downstairs and saw a woman in her 30s and 40s walking into the elevator. Should also be the owner. Zhao Feng and her looked at each other before passing by. Outside the elevator, Wang Qinggang helped the owner to press the elevator. Seeing Zhao Feng coming out, he hurriedly said hello with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, you are going to work out." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Accompanied by Wang Cheng, Zhao Feng went to the Yiping Club not far away. After entering the clubhouse, Zhao Feng saw a young woman in sportswear standing next to the front desk, seemingly waiting for someone. Walked to the front desk, the two front desk little beauties both smiled and bowed slightly and said hello, "Welcome." Then, the little beauty on the left asked first, "Sir." "Hello. Do you have any needs?" Zhao Feng glanced at the two receptions with good looks, nodded and said, "My name is Zhao, and I have an appointment with Coach Lu." Hearing that little beauty, her eyes suddenly brightened. This seems to be the young owner whose surname Zhao was notified by the steward Wang. Without her notice, the beautiful girl next to me who seemed to be waiting for someone walked up quickly. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Lu Ruoxin. I am sorry just now because I am not familiar with you." Lu Ruoxin also knows that her client today is the owner of the community. She didn't recognize it when she was stunned, so she apologized now. Zhao Feng didn't expect that the coach Wang Qing recommended to him was actually a female coach. He was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled and nodded, "It's okay." While speaking, Lu Ruoxin's eyes were cast. A well-curved melon face, the chin is not as sharp as some net celebrities, the eyes are big and natural, and the appearance can be 80 to 90 points. Because I am a fitness trainer, I have a pretty good body. Under the restraint of tight sportswear, I have quite a lot of bumps, especially on the chest. There should be D. Anyway, it is definitely not smaller than C. As for a pair of straight and slender legs, not to mention it. In general, it is a beauty. Lu Ruoxin naturally felt Zhao Feng's gaze. She always felt that her figure was very proud. Therefore, the gaze facing Zhao Feng is not shy, but bold, as if showing it to Zhao Feng. "Mr. Zhao. Please come with me." Lu Ruoxin smiled and raised her hand to signal Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng walked into the gym with her. Walking into the huge gym, Zhao Feng realized that there were not many people working out. There are men and women, and the total is only 20 or 30 people. Lu Ruoxin looked at Zhao Feng and asked as she walked, "Has Mr. Zhao exercised before?" Zhao Feng shook his head, "No." Lu Ruoxin was surprised when she heard the words, but her face remained silent. If Mr. Zhao has not exercised, then the foundation for the next exercise is very important. Zhao Feng nodded when he heard the words, and then asked curiously, "Coach Lu, do I need to apply for a card or something?" Lu Ruoxin was taken aback when she heard the words, wondering if Zhao Feng didn't understand how detailed the club's services to the owners were. But soon he explained, "Mr. Zhao has been more concerned. The Yiping Club gym is dedicated to serving owners like you, so owners like you don't need to apply for a card at all. All service fees only need to be paid in the next year. Just settle the property fee when you pay it." Zhao Feng understood the words. However, Lu Ruoxin later added, "However, the gym also has card issuing services, but they are provided to some owners' friends and guests." Zhao Feng nodded, expressing understanding. In fact, the card application here is equivalent to temporarily issuing an identity card to the relatives and friends of the owner. Under the guidance of Lu Ruoxin, Zhao Feng chose a machine that he looked at more interesting. Is a sitting chest push trainer. As the name suggests, this machine is just for training the chest muscles. After Zhao Feng sat down, under the guidance of Lu Ruoxin, he tried to adjust the pressure he could adapt to. Then began to slowly exercise a group. Lu Ruoxin was also observing Zhao Feng while Zhao Feng was exercising. First of all, she thinks this Mr. Zhao is very approachable. Here, the term does not describe a wealthy person, but Lu Ruoxin thinks that Zhao Feng is an ordinary person. If it is not known that Zhao Feng has a set of top levels in Thompson First in the case of a mansion, Lu Ruoxin would definitely treat him as an ordinary person. And, another point, this Mr. Zhao, after paying attention to some of his figure and appearance at first, then his gaze returned to normal. When he looked at himself, his gaze was flat, not like some other male guests at all. For this, Lu Ruoxin was a little happy, but a little bit disappointed. Made a group of 15, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he forgot to sign in today. Just finished this set of actions, silently saying sign in my mind. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for winning a BMW HP4 race. When Zhao Feng first heard the word BMW, he thought he had acquired a car. But as the image of BMW HP4 race gradually enlarged in my mind, Zhao Feng realized that it was not a car at all that he rewarded himself. Although motorcycles are also cars. Although he has a car driver's license, he can ride bicycles and electric cars, but Zhao Feng is not familiar with motorcycles at all. After all, there are electric cars, there are indeed fewer motorcycles on the street. But now I neither have a driver's license nor can I ride, but I gave myself such a thing. Think of signing in yesterday and getting one-handed Ferrari. Zhao Feng's face gradually distorted. MMP. Looking at Lu Ruoxin's face on the side, Zhao Feng sorted out his emotions. Then took out his phone and checked this BMW PH4. But seeing the introduction of this car encyclopedia, first of all the price is high, the domestic price is 1.6 million. It is twice the foreign price. It is equipped with BMW's lightest four-cylinder engine in this series, which can provide strong power, with an output of 142 kW, 193 brake horsepower, of maximum power and a maximum torque of 112 Nm. The newly designed muffler can output stronger torque at medium speed, so when needed, it will show full power to meet the rider's demand for power during the competition. Maximum power, 142 kW/13,000 RPM. Maximum horsepower, 190 PS/13,000 RPM. Maximum torque, 112 Nm/9750 RPM. In terms of technology and craftsmanship, HP4 takes the lead and is the first to be equipped with the world's first dynamic damping system DDC, which is proud to make the damping automatically adapt to environmental changes. Provides a variety of modes to choose from. Rainy and sports modes are suitable for daily roads, and competitive and bald tires are suitable for the track. HP4 has further improved DTC, making everything more perfect. In the bald tire mode, it can be fine-tuned from -7 to +7 to different degrees, so that the best balance between system support and driver control can always be achieved, providing maximum traction and optimal acceleration. DTC, Dynamic Control Traction Control System, www.uukangshu.com compares the front and rear wheel speeds measured by the ABS system sensors and analyzes the data provided by the sensor distribution box, tilt sensor, to detect the idling of the rear wheels. In this case, the engine controller reduces the driving torque by reducing the ignition advance angle, intervening in fuel injection and changing the position of the throttle valve. DDC, Dynamic Damping Control, Dynamic Damping, Shock Absorbing, Control System, according to the parameters determined by the sensor, the damping is adjusted within a few milliseconds according to the current riding control and road characteristics through the electric control valve. DDC automatically responds to driving maneuvers, such as braking, accelerating, or turning, to ensure perfect road contact. With mechanical settings, the suspension can be set to a softer setting, -7, or a harder setting, +7. Use a 17 mm wrench to manually adjust the spring holder, spring pretension, in a conventional manner. Due to the special manufacturing process involved, until 2014, only a few models of HP4 could be mass-produced. Extremely light driving, shocking power, and first-class handling all together create the ultimate performance. The new HP4 uses a four-cylinder model to interpret this concept for the first time. On the basis of RR, a motorcycle with excellent craftsmanship has come out. The best quality materials and top design together make this product with excellent performance. After carefully reading so many encyclopedia introductions above, Zhao Feng is still in the mist. Chapter 8: The Wealthy. Zhao Feng angrily wants to throw the table down. But Lu Ruoxin, who was standing next to Zhao Feng, looked at it clearly. BMW motorcycle. More than 1.6 million. We really don't understand the world of local tyrants. For a time, Lu Ruoxin moved more carefully. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. She called Zhao Feng 2 times softly, but didn't dare to make a loud voice. After she was yelled, Zhao Feng looked up at him. I only heard her say, Mr. Zhao, do you have any discomfort? If you feel unwell, I can call a medical staff for you, or you can come back for exercise next time. Zhao Feng heard the words, smiled, and said, it's nothing, let's practice. While speaking, Zhao Feng smelled a faint scent, not very strong, but it smelled relatively elegant, which should have been asked by Lu Ruoxin. I've been drinking Lu Ruoxin just now, and it's not far away, why didn't I smell it just now? Lu Ruoxin met Zhao Feng's searching gaze, and subconsciously glanced at whether there was anything inappropriate about her. But everything is normal. Zhao Feng, who noticed Lu Ruoxin's actions, withdrew his gaze. If he looked at it again, he would be easily regarded as a hooligan. Accompanied by Lu Ruoxin, exercised for 40 minutes, which was nearly an hour. After Lu Ruoxin took the initiative to add WeChat, Zhao Feng left the gym. On the way home, I thought of Lu Ruoxin's caution when she offered to add WeChat. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel more proud. Look. Labor and management sometimes ask girls to take the initiative to ask for WeChat. However, thinking of Lu Ruoxin, I also recalled her reminder, although the training time is not short today, the training volume is still controlled at a relatively low level. Tomorrow, there may be some soreness in the body, but I don't feel particularly painful. Walked out of the Epin Club. Zhao Feng turned around and returned to his home. Sitting down on the soft sofa, Zhao Feng opened the system interface in his mind. Look at the system so that you can enjoy life freely. Zhao Feng did not yell at her. After all, the sign-in rewards are completely random, although the 2 sign-in rewards of yesterday and today looked like a joke. I praised the dog system for having a conscience, but I didn't expect this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes would be unreliable. The system is a somewhat conscientious dog system. But the rewards cannot be said to be bad things. For example, today's BMW HP4 motorcycle is limited to 750 units worldwide. Although the price is less than 2 million, it is definitely a value-added collection. Besides, which boy doesn't have a locomotive dream, but conditions do not allow it? Zhao Feng felt that maybe it was time for him to take a motorcycle driver's license another day. Isn't it possible to drive a BMW HP4 with the skills of one-handed Ferrari? Shook his head and hurriedly gave up the show operation. Zhao Feng doesn't want to turn around on his own. Looking at the BMW HP4 in the system space, Zhao Feng feels that if he is silently manifesting himself, he should not be directly in front of him, right? Silently read and manifest. I saw a paper bag directly appearing on the coffee table in front of me, and Zhao Feng was about to reach out and pick it up. I heard my phone vibrate. Then the interface lights up, and an unknown phone number is dialed in. Zhao Feng picked up the phone and glanced suspiciously. Then directly connected to the phone. Before speaking, I heard a male voice on the phone, Mr. Zhao. Hello. The BMW HP4 you ordered from our company has arrived outside the Thompson Epin residential area. Now we can't get in, you see if you are coming out to pick it up. Still. Zhao Feng heard the words and said directly, hello. I will call the property right away, you guys wait a moment. The other party, okay. Mr. Zhao. After hanging up, Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng and talked about it. After receiving the call, Wang Cheng hurriedly notified the property at the door to confirm the identity of the delivery personnel, and then sent a few security personnel to follow in. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 security guards followed the truck that transported the BMW HP4 race into the community and came to the entrance of the underground garage of Building 1. The place here is quite large. Even if a truck is parked, it will not hinder the garage. Entry and exit of vehicle personnel. Zhao Feng also put on his shoes and came straight upstairs. As soon as he left the house, he saw the parked container cargo, as well as 4 delivery staff and 3 security guards standing in front of the container truck. When the 3 security guards saw Zhao Feng, they hurriedly stepped forward to say hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feng nodded. Behind them, several staff members also slightly bent over to say hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feng had to nod again. Nodding twice, Zhao Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart, although the rich are comfortable, they just can't stand the neck. Zhao Feng glanced at the man in his 30s and saw the nameplate on the left side of his suit. Hello, Manager Zhou. Zhou Qin, that is. Manager Zhou hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, do you want to unload the cargo first? You can see if the car is full of satisfaction. Zhao Feng nodded and said, good. Zhou Qin heard the words, turned around and waved to several staff members, and the staff moved. Opened the door at the back of the carriage, removed a few metal pedals hanging on the inner carriage, and put it between the carriage and the ground to assemble it. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. After was assembled, Zhao Feng noticed the chute on the metal pedal. I always thought it was the staff who rode the bike down directly. It doesn't look like it. Zhou Qin watched his words and noticed the change in Zhao Feng's expression. He respectfully said on the side, Mr. Zhao, our company pays the most attention to the personal experience of customers. We believe that every car should be unpacked by its owner. Therefore, the car box and these metal chutes have been specially customized. I hope you will open it later. When the car box saw it, she was amazed. Is worthy of being a big company. After Zhao Feng heard this, he suddenly felt that he was also very tall. Smiled and nodded to express satisfaction. Two workers entered the compartment and slowly pushed the box containing the BMW HP4 race to the door of the compartment. Hang the rope to prevent the box from falling to the ground and damaging the car body. Then, a wooden box as tall as a person was slowly placed on the ground. At this time, Zhou Qin took a small hammer and handed it to Zhao Feng. As a result, with a hammer, Zhao Feng felt that the car was a lot more noble at once, stepped forward and knocked off all the nails on the left side of the box. Two staff members stepped forward and lifted the plank away. The motorcycle inside showed its true face. The white and green paint on the brand new car body reminds Zhao Feng of the white clouds and green hills that he can see while riding on the mountain. Inexplicably, Zhao Feng felt that he liked it at first sight. Then, watching Zhou Qin command several staff to move down several boxes. After hearing Zhou Qin's explanation, Zhao Feng became more familiar with the car. Those maintenance tools, Zhao Feng also knows how to use them. Chapter 9 Signing in the dream is too ridiculous. Zhou Qin is also a human being. If the process is normal, he will definitely ask the owner for a test drive. But seeing Zhao Feng just standing by the car and not riding on it, I immediately understood that this master was afraid that he just had this hobby. With such a guess in his heart, Zhou Qin certainly wouldn't ask it ignorantly. Asked respectfully, Mr. Zhao, do you want us to help you put the car in the underground garage? After hearing this, Zhao Feng came back to his senses. Yeah. Excuse me. No trouble. Zhou Qin instructed several employees to close the box of the motorcycle. There were already a few pulleys fixed under the box, and now it came in handy. All the way down the underground passage, after reaching the underground garage. The security guards helped push the wooden box to Zhao Feng's parking space. Because Zhao Feng's house is the largest mansion on the top floor, it has the most parking spaces, with a row of 8 parking spaces. And this BMW PH4 race plus the box and the tools are messy, it almost needs a parking space. After the car was secured, Zhou Qin took the staff to leave. Mr. Zhao, if you are unfamiliar with motorcycles, you can call me and we can arrange the track and related services for you. Finally, thank you again for your trust in our company. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. You are welcome. I will call you if necessary. After listening to Zhou Qin's words, Zhao Feng felt that he knew that he could not ride a motorcycle. However, what he meant instead was that he hoped that he would learn to ride a bike before driving this fierce horse. Zhao Feng will naturally not be dissatisfied with this. Glanced at the security guards who were still standing behind. Zhao Feng asked strangely, do you have anything else? The 3 security guards looked at each other in pairs, and then one of them said, Mr. Zhao, we have nothing to do. We stayed here to see what you have to say next. Zhao Feng heard the words and smiled faintly at them. It's okay, you go back. Let's talk. Zhao Feng took the motorcycle key and walked towards the elevator with a backpack he presented. Inside the backpack is the cycling jersey and helmet presented by Zhou Qin and his company. Went home and tried this jersey. Although it looks a bit silly to wear this thicker cycling jersey in a warm home like spring. But I have to say that the style of the riding clothes is quite handsome, especially the helmet. Zhao Feng could not help but start to fantasize about how handsome he is riding on the BMW HP4 race in this suit. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel more resentful towards the dog system. "Can you give me something?" chanted for a while. Zhao Feng put the clothes into an empty closet in the cloakroom. "Speaking of it, it seems that I should buy more clothes. The last time I brought out of the house is only a few pieces of clothes, barely enough to wear these few days, but as the owner of Ivanhoe's home, I can't keep changing it. It's not that I don't have money." Thinking of this, Zhao Feng added a note to his schedule. "Go shopping tomorrow afternoon. Speaking of interrupting because of Zhou Qin and the others, I haven't had time to eat lunch." Just about to send a WeChat message to Wang Cheng and ask him to help order the takeaway, he received a text message from Wang Cheng. "Mr. Zhao, I have arranged lunch for you according to your habits. Is it convenient for you to eat now?" Upon seeing this news, Zhao Feng smiled slightly. It seems that Wang Cheng also knows his own habits. It is estimated that he learned from the security guards that he did not go out. Casually replied, "Okay." In less than 5 minutes, the lunch was delivered. I looked at the time, and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Because of fitness in the morning, Zhao Feng was very hungry today. As a result, Feng Wan Sanyan usually eats 4 dishes and 1 soup and adds 2 bowls of rice. Throw the tableware into the automatic dishwasher in the kitchen. Zhao Feng lay on the sofa like a salty fish. Looking at the belly that was bulging because of eating too much, Zhao Feng suddenly felt that the road to developing abdominal muscles was a long way to go. Depressed for a moment, Zhao Feng quickly cheered up again. There is nothing that can't be solved by eating chicken. If not, then two. Played a game for a while, and time gradually came to night. Maybe I ate late at noon, and I ate a little longer, so I wasn't very hungry at night. Simply make a fruit salad, play games, and eat it as a snack. It is also today's dinner. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Feng, who yawned, went to bed and soon fell asleep. In his sleep, Zhao Feng suddenly had a dream. I dreamt that I was wearing a black windbreaker and riding on a dark side race. A closer look, this is my BMW PH4 race. I don't know why, but the faint sense of crisis emerging behind him makes Zhao Feng continue to accelerate. Concentrating on riding a bike, Zhao Feng may be confused by his dreams. Looking at the magnificent scene of the rising red sun, the ghost said silently, "Sign in." Boom. A large flow of information suddenly rushed into Zhao Feng's mind. Is impressively about the various postures of motorcycle riding, knowledge. At that instant, Zhao Feng seemed to have truly learned to control the beast under his hips. He suddenly twisted the accelerator with his right hand, and made a coordinated action under his feet, and the speed was stretched in vain. In the bedroom, Zhao Feng's hands and feet, lying on the bed, made corresponding subtle movements, while the hour hand on the small alarm clock on the bedside table by the side happened to stay on the number 1, and the minute hand crossed the number 0 to catch up. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Fuck. Zhao Feng suddenly woke up from his dream. Just now he dreamed that he learned to ride a bicycle in his dream, and he ran a BMW PH4 race for a long time until he finally crossed a mountain. As a result, there was no road below, and he was about to mount on the rocks. He immediately exclaimed. Sound. Touched his face, thinking that his face was covered with cold sweat, but Zhao Feng found that there was nothing on his face. Glanced at the time, it had just passed 6:35. Zhao Feng, who relaxed, breathed a sigh of relief. Leaned against the head of the bed and rested for a while, recovered and set a sign in silently. But found that the system was silent. Zhao Feng, who was startled suddenly, sank into his mind and found that his emotions calmed down a bit when the system was still there. Checked the system space. Found that there was an extra blue notebook in the space. Upon a closer look, he was surprised to find 6 gilded characters on the cover, motorcycle driver's license. Take it in his hand and take a look. Zhao Feng thinks about his dream state, and immediately recalls it. I'm going. He can sign in his dream. This is too ridiculous. The dog system has no bottom line. However, holding this small blue notebook, the knowledge and skills of driving a motorcycle that came to my mind told Zhao Feng that I already know how to ride a bicycle. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel excited. Hurriedly got up, and after a brief wash, he changed into the cycling jersey, took the helmet and went straight out and took the elevator downstairs. Speaking of it, this cycling jersey looks like a handsome jacket, which is more suitable for BMW PH4 race. Chapter 10 Consumption 1 Wave. Install the license plate by hand. Raised his leg and stepped onto the seat. With one leg, the slender body of the BMW HP4 was easily centered. Zips up the jacket in front of him and puts on his helmet. There is also a pair of thin leather gloves. These gloves are not very thick, but they are warm and breathable, and the fingers are still very flexible. Both hands straightened the handlebar and started the car. Buzz, boom. As Zhao Feng twisted the handlebar, the exhaust from the rear of the car burst into a violent roar. Gently put the gear under his feet, and the car slowly accelerated. Zhao Feng never expected this car to be so easy to ride. Maybe there is also the role of the motorcycle driving skills obtained in the dream yesterday. Without thinking about it, I concentrated on cycling along the passage of the garage to the ground. When I passed by the gate of the community, I left the license plate information. Then, Zhao Feng rides into the traffic on the road. A knight riding a side race appeared on the streets of Magic City, but it was not rare. Therefore, whether it is a person driving on the road or a pedestrian on both sides of the road, there is nothing but handsome. Tomsonipin was originally located around Pudong's most prosperous business district. Is not far from three relatively high-end shopping malls, namely Superbrand Plaza, Magic City International Financial Center, and Lanhai International Plaza. There are even more shopping locations across from Yujiang. Zhao Feng also didn't bother to run too far. Today, it was mainly to buy a few replacement clothes. The goal is the Demon Capital National Gold Center, which I have never dared to visit before. Actually, Zhao Feng wanted to stop by the Oriental Pearl Tower to take a look, but thought that he still had the task of buying a few clothes today, so he had to put this idea down. Soon, Zhao Feng arrived at the Magic Capital International Financial Center by bike. The roar of the BMW HP4 engine attracted many pedestrians around, and also attracted patrolling security. Soon a group of security guards ran over. The man on the left immediately stepped forward as if asking Zhao Feng to drive down the underground parking lot. But the person on the right seems to have some knowledge of locomotives. When he saw the BMW logo on the BMW HP4, his face did not change, but after a detailed look at the body, his face immediately changed. Stretched out his hand to hold his companion and said with a smile, "Sir, are you going to go shopping?" Zhao Feng didn't want to make any specialization, but thought that he should buy a few clothes faster, park the car here, and drive home directly in about an hour. So, I didn't specifically look for the underground parking lot. After hearing the voice of the security guard, he took off his helmet and said, "Yes. I don't know if I can park this car here." The security guard heard this and smiled more sincerely. To say that there are definitely many people who can spend 2 million to buy a car, but there are definitely not many people who are willing to spend 2 million to buy a motorcycle. People like this can definitely be light. Easily buy a lot of 2 million luxury cars. "Sir. Welcome to our shopping mall, you can rest assured. Your car is absolutely fine here, and the limited edition BMW HP4 is placed on this square, which is a landscape in itself." When Zhao Feng heard the words, he couldn't help but take a look at the security guard. Such a talking security guard is not just everywhere. Nodded, Zhao Xian stopped the car and said as he got out of the car, "Okay. Then I will leave my car to you too. Let's talk." Zhao Feng strode directly towards the entrance of the mall. Many pedestrians around have noticed this. At first, some people thought that Zhao Feng would be guided to the underground garage by security. How can I think of Zhao Feng getting off the car and leaving? The two security guards are still standing guard by this person. Someone was curious immediately. What about the security guard who was stopped by his companion? He only heard him say strangely, "Brother. Do you know him?" Another security guard, "I don't know him." "Then you." "I know this car." The security guard who communicated with Zhao Feng glanced at his companion and said triumphantly, "This car is a BMW HP4, a global limited edition. How much does it cost?" "Do not know." "More than 1.6 million, the miscellaneous things add up to 2 million, not good." The security guard showed off proudly, saying as if the car was his own. When the security guard next to heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, and several pedestrians who watched the excitement were also startled. "Good guy, 2 million, it is enough to buy a BMW 7 Series luxury car of the BMW brand." But the security guard recovered his mind first, looked at the old man beside him and asked, "Brother, that's not right, don't you also have a BMW motorcycle?" The security guard who was questioned heard the words. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. Brother. My car is an entry-level model of a BMW motorcycle. The brand new price is only more than 40,000. I bought a second-hand 20,000 or 30,000. In front of it, that's a younger brother. What the security said was also very true. When I first bought a car, it was to fulfill one of my wishes. Second, buying a car in this business district is prone to traffic jams, and motorcycles are different. Many pedestrians around the BMW HP4 looked shocked and took out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos to upload to the internet. The headings are as follows: Shock. A BMW limited edition motorcycle that has been seen in a century. A chance encounter with a BMW motorcycle that sells for 2 million. Good luck in forwarding. Zhao Feng didn't know that there was such an episode behind him. After entering the mall, I briefly browsed some clothing brands. Maybe it was because the pockets were bulging, so Zhao Feng didn't pay attention to what brand these clothes belonged to. Anyway, basically any brand can afford it. No way, that's it. That's it. Hey. Glanced over a specialty store with many suits. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he had thrown the suit that had worn out his sleeves for more than a year in the rental house. Simply walked in. The two sales ladies greeted them with small steps, and the warmth of their smiles was very standard. Sir. Hello. Welcome. Zhao Feng heard the words and nodded at random. I choose a suit. You guys recommend it to me too. When the two young ladies heard the words, their eyes lit up. Generally, the guests who spoke like this were very confident and showed obvious purchase intentions. So they both started to move. Okay. Sir. Looked at the two sales lady sisters constantly shuttled through the shop like flowers and butterflies. Zhao Feng quickly chose the clothes he likes. One of the sellers recommended a Zegna blue pattern Trofeo suit, priced at 25,200 renminbi, and the other seller recommended a casual jacket with a suit, which is pure black, with a price tag of 11,300 renminbi. Asked them to wrap the clothes 68.86, and Zhao Feng directly swiped the card to pay. Then bought a yellow round neck sweater in the Jack Jones store, the price is 2,160 renminbi. Later bought a double-sided dual-purpose buckle London check belt 3,300 RMB, navy blue classic check cashmere scarf 4,200 RMB, straight-cut distressed jeans 4,200 RMB. When I was passing by Zegna last time, I bought 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of hiking boots 9,900 RMB, and a pair of XXX series leather lace-up shoes 8,600 RMB. The cumulative consumption of the above is 68,860 yuan RMB. Less than 100,000. Chapter 11 Street Visit to the Soul. Less than 100,000. Zhao Feng was shocked by his own light tone. Sure enough, if you have money, it is easy to expand. Zhao Feng used to buy more than 100,000 yuan in all his belongings, but now he buys a few clothes for 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. Besides, I think this is just sprinkling water. Zhao Feng never expected that his thinking and concepts would change so quickly. At this time, the sales lady at the Zegna store has already helped pack the shoes. They looked at Zhao Feng, who was lost in thought, with peach blossoms in their eyes. In their eyes, Zhao Feng can now be said to be a real tall, rich and handsome. He wanted to leave a note for Zhao Feng, but he was afraid to disturb him. Came back to his senses, looking at the two sales sisters who were waiting for her with the bag. Zhao Feng smiled and thanked. Trouble you. After said, he was ready to take the bag. However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Zhao Feng looked at the bags on the sofa next to him. Although the clothes he bought just now were not many, but because the packaging was very delicate, it was true that there were quite a few bags. There is no place to put so many things. In the two sales, which of the older people on the right has worked for a longer time, I can see that Zhao Feng is inconvenient for so many things. So immediately stepped forward and smiled respectfully. Sir. If so many things are inconvenient for you, let our colleague send you home later. What do you think? What she said is not a lie. It is like a luxury counter like a Zegna store, which generally cooperates with some star hotels. Because sometimes hotel guests also urgently need to change some suitable clothes, these guests are generally not people who lack money, so these brands can support sending some clothes to the hotel, and home delivery is also trivial. When Zhao Feng heard this, he was immediately happy, and the service attitude was very good. Nodded in satisfaction, Zhao Feng said, Then I will trouble you again, I will leave you an address. The salesgirl hurriedly took the pen and memo pad on the side, and presented them with both hands. Zhao Feng picked up the brush and brushed down a line of elegant fonts. Thompson, 1 product, 1 building. Zhao Feng. Telephone, 138XXXXXXXX. Write down the address and phone number. Zhao Feng handed the pen and notebook to the saleswoman. This is my address and phone number, just send it to contact me. After that, Zhao Feng turned around and walked outside very freely. After the female salesman took the pen and the notebook, she glanced at the text on it, and her glasses stared suddenly. Thompson first product. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Zhao Feng's back. At this moment, Zhao Feng's back looked so stalwart to her. I regret not hooking up just now. The elder saleswoman said to herself in her heart, and the colleague next to her also took a look curiously. This time, the female salesperson also looked surprised. The name of Thompson's first product, no one in the whole devil does not know. Such a pity. I didn't see such a good opportunity just now. This female salesperson also regretted it. However, when she looked back at the memo pad again, she instantly noticed Zhao Feng's phone call on the note. Her eyes lit up. Zhao Feng, who was about to walk out of the mall, did not know the psychological changes of the 2 salesgirls behind him. Although their looks are okay, they can't catch them anymore. That's right, it's so floating. After shopping for so long, I feel a little thirsty. Zhao Feng stopped, just about to see if there are any drink shops around. Suddenly a figure that is not too tall flashed in front of him. She held a microphone in her hand, and behind her was a boy who was against the camera. This strange combination suddenly reminded Zhao Feng of some street interview videos on the short video platform. A microphone, a video camera or a mobile phone. Groups like this often ask some unprepared questions on the street. Questions that are slightly more normal, such as, are you single, the subtext of a male, female, student, are you in a room in a magic house, and so on. Is a little too much. For example, to boys, what do you think of licking a dog? To the girl, do you think security equals money? Is even more so-called questions that hit the soul directly. For couples, ask, how much is your monthly income? How much does it cost to get married? A good-looking ex, handsome, or a good-looking current, handsome? The question in Zhao Feng's mind is skipped like a storm. At this moment, the girl with a flat body holding the microphone directly asked Zhao Feng, Sir, if you have and only have 100,000 yuan, you are willing to spend all of it to buy bags for your girlfriend, cosmetics and clothes. The girl who asked the question had a proud face under her thick makeup. After hearing this, Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows. It's such a sharp question. It seems that the person who came is not good. 100,000 yuan, all to buy bags, cosmetics and clothes for my girlfriend. Listen. Is the horse riding a human word? Moreover, this topic should be brought up by the kind of feminist. Idiot on a horse. Thought about the 2 answers to this question. Answered yes, you will be scolded for licking a dog. The answer is no, you will be told you don't love your girlfriend again. Zhao Feng pondered slightly. Before speaking, the sister paper asked eagerly again, Sir, do you understand my question? We are live broadcasting now. The question I just meant is. Between words, Yu read www.uukangshu.com as if pressing harder towards Zhao Feng. Before she finished speaking, Zhao Feng directly raised her hand to interrupt her. Was still live broadcast, and Zhao Feng suddenly became interested. Glanced at the camera, Zhao Feng chuckled, if it were me, of course I would not. When the woman heard the words, a touch of surprise appeared on her face, and then eagerly asked again, Sir, you said you don't want to, why is this? Zhao Feng smiled upon hearing this. Then reached out and took out the wallet and shopping voucher from his trouser pocket. First, I don't have a girlfriend now. Second, I'm more willing to spend money on myself now. This is my shopping voucher just inside. You can take a look. Passing the shopping voucher to the woman, Zhao Feng said meaningfully, Mr. Zweig wrote in, Queen of the Decapitated, she was too young at that time to know all the gifts given by fate, she had already secretly bid for it. Price. After a short pause, Zhao Feng continued, this sentence, I give to all girls who watch the live broadcast, there are indeed too many beautiful things in this world. Once you can't resist the temptation, you may be facing the abyss. Say it. Zhao Feng smiled gracefully. Then strode towards the exit of the mall. Behind him, the woman and her cameraman were both stunned. Perhaps Zhao Feng's performance was too perfect, and many praises of Zhao Feng appeared on the barrage of the live broadcast interface. Wow. Handsome guy is so stylish. Bujiu Mingli. Educated. Educated. Mom, I'm in love again. Upstairs, look at your profile picture, as if you are a man. Such a handsome little brother, I really want to go up and ask for a contact information. Chapter 12 Slaps come too fast like a tornado. Looking at the live broadcast interface in his hand, the audience kept popping up barrage of praise Zhao Feng. The woman suddenly became upset. The surroundings she had just looked at chose Zhao Feng, because she thought that Zhao Feng might be a rather drunk boy, but she didn't expect him to be so witty, so Zhao Feng was directly hit in the face. Suddenly, she thought. Looked at the live camera and showed everyone the shopping voucher that Zhao Feng left her just now. Then he said proudly, "Audience friends, I watched this man specially just now." Although he took out the shopping voucher, he didn't carry anything with him. If he came by car, then the car must be parked under the mall. The parking lot, but instead of going to the underground parking lot, he left directly from the gate of the mall, which shows that this shopping voucher must not be his own, and maybe it is not necessarily picked up on the road. After listening to her analysis, many fans who like to watch her live are convinced. Divided into two parties on the barrage for a time, one supporting Zhao Feng and the other supporting this woman. After seeing this situation, the woman smiled with satisfaction and glanced at the direction where Zhao Feng had left. She hurriedly stepped forward, chasing in the direction where Zhao Feng had left, and said, "Then let us follow along and see if the man just now is really what the anchor said." She ran out of the mall with the cameraman. Just saw Zhao Feng strolling towards the parking spot not far away. Zhao Feng approached his BMW HP4 and noticed the security guards who were watching him. Fortunately, after having mobile payment, I am used to carrying my wallet. There is not much cash in the wallet, exactly 1,000 yuan, which Zhao Feng prepared specially for fear of sudden emergency. When I saw the three security guards so dedicated, Zhao Feng withdrew this $1,000 from the wallet, walked to the three of them and handed the money to the head of the security guard. "Thank you, three." When talking, the faint smile on Zhao Feng's face made the security guards feel like a spring breeze. Zhao Feng got on the bike and was about to leave. At this time, the female anchor and her cameraman also rushed over. A few security guards just received the consumption that Zhao Feng handed over, and immediately showed it. The two security guards directly raised their hands to stop the woman and the cameraman, and their eldest brother yelled, "What are you doing?" When Zhao Feng heard the movement, he looked back and found that it was the feminist anchor. He decisively returned to move the BMW HP4 and rode away. And when the female anchor saw Zhao Feng riding away, she suddenly felt that she had guessed right. The other party was obviously fleeing now, so the reaction was not normal. S mouth is like a cannon, and said towards the camera lens, "Dear viewers, you see, I said that this person is a dick, and there are still people who come out on motorcycles these days." Then, she held up the microphone for a quarter of an hour and looked at the security guard. "Brother security guard, did the men tip you just now and ask you to stop me?" A few security guards are dumbfounded. What a came up. The two security guards who stopped the people both looked at their elder brother. The slightly older security guard smiled disdainfully. "Don't talk nonsense if you have long hair and short knowledge. The gentleman just tipped because we were here to help him take care of the car. Why are there still people riding this here? The motorcycle comes out, do you know how much that car is? BMW PH4, a global limited edition of 750, more than 2 million. Go back the motorcycle. Can you afford it?" After that, the older security guard waved to the two younger brothers, "Let's go." 3 security guards leave. Left the female anchor and her cameraman stunned. They were choked by a few security guards. The female anchor's first thought was that these security guards were colluding with each other, but they wanted to say it, but they couldn't. Because the security guards all told the model of the motorcycle, if it is fake, they can find it on the internet. So, that means the security guard did not lie. But, she never thought that there would be a motorcycle that could sell for 2 million, and there would be people willing to buy it. In the barrage of the live broadcast interface, there are actually some big guys who can see it a bit, but they are afraid of being sprayed by water friends when they say it. Now I saw that the security guard took the lead. One by one, they also rushed to send out barrage. Slapped in the face too fast, like a tornado. I just looked at it and felt like it was a BMW HP4, but I'm not sure. Same upstairs. Sleeped. Trash anchor. The anchor can't tell whether he is rich or handsome or a with his eyesight. I'll call this husband respect first. The cowhide anchor, who used the golden thighs as dicks, slipped away. For a time, nearly a third of the audience in the live broadcast room was lost. The attention of short video platform has also decreased a lot. Not to mention the regret of the female anchor. Zhao Feng rode slowly into the road. But in the flow of traffic, even if there is no traffic jam, it will not be much faster. The short journey home took nearly 20 minutes. This is a bit too much. Returned home and parked the car in the underground garage. Take the elevator to the first floor. Zhao Feng walked out of the elevator and found Wang Cheng. Explained that he will be given clothes for him in a moment, and ask him to bring them up. This was sent by Wang Cheng. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com took the elevator back home. In the elevator, Zhao Feng recalled that when he was responding to the street visit just now, this pretender was still quite beautiful. It is worthwhile to write down the words of Zweig on the force. Decisively give yourself a like. When I got home, I checked the time and forgot to eat something casually outside. Looking at the inventory at home, the refrigerator is horrible. Except for some snacks and drinks such as potato chips and happy water, there are some fruits left, and there are not even a few bags of instant noodles. Went back to the sofa and turned on the TV, and it happened to be the commercial of Kim. Looked at the golden chicken drumsticks on the screen, and decisively chose the top family bucket. Seeing that there are a lot of them, I shouldn't be able to eat it, and even eat it at night. This day, it can be considered a flower, the province will save it. Arranged his lunch. Nothing to do in the afternoon. Are you going to the gym? Still playing games at home? After hesitating, Zhao Feng decided to go to the gym. After all, there are still beautiful girls in the gym. Soon, Zhao Feng had just picked up the takeout from Jean Mumen. Before eating, Wang Qing took the Zegna store to deliver clothes and went upstairs. Zhao Feng took a look. Isn't this the two female salesmen before? Let them enter the house one by one. Suddenly a platform popped up on both sides of the wall behind the door of the house, on which two pairs of shoe covers were placed. This sudden movement frightened the two sisters. Zhao Feng was also attracted by the scenery in front of him. Cough cough, it seems that the gap in their chests is a bit bigger than in the morning. Chapter 13 The exhaustion and loneliness of a person. Led them into the room, and the two sales ladies offered to tell Zhao Feng that these clothes would be arranged in the cloakroom. Zhao Feng just happened to be too lazy to wash his hands. He got oil on his hands when he opened the family bucket just now. Watch them put out suits and shoes all the way. Especially when they bend over to put their shoes. The peach buttocks curled up are quite attractive against the black silk and professional wear. Fortunately, Zhao Feng was determined, and only then did he escape the two little fairies. Before they left, Zhao Feng listened to them saying the reason for leaving the phone calls of the two girls. One said that it was to guarantee after-sales clothing and shoes for Zhao Feng. Another said that he can recommend some outfits. Zhao Feng shook his head secretly. Just blow it. Gave away two young women or sister papers. Zhao Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Could it be that these two also gluttonous themselves? Alas. There is no way to be too handsome. Just raised his hand and touched his face narcissistically. The grunting in his stomach reminded Zhao Feng to eat. I simply ate something in the restaurant. The serving size of a bucket for the whole family was really funny. Zhao Feng ate a lot, and more than half was left. Stuffed the rest into the refrigerator. Zhao Feng wanted to watch a movie. I leaned on the sofa and watched, not knowing when I fell asleep. Almost an hour passed. Zhao Feng only woke up in a daze, glanced at the phone. The family group, his mother, and a few aunts and aunts were chatting happily. The group of classmates is also very lively. It seems that a few licking dogs are vying to invite a certain sister to dinner. Zhao Feng glanced at and put down the phone without interest. Looking at the darkened screen on the opposite side, Zhao Feng decisively threw his dozing pot to the movie. What is this, Big Wish? Compared with the original version, although there are some laughs, it is obviously far from the overall level. Besides, I think the original version is reasonable. My wish before I die is to find a girlfriend. Snake disease. Why not break chew? MMP. Chanted for a while. Zhao Feng looked at the time, early in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. At this time, why not go to the gym for some exercise? Thinking about it, I need to take the elevator to go to the gym, and it's too much trouble to go back and forth. I might as well exercise at home. Call the coach Lu Ruoxin Lu and make an appointment after the workout tomorrow morning. Zhao Feng walked to the gym at home. After half an hour, after reducing the amount of training yesterday by 1/3, Zhao Feng walked out of the gym with ease. As expected, yesterday's training was overdone. Be sure to discuss with Coach Lu tomorrow. I found Zhao Feng, who was on the street, and sat in front of the computer in the gaming room. Open the game. Sure enough, this afternoon is really a pleasant one. Sat in the gaming chair for 3 or 4 hours. The temperature at home was just right, but Zhao Feng still sweated a lot. Although it is now November. But the temperature in the Magic City in November is good. Feeling greasy, Zhao Feng took a shower decisively. In the evening, I continued to eat the family bucket that was not finished at noon. Family bucket, when I didn't pay attention, I didn't feel that these 3 words were a little bit heartbreaking. After feeding his stomach, Zhao Feng was inadvertently attracted by the scenery outside the window. The night is clear, and a bright moon hangs above the sky. The high-rise buildings in the distance are shining with colorful neon lights. Zhao significantly feasted outside. Various lights shined on the shimmering surface of the river. Found that the presence of lights obscured another moon in the water. Looking at this scene, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit tired and lonely. This feeling has nothing to do with a person's wealth. When Zhao Feng was stuck in life's adversity before, Zhao Feng would have the same feeling. It's just that it's not as frequent now as before. Take back his eyes. A wry smile flicked from the corner of his mouth. When did he become so sad and sad? Pick up the phone and open WeChat. I looked at the family group named Family with Each Other, with over 99 plus news accumulated. Click to start a group chat. The first thing I saw was the decoration photos sent by my father and mother. Decoration photo. Wait, click on the photo, and watch my dad smile happily in his dirty work clothes. Zhao Feng can't guess how dad and mom are using the money they have called them to start decorating a new house. Originally, when the 2 elders and myself had a 10,000 yuan down payment, they told myself that there were only more than 5,000 left in the family, and they could not be renovated temporarily, but Zhao Feng could not go back for 1 or 2 years. The decoration can be almost ready in the year. Zhao Feng clicked on and chatted with the 3 groups of parents. After thinking about it, he sent a message, Dad. Mom. I think you have renovated the house. The money I gave you is for you to spend, so don't worry about decorating the house. After a while, my dad replied with a voice, Your mom and I know it, but you bought a house in Magic City. Your mom and I wondered if this house could not be vacant. Simply renovate and rent it out. My mother also replied, I bought this house too. If you rent it out, you can save some mortgages, and it won't cost much to renovate. After listening to you, the second old man, Zhao Feng finally felt relieved. However, I thought that the house I bought this time was nearly 20 square meters larger than the original one. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com is also somewhat looser, so Zhao Feng said, Dad. Mom. If you don't decorate your new house, you will live in a new house and rent out the old house, otherwise. It would be a pity that the new house is rented out. My dad didn't speak this time, so my mom replied first, Oh, wherever we live, the price of a new house will be higher. Dad took the stubbornly, yes. Besides, here in the old house, the neighbors around are used to getting along with each other. Your mother and I are not used to changing places. Zhao Feng still wants to persuade. After all, there is a network now, and it is convenient to connect. Besides, the new house is still an elevator room, not the current staircase room. Even though Zhao Feng said more, the second old man still insisted. In the end, I really couldn't persuade him, so Zhao Feng had to wait for a while before going home. Actually, Zhao Feng also thought about going home in the past few days. But Zhao Feng is also afraid that his father and mother will advertise the news of his own money. When the time comes, his father and mother will prepare a blind date together. Thinking about that scene, Zhao Feng felt that he couldn't bear it. End the chat with my father and mother. Clicked on the high school classmate group and glanced at the content of the group chat. Sure enough, some people are pretending to be compared, some are licking dogs, and some are pretending to be reserved sisters. I wanted to chat with them, but when I saw these contents, I suddenly felt boring. Looked up and wanted to take a drink from the water glass, but by the way, he saw the BMW HP4 car key that he put on the coffee table casually. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of it. Put the key on the coffee table casually, took a picture, and Zhao Feng directly sent it to Moments. With text, does anyone know what key this is? Chapter 14, A Guide to the Overbearing President's TV Drama Costume Ratio. After posted, Zhao Feng went to the thermostat to get a bottle of Hennessy. There was a long list of French behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng could not understand, but he could see the final 700 milliliters. However, according to Zhao Feng, he has seen some overbearing CEO TV series, and he also knows that it is brandy. Open the cap of the bottle. Sniff the taste of the bottle mouth. The smell of brandy is obviously complicated in the nose of someone who has never smelled Zhao Feng before. Floral, fruity, creamy, and even a touch of oak. May have a more detailed taste, but even a novice myself can't smell it. Got up and went to the refrigerator to get some ice cubes. Zhao Feng poured some wine in the glass, and then put an ice cube in it. I checked it on the internet, and it was basically no problem to do it myself. Picked up the wine glass, let the temperature of the palm slowly melt the ice in the glass. After a while, Zhao Feng held the wine glass and took a sip. As the liquor assimilated by the temperature of the ice cube slowly flows into the mouth, the initial feeling is a touch of coldness. Then, the liquor was warmed up, and the aroma began to burst slowly in the mouth. At the beginning, the aroma is strong when it bursts out, and then it gradually becomes mellow. At this time, the aroma of the wine is very mellow and can stay in the mouth for a long time. Zhao Feng deliberately checked it out, and some big guys gave a suggestion that after drinking a sip of brandy, you can drink a little ice water to refresh your mouth, so that the taste of the next sip of brandy will be more mellow than the previous one. Decisively give a compliment to the big guy. Zhao Feng said that he has learned it. There are not a lot of liquors in the wine cabinet. Most of the wine cabinet is filled, and the remaining space seems to be waiting for Zhao Feng to fill it up himself. For brandies like Hennessy, there are 7 brands including Remy Martin, Napoleon, and Camus. Zhao Feng deliberately checked them one by one and found that the 7 top brands of cognac were all listed. There are 7 or 8 bottles of each type, and several of them are specially marked with the word collection. This bottle in hand is relatively ordinary. There are 5 or 6 bottles in the cabinet below. In addition to brandy, there are other red wines, such as Lafite, Latour, Romani Conti, Margaux, Mouton, etc., which are all red wines produced by the world's top wineries. Zhao Feng also looked up interestingly to see if there is the legendary 82-year-old Lafite in the area where Lafite is located. Unfortunately, Lafite in 1982 does not exist, but there are a few bottles of 2000, as well as 96 and 1986 bottles. Without 82 years, Zhao Feng has lost interest. Simply go back and drink Hennessy. While drinking, he glanced at the scenery outside the window from time to time. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng now feels that he is quite full. No wonder there is always a scene in the TV dramas of overbearing presidents. Night falls, the overbearing president dressed in a neat suit holds a wine glass with brandy in his right hand, puts his left hand in his trouser pocket, and looks out the window with melancholy eyes. Is simply a qualified outfit ratio guide. Thinking like this, Zhao Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Unknowingly, when he recovered, he announced that he had drunk nearly a third. This bottle is 700 milliliters, and 1/3 of it is about half a caddy. Almost reached Zhao Feng's amount. Cover the wine bottle. Zhao Feng got up and picked up the phone, walked slowly back to the bedroom. Fell on the bed and slammed his body heavily on the soft big bed. After a while, there was a slight grunt in the room. With the sound of snoring, the curtain slowly dropped and gathered under the operation of the residential smart housekeeper. Was muted by Zhao Feng and turned off the vibrating cell phone. At this time, the screen keeps shining because of receiving WeChat messages. Zhao Feng's circle of friends is not complicated. Among them are classmates, colleagues from the former company, and relatives and friends. Of course, not counting the last company, all colleagues in that company were directly blackmailed by Zhao Feng with a complicated mood. So, these people basically portray Zhao Feng's social circle. In addition to the news received by Zhao Feng's WeChat, Zhao Feng's circle of friends also became lively. Maybe Zhao Feng, who was drunk, did not reply. As the night darkened, the phone went quiet. The next day, early in the morning, Zhao Feng woke up from his sleep. Habitually took the phone and looked at the time, November 17, 19, at 6:12. Got it. Woke up early again. What? Suddenly noticed the WeChat logo on the top of the phone screen. Zhao Feng unlocked the phone, clicked on WeChat, and suddenly saw that more than a dozen people on WeChat had sent messages to him. Casually clicked on a college classmate, "Brother Cowhide, now I'm buying a car." This buddy is called Ni Kuan, and he has a good relationship with Zhao Feng. Looking at the next few words from him, the words are full of sincere praise. Zhao Feng smiled, and then went back. "I drank too much yesterday without knowing it, and I was lying on the bed without paying attention to the news." After returning, Zhao Feng remembered that it was only 6 o'clock, this early morning disturbing dreams. Exit the chat interface decisively and look at other people's messages. Casually replied, dealt with it again, and then clicked on moments. The first thing I saw was the comments of my parents. "BMW you bought, people say that Mercedes-Benz is of better quality." But seeing that my parents didn't send me private messages, I probably knew that I had money in my hands, and buying a car was nothing. But other students and colleagues. Ni Kuan, "Oh, the car is good." Zhou Hang, "BMW still has this car key." Zhu Xiaohu, "My BMW key is not like this." Li Yiming, "Yes, brother." There are many comments behind. Zhao Feng glanced around, and was too lazy to reply. It was nothing more than someone boasted and someone stepped on it. Those who praise people are friends who have a good relationship. As for those words that are sour or disdainful, they just name them and say, "You are pretending to compare." These 4 words are not seen. The good lemon essence of others is the classmate and colleague who can't deal with it. Or someone who has money at home and feels that his position as a rich person is threatened by Zhao Feng. In fact, for those who ridicule themselves, the lemon essence is easy to say, just don't deal with it. But those classmates and colleagues, when Zhao Feng added them, for the classmates, naturally they wanted to leave a thought for their youth, while the colleagues added it because of work. So Zhao Feng can ignore them. As for those rich second-generation rich people who feel good about themselves, Zhao Feng doesn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He can't even see the BMW motorcycle keys. They are also called rich second-generation and rich people. 2a. After returning to the circle of friends for my father, mother, and a few people who have a good relationship. Ignore those who speak badly. Didn't plan to interact with them anymore, and even gave them a hammer. Zhao Feng got up to wash. Although I didn't do anything when I drank yesterday, I still feel a little alcoholic. As expected, after a good wash, I feel much refreshed. Looked at the ingredients in the kitchen. I bought some eggs and bread slices for convenience. What I want is to eat omelette in the morning. I baked a few slices of bread and fried 2 eggs. Maybe because of a good mood, Zhao Feng feels that his cooking skills have improved a lot. Zhao Feng used to be at home by himself, and it was not that he had never cooked breakfast by himself, and he even cooked his own meals frequently, so he could save money by cooking himself. It was relatively clean. Chapter 15 A Chance Encounter with Lu Tianxian. While eating breakfast, it suddenly occurred to me that I have not signed in today. Sign in silently. Congratulations to the host for getting 1 million cash. After the system prompt, the phone vibrated. Your bank card account with the end number 6427 will receive 1 million yuan at 7:32 on November 3rd, and the current balance will be 3,493,145.88 yuan, ICBC. Zhao Feng hasn't spent much money in this period of time. The 200,000 that I spent on my family is only nearly 300,000. Plus the property fee, that's 500,000 yuan. The money that was spent on buying clothes yesterday is considered a big deal here by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that the day he got the system seemed to coincide with a certain Treasure's Double 11 shopping festival. MMP. Could it be that God also thinks that he is too pitiful to be single, so he gives himself such a compensation? Look at the 7-digit bank card balance on the phone. The corners of Zhao Feng's mouth were slightly raised. Zhao Feng immediately put the fried egg and the remaining slice of bread into his mouth. Now, my own money is completely enough to take down both the Audi A7 and Audi R8. Maybe, Zhao Feng feels that if he signs in for a while, he can save millions or tens of millions, and then buy those Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren and other supercars. But first, Zhao Feng needs a car now. Rather than the BMW HP4, of course, Zhao Feng also likes the BMW HP4 very much, but this is not the reason to insist on cycling and drinking Northwest Wind after the winter has entered. Yes, when riding a bike, I can indeed ride faster, but why do I have to toss myself? Is it bad to have money to buy a car? Doesn't it smell? What's more, when I watched the movie, Iron Man, before, Zhao Feng was directly fanned by Tony's big silver grey R8. Later, Zhao Feng saw the Audi A7 by chance. The appearance of the suit thug made Zhao Feng cry out, "I love it." This is why Zhao Feng still insists on buying these two cars. When Zhao Feng went to see the car last time, he knew the prices of the two cars. Audi A7 is priced from 570,000 to 700,000, and Audi R8 is priced from 1.95 million to 2.35 million. It was just over 3 million in total. Last time, Zhao Feng had less than 2.8 million in his hands, so he didn't even think about it. Is different now, but now I am quite energetic. Walked out of the house carrying the helmet, and when he walked into the elevator, he looked at the inner wall of the elevator where a clear figure was reflected on the opposite side, and noticed the thick smile on his face. This seems a bit too happy. Ahem. With a light cough, Zhao Feng narrowed his smile, leaving only the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay. This is just right. Narcissistically stroked his chin. But suddenly felt the elevator start to slow down. Glanced at the elevator, someone on the 18th floor pressed the stairs. When the elevator stopped, as the elevator door opened, a beautiful voice appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Fluttering long hair is a pretty face that is mostly blocked by sunglasses. The pink coat looks very charming, and it shows her beautiful figure. Hey. Seems to be the national fairy Lu Yifei. She actually lives here. Zhao Feng glanced twice, but staring at others, it didn't seem very polite. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Feng couldn't help but glanced at the bag Lu Tianxian was carrying. Going out early in the morning, don't know if it's filming or going to the studio. Thoughts drifted a lot. Zhao Feng now still remembers how he gritted his teeth after seeing Lu Tianxian and a certain Goryo stick. Recalling that he had made a certain oath naively, Zhao Feng burst into laughter. After seeing Lu Tianxian and the Korean stick gossip, Zhao Feng did swear in his heart, in the future, he must find a Korean girl to find this place. It is a pity that the ambitions of the year have long been polished by the pressure of life after graduation. The sound of Zhao Feng's sudden laugh is very obvious in the elevator. Standing in front, Lu Tianxian, who was facing the elevator door, naturally heard it. She wanted to turn her head back and reprimand the other party, but thinking of her identity, the other party also lives here, and the family should also be worth a lot of money. If it gets into trouble, it will be bad. So Lu Tianxian had to endure watching the elevator fall. After Zhao Feng laughed, he noticed his gaffe converged in her voice, her expression turned serious, until the underground parking lot. Zhao Feng did not talk to Fairy Lu. Zhao Feng noticed that Lu Tianxian's body was shaking a while ago, and he obviously noticed where he had lost his temper just now, so he went up and hit the nail 100% at this time. She also lives here anyway, let's talk about it later. As the elevator stopped steadily, Lu Tianxian walked out of the elevator directly. With the sound of da-da-da, high heels touching the ground, Lu Tianxian gradually walked away. Watching the other person leave, Zhao Feng also walked to his parking spot. Just walked to the parking space, a red Ferrari pulled out from a parking space not far away. Looking at the driving position, Zhao Feng confirmed that this is Lu Tianxian's car, and the price of a Ferrari 458 is about 4 to 5 million yuan. It is also a classic supercar. Watching Ferrari's scarlet taillights go away, Zhao Feng stepped onto his BMW HP4, put on his helmet and gloves. Zhao Feng is holding the handlebars and twisting the throttle slightly. With the sound of boom, BMW HP4 quickly drove out of the parking space, www.yuukangsha.com out of the underground garage, all the way to the Audi 4S shop. There are many Audi 4S stores in Magic City. Among them, the closest to Thompson Epine is the Audi 4S store on Zhangyang Road. 7.5 kilometers away, luckily there were no red lights along the way. 29 minutes, it was just half an hour after stopping and turning off. This 4S shop is like many 4S shops, the exhibition hall is about 2 floors high. On the right side of the exhibition hall is a large parking lot. There are some buildings around the parking lot. It is a car company called Yongtai. In addition to the Audi logo at the top of the exhibition hall, there is also a logo that belongs to Volkswagen. Zhao Feng glanced at it and skipped it directly. Putting the helmet on the handlebar, Zhao Feng strode directly towards the exhibition hall. It's actually just early 9 o'clock in the morning. So, the salesman in the showroom can be said to have just started work. At the counter opposite to the gate of the exhibition hall, two girls in black professional suits smiled and bowed slightly, and welcomed them. "Our shop welcomes you." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded towards them. The polite thing has always been mutual, so even if the other party is only two sales in this exhibition hall. Around there are two other sales scattered on both sides of the exhibition hall. The rest of the sales have just finished carting and are still changing clothes. It can be said that when Zhao Feng came in just now, it seemed that they got stuck in order to get to work. The salesperson behind the counter seemed to be far away from the colleagues on both sides, so he had to walk out in person with a standard smile on his face and said, "Sir, I don't know what car you want to see when you come here so early." Chapter 16 Buy a car. Zhao Feng heard the words and smiled and said, "I have seen A7 and R8 before. So today's goal is them." The sales girl's eyes lit up upon hearing the words. In fact, she doesn't know why someone will come to see the car so early today, but because of her experience, people who come to see the car so early and actively have a strong desire to buy a car in all likelihood. If they have the financial conditions, they should be able to become one. Single. And now Zhao Feng has clearly pointed out his goal, and can basically announce that as long as the price is right, he will pick up the car today. Although Zhao Feng mentioned the A7 and R8 cars, the sales girl made an estimate in her heart. Even if this handsome guy can't buy the R8, then the A7 conditions should be available. So, the smile on his face suddenly became more sincere than before. Took a close look at Zhao Feng's face, and it faintly sounded as if he had been there a few days ago. "So," she said, "no wonder Mr. looks familiar. It seems that Mr. has been in love with our A7 and R8 for a long time." Zhao Feng thought that this sales girl said it was purely polite. Responded at will, "Oh. I didn't expect you to remember me." The sales girl looked at Zhao Feng's disapproval, and guessed that Zhao Feng thought she was just saying casually. In order to give this gentleman a better impression, she said in the image of Zhao Feng that she recalled, "Of course, sir, then one day you seemed to be wearing black trousers and a ripped jacket made of sky blue denim. I still remember that you didn't seem to ride a bike when you came here that day." When Zhao Feng heard the words, he glanced at the sales sister paper in surprise, and in retrospect, it seemed to be the case. It seems that this girl does have an impression of herself. Zhao Feng suddenly thought this was more interesting. He glanced at the girl and found that the girl looked good, and now she looks like 80% after putting on makeup. It seems that Miss Li's memory is really good. Nodded, Zhao Feng smiled. The sales girl's name is Li Haijing, and Zhao Feng also read the chest on the nameplate to know. The sales girl led Zhao Feng to the location of the A7. She glanced at Zhao Feng, whose eyes were all on the body, and said, "The Audi A7 is the new Audi A7 Sportback because of its aggressiveness, sports, and high performance. The high-quality craftsmanship and attractiveness combine elegance, dynamics, and personality to bring you an extraordinary driving experience. In addition, the Audi interconnection technology and a series of safety guarantee systems make the vehicle more maneuverable, comfortable, and security is more outstanding." As her feature film was over, Zhao Feng sat in the driver's seat and felt it. Li Haijing asked sensibly, "Sir, do you want to make an appointment for a test drive?" Zhao Feng, who shook the steering wheel, immediately raised his head and said, "No need." Li Haijing suddenly panicked when he heard the words. She thought that Zhao Feng was not satisfied with the car, so she didn't plan to buy it. Heard a sound like a natural sound. "Is there any silver gray in this car? I like that color." Hearing this, she immediately seemed to be holding a life-saving straw, and nodded quickly and said, "Of course there is silver gray A7. After hearing her confirmation, Zhao Feng pushed the door directly, got out of the car, and said, "Okay, this car, silver gray, wait for a credit card." Li Haijing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and hurriedly reached out to help Zhao Feng close the door. "Let's go take a look at the Audi R8 again." The two quickly walked to the area where the Audi R8 is located. After all, the Audi R8 is the top model among Audi's many models, and it is located in a special area. Zhao Feng looked at this obsidian-like sports car in front of him, with a handsome face. It was quite satisfied in my heart. Looked back at Li Haijing, and without waiting for her introduction, asked directly, "Is this car silver gray?" Li Haijing was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately replied, "Sir, the color of this car has foil silver and Suzuka gray, not silver gray." When Zhao Feng heard it, he was stunned. "There is no silver gray available in silver and gray." MMP, there are so many hammers for one color. Li Haijing saw Zhao Feng's reaction, and immediately knew in her heart that this person might not be very familiar with the color scheme of R8. So I quickly took out a color matching booklet from the side, opened the exterior and interior color matching, and motioned to Zhao Feng to take a look. Sir, you can take a look. Here are all the colors and the color matching effects. Zhao Feng took it and took a look, and decisively chose silver. Then the interior color matching also has two kinds of black and red. Zhao Feng prefers pure black. But Manhwa is out of stock. Zhao Feng had to choose the black and red interior color. After choosing, Zhao Feng directly waved his hand, only these two cars, swiped the card together. Li Haijing heard this and was shocked secretly. At first, he thought that this one could only make a single order, but now he bought an R8 together, which is really lavish. Thinking this way, Li Haijing hurriedly took Zhao Feng to the sofa in the lounge area, and then went to notify the manager to prepare the contract. Hurriedly poured Zhao Feng a cup of coffee with his own hands. Zhao Feng didn't feel much about Li Haijing's hospitality. But when the manager was preparing the contract, Zhao Feng took a test drive. Of course, this is fine. Accompanied by Li Haijing, Zhao Feng drove A7 and R8 in a circle. Zhao Feng's driver's license passed the freshman exam when he was in college. Although it's a long time ago, when he was at home, he could drive a circle of Dad's Volkswagen Passat from time to time. So the driving skills are still pass. After the 2 laps came down smoothly, Yu read www.yuyukanshu.com. Zhao Feng is more satisfied. These two cars really feel different when driving. The driving feeling of the A7 is a bit more exciting than the commercial models like the Audi A6, while the Audi R8 feels much purer, accompanied by the roar of exhaust, giving people it feels like a mechanical beast. During the test drive, Zhao Feng can be said to have no distractions. Li Haijing opened his neckline and didn't notice. After getting out of the car, Zhao Feng was paying attention, and casually reminded, "Miss Li, your collar button is opened." Li Haijing's face turned red when she heard this. In fact, she hesitated a while before accompanying Zhao Feng for a test drive, but finally such a rich and handsome man was in front of her. Li Haijing didn't hold on, and couldn't help but secretly untie her neckline. A button. Now Zhao Feng said, she naturally blushed. She thought that Zhao Feng was mocking and humiliating him, but when she noticed Zhao Feng's clean eyes and natural smile, she knew that Zhao Feng was indeed reminding herself that she had no other intentions. Buckled the button and followed Zhao Feng into the exhibition hall. At this time, the manager of the 4S shop has prepared the contract. The manager's surname is Zhang and his name is Heqiao. This is the time to buy a car, because Zhao Feng bought 2 cars at a time, and he specially gave a 0 discount. Directly erase the last 4 digits of the price of each car. That is to say, the Audi A7 TFSI exclusive price is 704,800 yuan and 700,000 yuan, and Audi R8 V10 Performance is 2,354,900 yuan and 2.35 million yuan. Adds up to 3.05 million. In addition, some car interior accessories and the like are given away. Actually, Zhao Feng didn't expect the discount, because if the discounts are too much, the value of these cars will decrease. Chapter 17 Fitness and Charm Theory. This discount is not a discount, but Zhao Feng doesn't matter. After all, I paid more than 3 million, which is not bad. After smoothly swiping the card, the manager Zhang Heqiao smiled like a chrysanthemum. He raised his hands and offered Zhao Feng's banking law. He only heard him say, "Mr. Zhao, you think you are driving away now? Wait a few days. Let's get the license plate again, or wait for a few days to get the license plate before coming to pick up the car." Listen to him. Zhao Feng glanced at the BMW HP4 outside the exhibition hall. Even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms today, I can't drive 3 cars without the clone technique. Zhao Feng simply said directly, "Manager Zhang, when I can pick up the car, try to be as fast as possible." Zhang Heqiao heard the words and hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao, today is the 17th. If you pick up the car, it will be no problem to come in the morning on the 20th. On the 20th, Zhao Feng nodded slightly, the time is not too long. Simply agreed directly, "Okay. Then I will come over in the morning on the 20th. After that, Zhao Feng was ready to clean up the contract and leave. Li Haijing beside was very winking and helped to pack it into a file bag. After was collected, Zhao Feng rode a BMW HP4 and left under the goodbye of everyone in the 4S shop. All the way home, cycling into the underground garage. Got off the car and checked the time. I spent almost 2 hours in the 4S shop just now. Directly sent a message to Wang Cheng, asking him to order a takeaway, and Zhao Feng directly took the elevator upstairs. After returning home, Zhao Feng put both car purchase contracts into the study. In the living room, I opened a movie and watched it for 20 minutes. The takeaway ordered by Wang Cheng was delivered. Had lunch, it was exactly 12 noon. After being free, Zhao Feng didn't know what to do for a while. I want to go to the gym to work out for a while, but I just ate a full meal. So I had to play games with salted fish all afternoon. Ahem, Zhao Feng also exercised for more than half an hour during this period, but the efficiency was obviously not comparable to when he was working out with Coach Lu in the gym. An ordinary day passed. Zhao Feng, who woke up from the bed, suddenly felt that his throat was dry and itchy. Quickly took a sip from the cup on the bedside table. I finally got a little better. Zhao Feng checked the time. Yesterday, he went to bed a little late, and it was already 7:30 to get up today. After breakfast, Zhao Feng made an appointment with Lu Ruoxin directly on WeChat. Set the exercise time at 9 o'clock. At today's sign-in, Zhao Feng is very solemn, and still hopes to be able to produce something special. It's a pity, it's another million in daily cash. Looking at the text message of the bank card on the mobile phone. I just spent 3.05 million yesterday, and today I received another 1 million, and the balance is more than 1.44 million. Zhao Feng is not dissatisfied. 1 million is money, not to mention having grain in his hand. Don't panic. After checking the time, Zhao Feng changed into sportswear, carried a sports backpack with him and went out. When Zhao Feng arrived at the gym in the clubhouse, it was exactly 9 o'clock. When he saw Lu Ruoxin, Zhao Feng could tell that Lu Ruoxin had been waiting. Stepped forward to say hello, and the two began to exercise today. After 2 hours, although there are occasional breaks in the middle, Zhao Feng is still tired and out of breath. Lying on the bench press platform, Zhao Feng panted for nearly a minute before getting up slowly. Seeing a smile in Lu Ruoxin's eyes, Zhao Feng smirked. Is my physical fitness like that kind of poor? When Lu Ruoxin heard the words, she made her pretty face, and said solemnly like a real coach, Mr. Zhao, you know that you are lazy when you go back. If you go fishing and drying the net twice in 3 days, you can't get the results. Do not blame me. Zhao Feng laughed again after hearing this. Haha. This thing, well. Starting today, I will come to exercise every day. Lu Ruoxin heard the words, a smile appeared on her face, and Zhao Feng was slightly taken aback when she looked at it. Feeling Zhao Feng's gaze, Lu Ruoxin's gaze dodged a bit, but then she averted her emotions. She gave Zhao Feng a white look, and said in a bad mood, I hope Mr. Zhao has the final say. After the exercise just now, Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin became familiar a lot. It's okay to make a harmless joke. After resting, Zhao Feng directly bid farewell to Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin watched Zhao Feng leave with a smile. There was also such a wave in my heart. Actually, girls like Lu Ruoxin work in this clubhouse attached to Thompson Epine, and the customers they see are expensive people. So, my eyes can't help but get much higher. So, just because she knows the female coaches in the club, 5 or 6 have unclear relationships with certain people. Of course, there are also people who are as clean and self-conscious as her, because her family conditions are good, and her family is in the Magic City, and her parents' work treatment is also good. She works here with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, so she naturally, it will not look like those female coaches who hook up with others. Perhaps, there is really a factor of beauty, because at least the age of the opposite who works out here will not be too young, a little younger, and you reading www.ukangsha.com may not be able to see yourself at home. So the appearance of Zhao Feng is indeed a good choice. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxin's face is hot. What is she thinking? Isn't it not necessarily because people don't like me? Converging her thoughts, Lu Ruoxin returned to her usual state. Zhao Feng didn't know that there was another girl who greeted her. In fact, from a personal point of view, what Zhao Feng does now is to enhance his charm. Even if I have money now, there may be many girls who show a good impression of themselves because of the money. Whether they are simply worshipping money, or because money adds charm to themselves. It seems to mean the same thing. Actually not. If you simply worship money, the rich are not themselves. They will also show their love when they become other rich people. But if money adds to their charm, at least they still have a basic charm. Even if this charm is not worth mentioning compared to the bonus that money brings. Therefore, Zhao Feng now feels that he also needs to improve his basic charm, so that the bonus from money becomes the icing on the cake. Walked slowly back to Thompson Epine. Greeted Wang Cheng, who was greeted by him. After he helped press the elevator, Zhao Feng nodded slightly to express his gratitude, then went straight upstairs and went home. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 43rd floor. Zhao Feng just wanted to raise his arm and press the elevator door button. Oh! The arm moved slightly, conveying a sense of sourness to Zhao Feng. Yes, it looks like this just after the practice today. Wouldn't it be a waste to wake up tomorrow? Chapter 18 Fitness Sequelae and Car Mentioning. The next day. Zhao Feng glanced at the date, it was already the 19th. Lying on the bed, Zhao Feng just thought of getting up. Just moved his arm, and the aches all over his body suddenly made Zhao Feng shudder in the back of his head. It took a long time for Zhao Feng to adapt to this intense sourness. The pain is particularly sore because of a slight movement, especially the arms and legs. Therefore, when I get up, I can only relax slowly. I dare not do any big moves. Excitement, too exciting. It seems that I was too much exercise yesterday. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and took a few slices of bread and a box of milk from the refrigerator, and took a bite. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Feng went to the gym at a slower rate than when he came back yesterday. Zhao Feng asked himself in his heart, why should he suffer this crime? But the answer Zhao Feng also knows that he who deserves to suffer has to suffer. There is a saying that goes well, the greatest sorrow of people is that people die and money is not spent. When Zhao Feng arrived at the gym. When Lu Ruoxin saw Zhao Feng's walking posture, she was immediately happy. The way she covered her mouth and smiled, making Zhao Feng involuntarily glance twice. Why are you laughing? Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxin silently. Lu Ruoxin also noticed that her laughter just now seemed inappropriate. If Zhao Feng complained to herself, she might have to be deducted from her salary. Ahem. Coughed lightly, Lu Ruoxin said solemnly, it looks like the amount of training yesterday was just right, Mr. Zhao, today we will follow yesterday's. Zhao Feng's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Fuck. If I practiced for a day like yesterday, I might not be able to climb tomorrow. Looked at Lu Ruoxin and said directly with a bitter face, Coach Lu, I have something to do tomorrow, so let's reduce the amount of training today. Lu Ruoxin heard the words. First of all she didn't believe it, but then after Zhao Feng started training, she confirmed Zhao Feng's physical condition. Yesterday, Zhao Feng's training did reach a limit. Although it would not cause a muscle strain, I really need to reduce the amount of training to recover. Zhao Feng finished the bench press and flat press, and also practiced dumbbells for a while. During the break, Lu Ruoxin took a bottle of Pulse. This supplementary strength is still good. As soon as Zhao Feng took a sip from the bottle, his arm suddenly felt delicate touch. Looking back, she saw Lu Ruoxin gently pinching her arms with her hands. Hey! Don't say, the sea is so comfortable. But is this bad? Zhao Feng widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ruoxin, who was massaging her head down. Hesitated for a moment before asking, Coach Lu, this is. Lu Ruoxin heard the words, looked up at Zhao Feng, and quickly said, a massage after exercise can relieve fatigue and soreness. After that, I don't know what she thought of, her face flushed in vain, and she lowered her head, don't think about it. Zhao Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. Had to look back, and honestly waited for Lu Ruoxin's massage to end. At 11:10, after the exercise, I once again enjoyed Lu Ruoxin's massage. When Zhao Feng went home, he found that he was much looser. On the way back, Zhao Feng realized that he had forgotten to sign in because he was sour. Silently read, sign in. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for earning 1 million. Yes, you know, it's another million. However, looking at the bank card balance increasing every day, Zhao Feng felt quite refreshed. After returning home, I was idle in the afternoon and it was all right. Zhao Feng played a game for a while and didn't know what was going on. In the whole afternoon, I used to think it was very fast, but now I always feel a little bored. Obviously, the game is also very fun, but why is this? Speaking of it, it's actually very simple. Although there are many players in games such as Chicken Eater and League of Legends, the former has many immortals and the latter Zhao Feng is not good at them. And these console games have no playmates. This is very annoying. Did Zhao Feng even think of when Lu Ruoxin massaged her arm in the morning? At that time, Zhao Feng suddenly recalled, could it be that he was a little tempted? In the evening, Zhao Feng brushed the circle of friends, only to see one more comment under the circle of friends he posted the other night. Is this the key to a BMW motorcycle? Hey! This person is quite discerning. Zhao Feng looked at the commenter, Chin Praruo. Chin Prajna. Zhao Feng searched for the name in his memory. The name is the name of a high school girl. Of course, don't get me wrong, she was not the school girl in the class. Is just a girl sitting in the front row of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng vaguely remembers Chin Praruo. Wore a school uniform all the year round, with neat bangs covering almost half of his face, plus a pair of black-rimmed glasses. The whole person looked somewhat old-fashioned. Zhao Feng even remembered how she looked when she secretly took off her glasses. Although I can't say ugly, it's definitely not pretty. They didn't know how to put on makeup, so they looked very pure. But it seems that her family is quite rich. In Zhao Feng's memory, she would change her mobile phone almost every semester. In high school, the classmates were not too influential. Even if the family had money, she and her classmates could still get together. And, it seems that there was a boy chasing her. Put away the memory. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Zhao Feng looked at the phone screen and clicked on Chin Praruo's comment. Then went back to equals and said, the eyes are good. Maybe she didn't see it. Zhao Feng closed WeChat, watched the movie, took out the Hennessy that hadn't finished drinking the previous 2 days, and had a drink while watching the movie. Before the movie was finished, Zhao Feng drank slightly. Go to bed honestly. When I woke up the next day. Just over 7 o'clock. Yesterday I told Lu Ruoxin that I would go to exercise in the afternoon. In the morning, I am going to pick up the car. This time, Zhao Feng took his driver's license. After walking out of Thompson Epine, he took a taxi and went directly to the Audi 4S shop. Looking at the silver-gray Audi A7 in front of him, Zhao Feng was quite satisfied. But, what about the Audi R8? Zhao Feng looked at the manager Zhang Heqiao and gave him a questioning look. Zhang Heqiao is also very difficult. The only silver Audi R8 in stock in the company was driven away by the chairman of the board. Or just after checking the inventory 2 days ago. Zhang Heqiao still remembers the whole process of talking with the chairman of the board. According to the chairman's son, let Zhang Heqiao prevaricate Zhao Feng, and then waited for 3 or 5 days to play the Audi R8, then sent the car back directly, washed it, and adjusted the gauges by the way. After changing the tires, it was still brand new. Is it? Zhang Heqiao wanted to call the chairman at the time, but neither of the 2 phone calls got through. I called the secretary of the chairman and learned that the chairman had gone to Saipan for a trip, and the chairman's son took this opportunity to drive to Jinling. Therefore, Zhang Heqiao is full of bitterness now. Chapter 19 BMW still has motorcycles. Although Zhao Feng noticed the change in Zhang Heqiao's face, he didn't think too much. Just casually asked, why, there is a problem with the car. Zhang Heqiao heard the words and hurriedly denied, no problem. Just need to call back the car from Jinling, plus the license, it will take a few days. Zhang Heqiao has nothing to do, now he can only chase the car back first, and then do a thorough cleaning, it should be no problem. It is a pity that his thoughts were all broken in the next sentence Zhao Feng said. I only heard Zhao Feng say faintly, I don't care what the problem is with the car. Since I have paid, I will see my car. It seems that I can't see it today. But it doesn't matter, I will transport it to Thompson Epine. Just fine. Understand. Listening to Zhao Feng's plain voice, Zhang Heqiao felt the strong pressure in vain, especially the 4 words, Thompson Epine. Their company boss also has tens of millions of assets, but all the net worth is nothing but a Thompson first-class apartment. That's it. A layer of perspiration oozing out of Zhang Heqiao's forehead was translucent under the lights in the exhibition hall, and it was called a cool wow. The sales girls around them all quietly didn't dare to talk more. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of some people. Thompson first product. There is no other mansion in the center of the Magic City. Zhao Feng glanced at Zhang Heqiao, and saw that he didn't speak, and he didn't bother to tell him more. Anyway, the car purchase contract has been signed. If he can't hand over the car, then take legal means. Zhang Heqiao was also stupefied by the words, Thompson Epine. After more than 10 seconds, he recovered and hurriedly bent over to apologize. Mr. Zhao, your car may indeed take some time because of the inventory. We inspected the car and found a trace of wear marks, so we are retuning the car for you. I hope you will be forgiving in time. Zhao Feng nodded after hearing this. Was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, got up and walked directly in front of the Audi A7, opened the door, started the car directly, and drove out of the 4S shop. Because it is a new car, Zhao Feng got used to it and drove smoothly. It's just that there is a taste unique to a new car in the carriage. However, it is acceptable to smell it myself. After Zhao Feng got in the car, Zhang Heqiao took the salesman to the door in a hurry. Zhang Heqiao breathed a sigh of relief when he could not see Zhao Feng's tail light. Let alone those men and women salesmen. A female saleswoman looked at Zhang Heqiao curiously. Manager, don't Curry still have a silver Audi R8? Zhang Heqiao heard this, and suddenly said, yes, there was before, now it's gone. Although he also wanted to find someone to complain about the company's unreliable brother, but because of the saying that his family ugliness should not be publicized, he still wants to continue to do it, so now Zhang Heqiao is anxious to see if he can find a relationship with others. The company will discuss it and change or buy a car. Zhang Heqiao hurriedly ran to the office to contact the company managers. Behind him, the employees are talking about it. A pretty girl looks at Zhao Feng's departure direction with her eyes and peachy heart. Why did I change clothes back then? If I am here, maybe this rich, handsome guy is mine. A female salesperson who has a good relationship with her next to her smiled disdainfully. Let's pull it down. When they came over that day, they were riding a motorcycle. No one thought they had money at home. At this time, a male salesman came over. Motorcycle? What motorcycle? After hearing the words of a salesperson next to him, he remembered that he took 2 photos at the time and sent them to the WeChat group. As a result, the man was surprised when he saw the sales. Fuck. This motorcycle is BMW. The cheapest. It's 50,000 to 60,000, and the better ones are 3 to 4 million. Can't you see the BMW logo? The girl who sent the photo heard the words and said in surprise, BMW still has motorcycles. Male sales. Drove to the door of Thompson Epine. Zhao Feng pressed his horn, and the security staff at the door saw this car that had never been here before. There is no Audi in the community. But they have never seen this car. The 2 security guards came over and checked. When they saw that it was Zhao Feng, they hurriedly waved inside. The railing rose. Zhao Feng just drove in the door, and a property came to the side of the road. Please gently raise your hand to stop it. After registering the vehicle information, Zhao Feng drove into the underground garage. Parked the Audi A7 next to the BMW HP4 in the garage. Getting out of the car, Zhao Feng raised his hand to support his chin and looked at the A7 in front of him, still very satisfied. Take the elevator down to the 43rd floor. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Zhao Feng saw a slender figure wearing a white sheep woolen coat walking quickly towards here. After all, those who live in the same building are all neighbors. Zhao Feng reached out and pressed the elevator door button. Lu Tianxian didn't expect to meet Zhao Feng again today. After entering the elevator, she remembered that the guy who helped press the key laughed at herself a few days ago. However, out of courtesy of a public figure, after a moment of silence, the elevator of Yu reading www.ukavangsha.com reached the 18th floor. After opening the door, before getting off the elevator, she said, "Thank you just now." After all, she got off the elevator directly. Zhao Feng smiled softly when he heard the words, "Are the stars a bit arrogant?" As the elevator doors closed, Zhao Feng quickly reached his floor. After returning home, Zhao Feng felt a little more comfortable. After all, it is almost December now. Madu is different from the north. There is no heating here, and the temperature in the house generally depends on air conditioning. Just like indoors and outdoors, the cold outside is wet and cold. It is better if there is air conditioning in the room, and it is cold without air conditioning. Is like Zhao Feng's home. Except for the central air conditioner, every room has a set of air conditioners. The temperature is adjusted by the house's intelligence. So basically every time Zhao Feng returns home, the home is very warm. Zhao Feng wanted to drive out for a stroll in the afternoon, but in the afternoon he made an appointment with Lu Ruoxin to go to the gym. If you slip the car, you can only arrange it later. Moreover, it is said that my BMW PH4 should also be ridden for a stroll, but the body is sore for fitness these days, which may affect the handling when riding and is unsafe. The first phase of training seems to last for half a month. After this period of time, the amount of training will be more targeted, instead of practicing everywhere as it is now. At that time, riding or driving should be safer. Guru. There was a soft sound in the stomach, and the hunger passed from the stomach to the mind. Zhao Feng decisively picked up the phone and ordered a slightly spicy one at a spicy hot pot store in the Meituan collection. Originally, Zhao Feng wanted to order garlic, but when he thought of going to exercise in the afternoon, he changed it to slightly spicy taste. After all, a mouthful of garlic smells bad. Chapter 20 Super Running Spree. In the afternoon, compared with Zhao Feng's leisurely trip to the gym, Audi 4S store manager Zhang Heqiao felt his head bald again. He has contacted his own network, but there are a few Audi R8s that can be found, but the colors are not consistent. There are also people who wonder why Zhang Heqiao is so impatient. Isn't it just a car? Why are you still flustered? Zhang Heqiao also has misery. Can't be found in my own network. Immediately called the general manager again. When the general manager of Yongtai Automobile Company received a call from Zhang Heqiao in the morning, he was also very upset, but he felt that it was not difficult to do. If the silver Audi R8 cannot be found, then the other color car in the garage should not be changed. It's just a new car, no way. The reason why he didn't take it seriously was because he didn't listen to Zhang Heqiao's call in the morning. But, this time Zhang Heqiao called and Sun Yayu, general manager of Yongtai Automobile Company, heard Zhang Heqiao say that Zhao Feng wanted them to send the car to Thompson Epine. The whole person was blinded instantly. Why didn't you talk on the phone this morning? Sun Yayu recovered and asked angrily on the phone. I said it. Zhang Heqiao's face turned black when he heard the words, MMP, it's not like that when you shake the pot. Sun Yayu thinks about it, he seems to have heard it, but at that time, he seemed to be patronizing the secretary's beautiful scenery. With a choked throat, Sun Yayu hurriedly said, so, you quickly start the network, and I will also quickly look for it in the company network. Later, I will call the chairman to report. As for the car of the chairman, I ask him to send the car back as soon as possible. Zhang Heqiao heard that. Before Sun Yayu hung up the phone, he said directly, no. Mr. Sun. Listen to the gentleman, you must have a new car. The chairman of the board will not work. When Sun Yayu heard it, the thoughts of smashing the phone in his hand were gone. Could not help but complain about the chairman. If you don't talk about it after a day of riding a horse, you still make trouble for the company. This Nima Thompson first-grade person, your father may not be able to provoke him. Took a deep breath, and Sun Yayu reluctantly said, I know. But let's do it for the time being. We will hold a meeting tomorrow and summarize. Zhang Heqiao, okay. Mr. Sun. Then, Sun Yayu called Yongtai's chairman Zhang Guangtai, but he was hung up by a young girl. The second time he called, the chairman Zhang Guangtai answered the call. Needless to say, their direct communication. From then on, Zhang Guangtai called his son Zhang Yuanbin, and it was obvious that he scolded him with blood. And after Sun Yayu reported to Zhang Guangtai, he also launched his network with the company, hoping to find a silver Audi R8 as soon as possible. Zhao Feng doesn't know this. He only knew that it was almost 5 o'clock when he went home. And the whole person is tired like a dog. Seems to be more tired than going to work. But if Zhao Feng chooses between work and fitness, Zhao Feng would rather suffer the crime and choose fitness. The reason is very simple. Going to work is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and fitness is more time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it is good for your health. At night, Zhao Feng did not play games as usual. Instead, I randomly found a foreign blockbuster, took a bottle of Latour's red wine, and drank the red wine while watching the movie directly in the bedroom, not to mention more comfortable. The wall opposite to the big bed in the bedroom, although not the whole wall of the living room is full of screens, but because this wall is relatively thick considering the load-bearing and safety factors, the screen is embedded in the wall, which should be the largest 100 inches. After watching the movie, it happened to be like 3 or 4 glasses of red wine, just to sleep. Waking up all night, Zhao Feng lay on the soft big bed. Said silently, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a Ferrari 458. Zhao Feng thought that he should still get 1 million in cash today. How can I think of a Ferrari 458 suddenly appearing? Zhao Feng, who came back to his senses, suddenly exploded. jumped up from the bed. Fuck. I have a knife. Zhao Feng now has the heart to hack the system. The labor and management just mentioned the car yesterday, and they got a Ferrari 458 when they checked in today. Dog system, you really floated. It is no wonder that Zhao Feng's emotions exploded. It doesn't matter if I have acquired a single-handed Ferrari skill in the front. Labor and management have bought cars now, and now they sign in and get a car. Isn't this a shame? Even if Zhao Feng thinks the dog system is conscientious, he can't help but curse out, "You are not a human being on a horse, you are a real dog." After calming down, Zhao Feng glanced at the Ferrari 458 in the system space. Its information suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Ferrari 458 Italia China Limited Edition, mid-rear 8-cylinder coupe, launched at the 2009 Frankfurt Motor Show. Italia symbolizes the birth of 458. Italia is not only the pride of Ferrari, but also the glory of all Italians. Its overall shape has completely subverted the existing impression of Ferrari sports cars in the past, and is full of unprecedented sense of the future. The size of the car, 4527 by 1937 by 1213, the maximum speed can reach 360 km per hour, and the acceleration from 100 km in 3.4 seconds. The official price of this car, 5.588 million yuan. This car feels pretty good. It just seems to be a model from 10 years ago. www.novel.com. Zhao Feng didn't understand it very well, but Zhao Feng later learned that the Ferrari 458 Italia is actually a new model of the 458 series released in 11 years. I originally wanted to mention the car directly to the garage now, but it seems that there is a monitoring system in the garage, and it will be difficult to explain clearly at that time and midnight. Put the car in the system space temporarily, and it will be fine if you have the opportunity to bring it up another day. So, take the next few days. Zhao Feng goes to the gym every day or stays at home. After all, the muscles all over the body are sore and sore. Although the follow-up has improved a bit, there is no energy to go out to play. Of course, Zhao Feng does not admit that he is a salted fish who likes to live at home. Is the reward for signing in these days? Let Zhao Feng call that helpless. Sign-in bonus on the 22nd, Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, price of 4.499 million. Sign-in bonus on the 23rd, Ferrari 812 GTS, price of 5.30 million. 24th sign-in reward, Ferrari F12, price of 5.308 million. Sign-in bonus on the 25th, Ferrari Rafa, price of 22.5 million. Sign-in bonus on the 26th, Ferrari FXXK, priced at 40 million. This series of 5 cars directly gave Zhao Feng really dumbfounded. With the Ferrari 458, a total of 6 red Ferraris were placed in the system space, almost blinding Zhao Feng. Among the 6 cars, what Zhao Feng has heard of is the Ferrari 458 and Ferrari Rafa. The former is because one of his former colleagues has used science with himself. The latter is purely because of the 3 sacred cars that are forced on. Chapter 21 Xingtai Automobile Trading Company. The 3 sacred cars are not just supercars, they are also 3 supercars with similar technical level recognized globally. They are the legendary Ferrari Rafa, McLaren P1 and Porsche 918. The reason why is the 3 great cars is very simple. First, these 3 cars are all supercars with a price of more than 10 million yuan. The second point is their power system. P1, 918, and LaFerrari all use a hybrid system, which combines an engine and a motor to bring excellent handling and speed performance to the vehicle. It is also an epoch-making attempt in the supercar industry. It succeeded. In addition, it is the psychological effect of making things rare. These 3 sacred cars are well versed in this. Among them, the McLaren P1 is limited to 375 units, the Porsche 918 is limited to 918 units, and the Ferrari LaFerrari is limited to 499 units. The extremely low supply makes them often traded at a price higher than the price of a new car in the used car market, and depreciation does not exist for them. Therefore, the throne of the 3 great cars is established. Zhao Feng also glanced at the Ferrari Rafa in the garage. He was really handsome. But the Ferrari FXXK behind made Zhao Feng a little confused. This car is the track version of Ferrari Rafa, so it surpasses Ferrari Rafa technically, and the price naturally surpasses Ferrari Rafa. However, it is said that after the car was bought, because it was a track version, it needed a more professional maintenance team, so all the sports cars purchased were stored in Ferrari. If you don't care about maintenance, of course you can take it home. Zhao Feng's problem is that he can put her in the garage, but the track version can't be used on the road in China. Isn't it a bit of a joke? Do you have to find a racing track? With these Ferrari supercars, Zhao Feng's demand for the Audi R8 has been greatly reduced. In the past few days, Zhang Heqiao also called himself several times. As for the purpose of making a call, it is nothing more than to test my attitude. There was even one time when Zhang Heqiao specifically called to ask if he could give him some time. In terms of time, Zhao Feng didn't want to be too harsh, so he gave them another 10 days. Faced with Zhao Feng's tolerance, Zhang Heqiao and Sun Yayu were more grateful. Zhang Guangtai also brought 2 secretaries back from Saipan to take charge of affairs. Sun Yayu's domestic network is basically operational, but there are not many Audi R8s in China, let alone the designated color. And Zhang Guangtai has already called his son Zhang Yuanbin back from Jinling. Although the Audi R8 that came back looks quite new, as long as it is a discerning person, he can tell at a glance that the car has been driven. After Zhang Yuanbin was reprimanded by Zhang Guangtai, he also went to Zhang Heqiao in private to ask Zhang Heqiao to clean the 2 Audi R8s, change the data, adjust the gauges, and then be regarded as a deal. Zhang Heqiao didn't dare to call the shots without authorization, and as a result, Zhang Yuanbin found fault several times. In the end, Zhang Guangtai restrained him at home. And Zhang Guangtai is also preparing to place a new order for his Audi partner, trying to buy another one. He just got ready, and good news came from Sun Yayu. A new silver Audi R8 was stored in a car dealership in Pengcheng, and he immediately went over to discuss the purchase. At this time, Zhang Guangtai and Zhang Heqiao were relieved. And Zhang Heqiao also sent Zhao Feng the news that the car was about to arrive. Another night has passed, and the time has come to the end of November, which is almost December. After washing, Zhao Feng sat in the dining room. Looked at the hearty breakfast in front of me. Silently read, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 54% of the shares of Shanghai Automobile Trading Company. What? Zhao Feng was a little surprised. What is this Shanghai Automobile Trading Company? Also 54% of the shares. Could it be very valuable? Thinking of this, Zhao Feng silently clicked on the introduction of Shanghai Automobile Trading Company. Shanghai Trading Company, it is composed of 3 parts, Yongxing Automobile Company, Yongxing Tianma Circuit, and Yongtai Automobile Company. The total market value is estimated at about 2 billion renminbi. The existing shareholder Lu Yuhong holds 20% of the shares, shareholder He Jiawei holds 10%, and shareholder Zhang Guangtai holds 11%. The remaining shares are set up with equity incentives and held by some employees. 3 shareholders, Lu Yuhong is the general manager of Yongxing Automobile Company, He Jiawei is the manager of Yongxing Tianma Circuit, and Zhang Guangtai is working for Yongtai Automobile Company. Later, Zhao Feng checked the Yongxing Motor Company separately, and he announced that Yongxing Motor Company has multiple 4S stores, the most eye-catching of which is the Magic City Yongxing Ferrari 4S store. And the origin of the word, horse, in Yongxing Tianma Circuit is also related to the initial cooperation between Shanghai Automobile Trading Company and Ferrari in domestic sales. With this racing track, can't you keep the Ferrari FXXK in the racing track for maintenance? Even I can choose to assign all the ways of realizing all my sports cars to Yongxing Automobile Company. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng felt that the dog system was pleasing to the eye again. Can be regarded as anxious for yourself. Who? Took a long breath. Zhao Feng turned his attention to the line of Yongtai Automobile Company. This should be the company that bought the Audi R8. Zhao Feng is not so stupid that he thinks he will have the same name. However, this reward is indeed quite powerful. The market value of 2 billion renminbi, which means that the valuation of one's own shares can be calculated as approximately 1.1 billion renminbi. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Wow, although my mansion is worth hundreds of millions, now I seem to be a billionaire. Remember here. Zhao Feng suddenly became excited. As for Yongtai Company, Zhao Feng has long forgotten it. Seeing that it was 9 o'clock, Lu Ruoxin called and asked if Zhao Feng would go to work out today. Zhao Feng escaped from the excitement. Recalling the shameful scene just now, it seems a bit like Fan Jin's Hongju. Fortunately, no one sees his embarrassment. Answered the phone, Zhao Feng changed his clothes and went downstairs to the gym. As a result, I just exercised for less than half an hour. The phone rang. Zhao Feng took out his already worn Huawei. looked at the strange number on it, and picked it up. Hey. On the phone call, Lu Yuhong, as a manager in charge of Xingtai Automobile Company, heard a young voice on the phone call, and his heart suddenly burst. A few years ago, most of the company's shares were acquired by mysterious people, but the other party assigned him to manage the company over the years. Without pointing fingers, Lu Yuhong didn't think there was anything, but until yesterday, Lu Yuhong received an email from the other party in which the mysterious shareholder left his contact information. Today, Lu Yuhong tried to make a call. The thoughts flowed in his mind, but Lu Yuhong did not neglect it all, and asked in a soft voice, "Hello. Is this Zhao Feng Zhao Dong?" Zhao Feng heard this, and a big question mark appeared in his mind. But Dong Zhao? Could it be Xingtai Automobile Company? Therefore, Zhao Feng tried to ask, "Hello. I am Zhao Feng." Chapter 22 Lu Yuhong. On the phone, Lu Yuhong heard the words and replied with a smile, "Dong Zhao, I am Lu Yuhong, the general manager of Xingtai Company now." Zhao Feng was surprised when he heard the words, and blurted out, "Are you Lu Yuhong?" Lu Yuhong was taken aback when he heard the words. Hearing this meant he knew him. Is also right, after all, the other party is a major shareholder and he serves as the general manager. How could he not know? Thinking of this, Lu Yuhong responded, "Yes, it's me." Zhao Feng couldn't help being deeply shocked by the mighty power of the system. For some reason, he arranged for himself a shareholder of the company, and even looked at the respectful attitude of the other party. This is really... Zhao Feng was too surprised to express himself. Lu Yuhong heard Zhao Feng's silence. She couldn't help but call out, "Zhao Dong. Are you still there?" Hearing the voice on the phone, Zhao Feng came back to his senses and responded directly, "I'm here. Do you know what's wrong with Mr. Lu?" Lu Yuhong on the phone did not talk nonsense, and asked, "Zhao Dong, the few Ferrari supercars you ordered have been shipped to the door of Thomson Epine. Please come out and receive it." Zhao Feng heard her talk about a few sports cars, and suddenly remembered that in the morning, she seemed to be thinking of choosing the way of realizing sports cars and chose Yongqing Automobile Company. So, thinking of this, Zhao Feng also reacted. Directly smiled and said, "Is it shipped now?" Lu Yuhong, "Right. Got it." Zhao Feng looked up at Lu Ruoxin in front of him, but found Lu Ruoxin in a daze. Lu Ruoxin didn't expect it either. Zhao Feng's mobile phone call volume is not very low, so Lu Ruoxin heard a lot. A woman on the phone called Zhao Feng and Zhao Dong. She also said that she had sent a few supercars to the door of Thompson's first product. Lu Ruoxin was almost stunned. Especially it seems that these Ferrari supercars were ordered at once. Then, Lu Ruoxin was stunned, and even a scene of herself and Zhao Feng you and me was already in her mind. If Zhao Feng called her later, she might have thought of her child's name. Coach Lu. Coach Lu. Zhao Feng shook his hand in front of Lu Ruoxin. Oh. Lu Ruoxin came back to her senses, subconsciously said, "Zhao Dong. What are you talking about?" Zhao Feng watched her ruddy little mouth pouting in a round arc, which looked very interesting. Smiled and said, "Coach Lu, you don't have to call me that." After a short meal, Zhao Feng continued, "Coach Lu, you have also seen, I have something to deal with, can you ask for a leave?" Lu Ruoxin hurriedly said, "Of course you can. But are you going to receive sports cars?" Zhao Feng glanced at her, "Yes." Lu Ruoxin, as a girl, is actually not very interested in supercars, but girls are very curious. Zhao Feng noticed the curiosity and eagerness in her eyes. With a heart move, Zhao Feng casually invited, "If Coach Lu is also interested in sports cars, you might as well go take a look with me." Lu Ruoxin wanted to respond when she heard this, but after all, she is the coach here, so she can't leave without permission. So, she still shook her head and refused, "That Mr. Zhao, I still have to work." Zhao Feng heard the words and nodded. "Well then. Then I will go out first." After talking, Zhao Feng walked directly outside the door. On the road, Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng and asked him to inform the property, and let several supercars slowly drive in. The vehicles that transport supercars are basically large trucks. And, in order to prevent collisions, each truck has a car. After a few trucks, it was Lu Yuhong's Audi A8. Although the area downstairs of Thomson Epine is not small, there are so many trucks coming in at once, and it seems a bit crowded for a while. However, there is still room to transport cars down. After Zhao Feng arrived, There were already many residents around, mostly old men and old ladies, and some old ladies were holding their grandchildren. Everyone loves to watch a show, even if they themselves or their children are expensive, they might as well watch it now. Zhao Feng looked at this scene, and suddenly felt as if he was a bit annoying. I would let in one car after another before unloading the sports car. Among the staff in uniform wearing black overalls, two figures are particularly eye-catching. There is a young woman in black professional attire, holding documents in her arms, looking like a secretary. The person standing in front of her is wearing a ladylike brown outfit, with brown calf short-heeled leather shoes, white slim pants, and a long brown woolen coat. Zhao Feng was also surprised when he saw Lu Yuhong's face. Lu Yuhong's figure is very slender, with a face as if there is no trace of the years. Zhao Feng looks like it is about 30 years old. As soon as Zhao Feng crossed the crowd, Lu Yuhong and the female secretary greeted him. Just heard her first speak, you are Dong Zhao. When Zhao Feng heard the words, he stopped at his feet, and then asked strangely, huh? How does Lu always see it? Lu Yuhong smiled softly, it's very simple. In this place, it should be obvious that only you are walking towards me. Zhao Feng didn't get entangled, and nodded, then smiled and stretched out his hand. Mr. Lu, it's nice to meet you. Lu Yuhong smiled and stretched out his hand when he heard the words, I am also very happy to meet Zhao Dong. When I saw you at www.uukangshu.com today, Zhao Dong is really young and promising. Zhao Feng gently shook her hand, then let go of her hand and said, you've been rewarded. By the way, so many trucks are used to transport my supercars. Lu Yuhong, of course. There are a total of 6 cars here. The secretary next to waved at the employees behind with Wintry and asked them to open the compartment of a truck. The supercars in the carriage appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Just right, at this time, many young people came in or out, and they stopped here one after another. For a time, the number of onlookers around suddenly skyrocketed. Someone even talked about it in the owner's WeChat group. Not to mention that the entire Thompson Ipin was shocked by this posture. Basically young people came downstairs after seeing the news. Even some owners of fitness clubs and Ipin Club want to join in the fun. Lu Yuhong glanced at Zhao Feng and asked casually, Zhao Dong, do you want to unload the car? Zhao Feng nodded, unload the truck. The secretary began to lead the employees to unload the truck. The first car unloaded was the Ferrari 458. The workers are very skilled at unloading trucks. The reason for their carefulness is that these vehicles are too expensive, and they cost a lot of money if they hit them. 10 minutes later, the first Ferrari 458 was successfully placed on the ground in front of the underground garage. Zhao Feng took the key from Lu Yuhong, drove it to the underground garage, and parked it at the other end of his 10 parking spaces side by side. Got out of the car, put the key in, took the elevator up to the first floor, and then went around a distance before returning to Lu Yuhong's place. Chapter 23 Magic City SHSCC Club. 6 Ferrari supercars. With the busy staff, the 6 supercars were taken off the car in a short time. Every time one is delivered, the truck drove away. So finally, a clearing was made and the Ferrari Rafa and FXXK cars were transported together. These 2 cars are very eye-catching. The young people present were also rich second-generation supercar lovers. They were all immediately attracted by the 2 cars in the field, and immediately took out their mobile phones to record the scene. In fact, they did not only record the current period, and even a few enthusiasts of supercars have recorded the process of the previous supercars. However, Zhao Feng could only drive Rafa down with the 2 cars in front of him. As for FXXK, Zhao Feng thought about it. Anyway, if they were all shipped, let the employees take it off the garage. Looking back on this car, it still needs to be maintained at the racing track, but these 2 days, let me have an eye addiction. Lu Yuhong, as the general manager of Xingtai Company, has a few acquaintances in Thompson Ipin. Among them, a rich second generation came forward and said hello, trying to find out who Zhao Feng is. Lu Yuhong did not cover up, and directly said that Zhao Feng is now the chairman of Xingtai Automobile Trading Company. The second generation of the rich is not surprised that Zhao Feng has so many Ferrari supercars. After Zhao Feng came up again, he saw Lu Yuhong, who was still standing in the field. Stepped forward and invited with a smile, Mr. Lu, why don't you go to my house for a cup of coffee first? Look at me, I was so excited just patronizing. Lu Yuhong immediately smiled when he heard the words, oh. It's no trouble, Zhao Dong. Lu Yuhong, who is in his 30s, smiles with a mature and feminine taste. Her voice is very gentle, just like Wunong's soft words in the south of the Yangtze River. Zhao Feng always feels very comfortable listening to her. The two had a courtesy. Lu Yuhong said that this is the main purpose of coming here today. Dong Zhao. When do you want to go to the company? I hope you can come and inspect the company. After all, the chairman of the company has been vacant for several years. Your presence will help stabilize the company's military spirit. When Zhao Feng listened, he also thought it made sense. So he said directly, "It's okay to hear what you say. Then tomorrow." Lu Yuhong immediately responded generously after hearing the words, "No problem, Dong Zhao. Then I will arrange it at the company tomorrow." Afterwards, Lu Yuhong and Zhao Feng had a courteous deal and left with the secretary directly. Watched them away. Zhao Feng turned around and walked back, but suddenly a guy sprang out from the side. Before Zhao Feng could see clearly, he heard him say, "Brother. Brother. The cowhide has gotten big." At this time, Zhao Feng can clearly see the figure in front of him. A young man dressed in a fashionable style stood in front of him, especially the pigtail on his head, which suddenly reminded Zhao Feng of the big sister Lin Yongjian played in the spring evening. Subconsciously stopped, Zhao Feng frowned. "Are you?" The spiritual guy heard the words and said excitedly, "I am also a resident upstairs, on the 8th floor." Zhao Feng glanced at him. His appearance was correct, but unfortunately, Zhao Feng refused to suddenly appear to strangers. So, after Zhao Feng nodded, he asked directly, "Is there anything wrong with you?" The spiritual guy also felt that he was indeed a little rash, so he introduced himself in a slanderous manner. "No. Brother, don't get me wrong, my name is Qian Yun, I am the capital of the Magic City. This is actually the capital of the Magic City, but in order to avoid the truth people's names and place names, so I've modified them a bit. Member, brother, you have already met the membership requirements, so do you want to participate?" As he spoke, Qian Yun, the spiritual guy, was full of excitement and expectation in his eyes. In fact, his idea is very simple. Isn't it a good face to recruit a big guy with Rafa and FXXK to join the club, and it has more advantages than super running clubs in other cities? But why did Zhao Feng glance at him? Only heard a faint, "Not interested." Then he saw Zhao Feng walking towards the elevator. Qian Yun took a look, then turned and chased him, before Zhao Feng's elevator door closed. Chased up the elevator. "Brother. Accept your business card. When you are ready to join the club, just call me one." While talking, Qian Yun handed a business card to Zhao Feng. Is a neighbor after all. Although he refused just now, the other party handed over the business card, and it was hard to refuse. Took the business card. Zhao Feng directly gave him the 8th floor. Before Qian Yun had time to talk to Zhao Feng, the 8th floor was here. He had to get off the elevator. Zhao Feng pressed the basement floor where the garage was. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng hasn't taken a good look at these supercars. Just drove down just now, and got a rough familiarity. Perhaps because of the skills of drive Ferrari with one hand, Zhao Feng's operation of these supercars suddenly became very familiar at the moment he touched the steering wheel. So there is no feeling of sluggishness when driving. I have to say, these cars are all good cars. Looking at his own 10 underground parking spaces, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that his parking spaces were almost full. 6 Ferrari supercars plus Audi A7 and BMW www.novel.com suddenly occupied 8 parking spaces. If my Audi R8 comes back in 2 days, the 9 parking spaces will be full, and the remaining 1, if you sign in and get a few more cars, then you won't be able to stop it. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng felt a little unreasonable. The sudden vibration from the phone made Zhao Feng break away from his thoughts. Picked up the phone and took a look. It was the video and message sent by Lu Ruoxin. "Mr. Zhao, you are really a big tyrant. If your fitness is effective in the future, you must treat me to a big meal." Then, it was a close-up video of an employee unloading a truck. Replied casually, "The big meal is completely fine." Now Zhao Feng still has about 2 million yuan in his hands. A big meal, no matter how expensive it is, it should be fine. But Zhao Feng didn't see her around just now, so I shouldn't have taken a video. You made the video. Another message was sent to ask. It was forwarded by our gym manager to our staff group. Lu Ruoxin's message was sent in a moment. Zhao Feng glanced at it and said nothing more. Gym. When Lu Ruoxin saw that video, although she and Zhao Feng did not have that kind of relationship, it was undeniable that Lu Ruoxin had some fascination with Zhao Feng. When she saw this video, she looked at the excitement in the eyes of the female fitness trainers around. Suddenly regretted that I didn't start earlier. However, for certain decisions, it is sometimes difficult to say whether they are right or wrong. Chapter 24 Test Drive is actually just like the fantasy of these female coaches at the moment. Even if they took the initiative to Zhao Feng again before, Zhao Feng could tell at a glance the medal worship in the conversation. And, Lu Ruoxin didn't show this, but treated Zhao Feng as usual. This attitude is more comfortable in Zhao Feng's view. So, sometimes, you might as well be friends first. During the period when Zhao Feng returned home, the internet has been shocked. A Thomson first-class tyrant spent hundreds of millions to buy 6 Ferraris at a time. There was a small wave. Now the network is extremely developed, and even 5G networks will be put into commercial use. Therefore, there are quite a few people eating melons on the internet. And Zhao Feng's video of 6 Ferrari super dump trucks was also posted on social and video platforms such as Weibo and Douyin by onlookers. The amount of likes rose wildly for a while. Especially when the words, Thomson's first product, costing hundreds of millions, and 6 Ferraris are brought together. Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong were also photographed. Zhao Feng has never revealed anything on the internet, not to mention that there was no chance even if he wanted to show it before. Lu Yuhong's identity has been picked up, but Lu Yuhong doesn't care about it. After all, her identity was originally public. At home, Zhao Feng did not know the ups and downs on the internet. Called Wang Qing to order a takeaway. During lunch, Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin talked about it and stopped going to fitness in the afternoon. The reason is very simple and powerful. I told Lu Ruoxin directly that I was going to test the car. By the way, Zhao Feng also greeted me with a flowery invitation. Beauty, do you want to go for a drive with me? Lu Ruoxin listened to the voice sent by Zhao Feng. Suddenly no woman has a person's vanity that instantly swells, and the whole person is in full bloom. Next to her, a girl who didn't get along well with her glanced at Lu Ruoxin's screen inadvertently. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Crack. She patted Lu Ruoxin on the shoulder behind her. Okay. When did you unknowingly take it for the rich second generation? Lu Ruoxin immediately turned her face upon hearing this, and hurriedly denied, no. People just asked casually. In fact, what Lu Ruoxin said, she also knows that this kind of rumors must not be spread in the gym. After all, the relationship between coaches and students in the gym is still relatively taboo, and it will definitely affect her own work. And the local tyrants at the level of Zhao Feng will definitely attach great importance to reputation. If they are dissatisfied after hearing them, perhaps the close friend relationship between themselves and Zhao Feng cannot be retained. So, Lu Ruoxin looked at her friend and colleague, and said with a serious face, Nini, don't talk nonsense in the gym. Be careful you lose my job. The girl named Nini would pass the word when she heard this, and said directly, it's all right. People know it. Lu Ruoxin glanced at her friend, and then Zhao Feng replied, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I'm at work. I have a chance next time. Zhao Feng changed his clothes and saw that Lu Ruoxin did not reply for a long time. Thought she was busy. As a result, as soon as he walked to the side of Ferrari Rafa, which was as red as flames, the phone vibrated again. Turning on the phone and seeing Lu Ruoxin's message, Zhao Feng didn't say much, and returned an okay emoticon. The key opens the scissors door. Zhao Feng's height has just reached 1.8 meters. If he gets in the car, the initial feeling is okay, but when he moves, Zhao Feng feels the restraint of sitting. Because there is not much space in the car, Zhao Feng leaned on the backrest and stretched his legs forward when driving, as if he was almost half lying. Before, Zhao Feng often saw some people complaining about uncomfortable sports cars on the internet. Got it. Now Zhao Feng is also a big man who can complain about the lack of space in sports cars. Holding the steering wheel, Rafa's engine started to roar slowly after Zhao Feng ignited. Drove the car smoothly out of the underground parking lot. At the gate of the community, Zhao Feng registered the car. Then drove out of the complex and merged into the traffic. As soon as Zhao Feng's supercar entered the traffic flow, the vehicles on both sides of the car moved away quite consciously. In fact, most of them don't necessarily know that this supercar is a Ferrari Rafa worth more than 20 million. People you know unless you have seen it on the internet and dreamed about it. However, even if it is the most common 2 to 3 million supercars, they will not necessarily be compensated for it, although there are many low-key local tyrants and big bosses. Zhao Feng did not expect that there would be such a benefit in driving a sports car. It's just like the emperors patrolling the street. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Zhao Feng turned on the stereo, listening to the cheerful music, driving Rafa all the way to the highway outside the city. Although there are speed limits on the highway, you can simply feel the speed and speed. With the high speed entering the ring, Zhao Feng gently tapped the accelerator. Boom boom. In the exhaust pipe, the airflow hit the exhaust pipe and made a huge roar under the heavy thermal energy. Rafa is like a sharp cutting head. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com shoots forward. Inside the carriage, Zhao Feng's upper body was suddenly pressed against the backrest with a strong sense of pushing back. The open road ahead is just right for vehicles to accelerate. After a short while, the vehicle speed soared to 120 km per hour, which is 120 miles. At this speed, I looked at the trees that were rapidly disappearing on both sides of the road ahead. I suddenly felt as if my emotions were pouring a lot because of the acceleration just now. The whole person is relaxed a lot. Maintaining a speed of 120 miles, Zhao Feng did not increase the throttle. Because of further acceleration, it is not worthwhile to be invited to drink tea by cameras everywhere on this section. It's because there are not many vehicles on this highway right now, but in fact, there are a lot of vehicles on this highway every day. Although I have improved my driving skills a lot because of the skill, single-handed Ferrari. But if you encounter a driver who reacts slowly, or a driver who reacts incorrectly under tension, it may be really prone to problems. Considering the safety of one's own life and that of others, Zhao Feng still drove under the speed limit honestly. Madly vented for a while, Zhao Feng decisively turned around in a town or service area ahead. Drove back to the city along the opposite road when he came. I don't know why, when I go back there is even more traffic jam than when I come. Zhao Feng drove for nearly an hour and a half before returning to Thompson first. Parked the car in the underground parking lot. Zhao Feng specially looked at the 2 cameras of his underground garage car. After confirming that they are all working and there are no blind spots, they turned around and returned home. Chapter 25 Cousin is coming. These cars, Zhao Feng felt that turning around and driving them a try. After all, it is not a matter of where the sports car is not driven to make it fall. At night, Zhao Feng had just eaten something. Before he cleaned up the dishes, he suddenly received a call from his mother. On the other side of the phone, my mother's voice rang. Sound. Are you busy these days? Zhao Feng heard the words and smiled. Are you busy or not? Not busy at all. Tell the truth. Hearing Zhao Feng's answer, his mother hadn't spoken yet, and the father beside him said, It's okay if you are not busy. Although work is not as important as your body, you know. I know, Dad. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Chatted with the second old man, and then the second old man asked Zhao Feng what style of furniture he was planning to choose. Zhao Feng listened, but couldn't make up his mind. Because Zhao Feng has never been renovated, now Zhao Feng likes the modern and sci-fi style of this house. But the family can't pretend to be this way. So, Zhao Feng finally said directly that let the second elder watch the choice. Mom, you and my dad will choose it. I don't care. And now, as long as you spend a little more money, there will be no problem with the quality of the home appliances you buy. Hearing Zhao Feng say this, the second elder was quite happy. Zhao Feng, he cut out the call interface, and then made another 200,000 on his mother's bank card account. Looked at the balance of 2.3 million yuan left on his bank card. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh, the more money you have, the more you can't stop it. The second elder on the phone obviously didn't expect Zhao Feng to speak and call the money. Mom first exclaimed, Oh, why are you calling me money again? It's another 200,000, and my dad and I didn't even spend the money you called last time. Dad also helped out, that's right, if you call you once, you will call us 200,000 yuan. When I look back, your mother and I are afraid to call you. Zhao Feng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. But he still said, Oh. Dad, Mom. I'll call you the money and you can spend it. Besides, this house is still renovated. If you look back, buy more good furniture. It is estimated that 200,000 yuan is about the same. Okay. If you have money, you'll be lavish. The mother reprimanded. accompanied the second old man for a few more words, and my mother's voice suddenly became calm. There is one thing, Mom has to ask you. Zhao Feng was curious when he heard what his mother said. Mom, what's the matter? This. Mom hesitated. Boy damn, you don't want to say I can say it. Dad has always been direct-tempered, and when he saw his wife hesitate, he immediately spoke. When my mother heard this, she hurriedly said, didn't I say this? Then said to Zhao Feng, Mom talked too much a few days ago. I told my family about you buying a house in the Magic City. Zhao Feng listened patiently to see what his mother was talking about. Although your aunt, your second aunt, and your uncle are not very convinced, they are actually happy when you develop. Mom, this is not a few more words. Your second aunt's cousin, Xin, just ended the internship period and resigned. If you want to go out and relax, don't you just think of you. Zhao Feng understood when he heard it, and asked casually, Xin would like to stay with me for a few days. After hearing the words, my mother responded with a smile, well. It's mainly because of what, you don't know, Shiner didn't graduate and went home to find a company to work. How can I think that there is a man in the company who has been stalking her? She could have turned into a normal post after the internship, but she gave up, but just like that, the man still doesn't give up. Xin has nothing to do, this is not going out to relax and avoid him by the way. Zhao Feng frowned when his mother said slowly. What is this horse riding? Forget about the stalkers in the company, and they both resigned and entangled. When Zhao Feng went to school, he could get a discount on his legs. It means that a lot of edges and corners have been smoothed out in the past 2 years. But now. Hua Chang has such a saying, isn't that young and vigorous, is that young man? Mom. I don't want to go back in 2 days. Zhao Feng asked tentatively. What are you doing when you come back? Just work hard. My mother also knew Zhao Feng's character, and immediately stopped. Zhao Feng couldn't insist on hearing this, but then said strangely, no, why didn't that girl, Xin tell me? Mom explained, that girl Xin is afraid of embarrassment. She is hiding in her girlfriend's house these days. When Zhao Feng heard the words, he smiled and didn't say more. After talking a few words with my mother, he hung up the phone. Then, I found out the WeChat ID of my cousin Xin on WeChat, and sent a message, come to the Magic City in 2 days. Brother will show you around for fun. A moment after the message was sent, the phone buzzed. Cousin Xin's message, brother, the words are so magnificent, did you really buy a house in Modu? What? Look down on your brother. No. It's just brother, you are too scary. There was nothing wrong with the Chinese New Year last year, this year it has changed a lot. You will know how big your changes are when you come. Then Zhao Feng chatted with his cousin Xin again. Finally, Xin suddenly asked brother, are you in MLM? Zhao Feng couldn't laugh or cry while looking at the phone interface www.novel.com. This girl, the brain is big enough. Explained it again, and finished chatting with my cousin. She came over after an appointment a few days. However, the specific time is not fixed, after all, you have to see if there is a ticket. Putting down the phone, Zhao Feng recalled Xin in his memory. The two are 1 or 2 years apart in age. When they were young, they would play together with her brother and sister. This is the friendship of peeing and mud together. Therefore, Zhao Feng has always loved this sister. Let Xin come over to stay for a few more days and relax. There are more fun places in the Magic City. As for the guy who entangled his own girl, he waits for him to go back. If he doesn't open his eyes again, Zhao Feng really thinks it should be given to him. A lesson. I recovered and looked at the time. Just now I chatted with my dad and mom for a while, and chatted with my cousin for a while. More than an hour has passed. The time is amazingly past 8 o'clock. Zhao Feng turned around and went to the gaming room. I chose Call of Duty 16 to open and play until 10 o'clock. Drowsiness surged, and Zhao Feng went to bed honestly. The sun shines through the curtains, and it can still transmit the temperature to Zhao Feng. Although the sun is warm, it is dazzling. Get up and wash, eat breakfast. Thinking of the appointment with Lu Yuhong yesterday, Zhao Feng just prepared to send a message to Lu Ruoxin to change the fitness time to the afternoon. As soon as I picked up the phone, I found a WeChat message on the phone. WeChat was sent by Zhang Heqiao. Mr. Zhao. Your Audi R8 has arrived. Would it be convenient for you to come and pick up the car this morning? Chapter 26 First come to Xingtai. Received news from Zhang Heqiao. Zhao Feng sent a message casually, and arranged to come over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to deliver the car. This morning, I have to go to Xingtai. Xingtai Company is located on Moda Jiangyuan Road, because the main body of Xingtai Company is Yongxing Automobile. As for Yongtai Automobile, the expansion time is relatively late. So upstairs in Yongxing is Xingtai Company. Otherwise, Lu Yuhong will not be allowed to take the post. Changed into formal clothes. Fastened the buttons of the light blue shirt one by one, and the tie was tightly stuck under the first button. The previous few days of fitness made the chest muscles a little more prominent. Raised his hand and adjusted the haircut. The hair was just cut before getting the system, so it looks okay. Put on the suit that he bought 2 days ago. Zhao Feng looked at himself in the mirror in front of him, and looked pretty rigorous. Nodded with satisfaction, Zhao Feng walked to the door of the house and looked at the leather shoes that popped out of the shoe cabinet automatically. After putting on the laces, Zhao Feng took the key of the Audi A7 and walked out of the house. In fact, Zhao Feng also considered whether to drive a sports car. But after thinking about it, after all, I am going to my own company. On the first day, it is better to drive a business car. The Audi A7 is quite suitable. In addition, Zhao Feng feels that driving a sports car in the past, because he is young, may give employees an unreliable image. In the underground garage, Zhao Feng went straight to the Audi A7. With the key down, the headlights of the Audi A7 flashed, matching its appearance. Zhao Feng felt that this car is really handsome. Audi is worthy of being called a light factory by everyone. Drove out of the underground garage, Zhao Feng followed the navigation on the car and went straight to Xingtai Automobile Company on Jiangyuan Road. There is still some distance from Thomson Ipin to Jiangyuan Road. Good luck, I ran into 2 red lights on the road. When Zhao Feng arrived at Xingtai Automobile Company, it was exactly 9:30 in the morning. Parked the car downstairs of Xingtai Automobile. Because Zhao Feng sent Lu Yuhong to WeChat on the way. Therefore, Lu Yuhong took more than a dozen employees and waited at the door of Xingtai Company. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to come over in an Audi A7. When Zhao Feng got out of the car, Lu Yuhong was still looking at the figure of the shuttle patrolling yesterday's supercars on the road. At the reminder of the secretary beside him, Lu Yuhong saw Zhao Feng coming down from the side Audi A7. Saw her smiling first to meet Zhao Feng. Zhao Dong. On behalf of the employees of the company, I warmly welcome you. While speaking, Lu Yuhong took the initiative to extend his right hand towards Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng knowingly shook her gently, and then said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, and thank you all." After a light grip and release, Zhao Feng cast his sights on the dozen or so people in front of him. It can be clearly seen that these people should be around 30 years old at the youngest, and their outfits should be the middle and high level of the company. Lu Yuhong also looked at his subordinates and said, "Dear colleagues, this is Mr. Zhao Feng, the chairman of our Xingtai Automobile Trading Company." Zhao Feng heard this, and suddenly felt the smoothness of this woman in his heart. Sure enough, the dozen or so middle and high-level seniors bowed in unison and said hello, "Welcome to Dong Zhao." It was the first time that Zhao Feng saw such a big battle. He was a little excited for a while. After calming down, he looked at Lu Yuhong's female secretary and seemed to shiver slightly. Waved his hand directly, "It's pretty cold outside. No need to speak, let's go to the meeting room together." Zhao Feng spoke, and Lu Yuhong echoed, "Okay. Then everyone goes to the meeting room first." Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong took the lead in entering the company. Along the way, Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong walking in the front row together attracted the attention of all employees. It seems that Lu Yuhong had specially arranged it. When all the employees passed by, they all bent over slightly, but they didn't say hello. Zhao Feng also nodded all the way. After arriving in the meeting room, Zhao Feng sat in the chairperson's seat, and Lu Yuhong sat on the right-hand side of Zhao Feng. Opposite him was a man among more than 10 people. He was a fat man in his 40s. But looking at the outline of his face, it was okay, not special. Greasy. Zhao Feng sat on the main seat, and Lu Yuhong took the lead in introducing these supervisors to Zhao Feng. The fat guy first introduced. "This is Nguoping, the vice president of our Yongxing Automobile Company. This is Li Jianghe, the financial director of Xingtai Automobile. This is..." She said that these supervisors introduced them again. Zhao Feng knew each other. After was introduced, it entered the next stage of reporting. "Our company is this year." Looking at the folder in front of him, after reading a few sentences, Lu Yuhong subconsciously looked up at Zhao Feng. I saw the perfect contour of the muscles outlined under the tightness of Zhao Feng's shirt sitting on the main seat. Zhao Feng's casual smile made Lu Yuhong feel the smell of sunshine. Lu Yuhong is not a nympho, and she has even seen a guy more handsome than Zhao Feng in the company. But today Zhao Feng wore this decent suit, and the tightly fastened buttons gave her a strong sense of abstinence, which she has always liked. I took a sip in my heart. What age are you reading? www.ukangshu.com. Still thinking about it. Contained his thoughts, Lu Yuhong finished reading the work situation he reported this year. Then, the financial supervisor will explain this year's financial report. Zhao Feng sat in the chairman's seat. Listened carefully to Lu Yuhong and the financial supervisor's report. Although I am not a professional, I also have a university degree, and most of the data are still understandable. Although Zhao Feng still has a few questions to ask them. But in the eyes of these supervisors, the reaction before and after, they actually feel that Zhao Feng is quite professional. Finally, a 2-hour meeting in the morning ended. After the meeting, Lu Yuhong invited Zhao Feng to the company canteen for lunch. When Zhao Feng heard this, he became interested, and went to the cafeteria with Lu Yuhong. Looking at the rich variety of dishes in the cafeteria, first of all, the appearance is okay. After a taste of the taste, Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Yuhong suspiciously. Mr. Lu, it's not because I came here. I made something delicious. Lu Yuhong smiled elegantly after hearing the words. Don't worry, Dong Zhao, the canteen always tastes like this. I still often eat lunch in the company canteen. Zhao Feng smiled satisfied after hearing this. Had lunch, because Zhang Heqiao wanted to deliver the car at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong talked about coming back tomorrow. Lu Yuhong is of course no problem. In fact, Zhao Feng's office of the chairman was already prepared yesterday. I can't say that I'm ready, but the chairman's office is always there, but the previous chairman didn't come to work and was idle for a while. Chapter 27 Zhang Yuanbin's one intent to go it alone. When I drove back to the community, it was less than 2 o'clock. However, Zhao Feng looked at a truck pulling an Audi R8 that appeared inexplicably in front of him. This car had no compartments. The silver Audi R8 was exposed to the sun, and the reflected light was a bit dazzling. Just so, Zhao Feng's cell phone rang. Zhao Feng looked at it, and it was Wang Cheng's call. Answered the phone, and it turned out that Wang Cheng contacted himself to pick up the car. Told him that he would be back soon and asked him to put the truck in. After Zhao Feng hung up the phone, Wang Cheng followed suit. However, because the security guard at the door just said that the attitude of the people who came to deliver the car this time was not very good, Wang Cheng was a little worried and called his apprentice at the property to help on duty in the corridor, while Wang Cheng personally rushed to the garage door. Zhao Feng's Audi A7 is behind the transport truck. Wang Cheng has sharp eyes, and he recognized it immediately. After all, in this community, the Audi A7 does not have a price of 1 million cars, which is really a minority. Zhao Feng is also the owner of the super-large apartment on the top floor. The combination of the two is quite special, so remember it clearly. The car in front of Zhao Feng drove directly into the underground garage. Parked the car next to the truck, Zhao Feng got out of the car and nodded towards Wang Cheng, who was welcoming him, as a greeting. Then he glanced at the two young men who drove the Audi R8 this time. Zhao Feng looked at their trendy clothes, suddenly suspicious. Didn't I have an appointment with Zhang Heqiao at 3 points? They also said at the doorman just now, they said that they would send themselves the car. Looking at Wang Cheng on the side, Zhao Feng whispered in his ear, "Go and ask if this car was given to me." When Wang Cheng heard the words, he responded. Immediately walked to the two young people who were standing together and joking. When passing the truck, because there was almost a person in the truck compartment, as soon as Wang Cheng looked up, Wang Cheng saw a trace of wear on the inner side of the top of the wheel. He remembered this in his heart. Wang Cheng went to communicate with the two young people. The attitude of the two young people was very impatient, not to mention Wang Cheng who communicated with them. Zhao Feng, who stood nearly 10 meters away, could see it clearly. Zhao Feng frowned, feeling that these people were suddenly too unreliable. Wang Cheng had a few conversations with the other party, then turned and walked back. "Mr. Zhao, they said that they did bring you the car. And they also emphasized that it was a new car." After saying this, Wang Cheng hesitated for a while, and then said, "I just paid attention to it. This car does not seem to be the new car, seems to have been driven." Zhao Feng heard the words, a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seems that some people really think of themselves as soft persimmons. Walk to the middle-aged driver. Zhao Feng raised his hand to stop him. Okay, sir, don't busy yourself. Otherwise, you might have to take it away soon. The truck driver was blindfolded, then stopped his movements and looked at the two young men. The two young men also drove over by BMW, but they got out of the car at the gate of the community. Now suddenly I saw the middle-aged driver being stopped. One of them came over immediately and asked dissatisfiedly, "Why are you stopping? And you, are you busy here? Get out of the way and hurt you when you turn around." The last half sentence is naturally directed at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng said with a solemn expression, "Sorry, I am Zhao Feng. This car should be given to me." Hearing the words, the young man's complexion suddenly changed, and soon a reluctant smile appeared on his face. "Oh. You are Mr. Zhao. Come, sign a receipt, and there is absolutely no problem with this car." Looking at the receipt and pen he handed over, Zhao Feng sneered, "Haha. Boy, it's okay to receive the goods, but I have to confirm if this is new." "Right." Hearing Zhao Feng's words, the young man immediately put away the smile on his face, pretending to be disdainful and said, "You guy, just check if you want to, it's definitely a new car." The young man behind him also came up and gave him a relieved look. Zhao Feng ignored the eye contact between them and climbed onto the truck. Zhao Feng checked the tire hair on the tires. It is said that the tires of new cars have some fine lanugo. If you drive for about 100 kilometers, the lanugo will not be worn out. There is no problem with the tires, but Zhao Feng also found the place Wang Qing just mentioned. I took out my phone and took a photo. Then I took a look at the inside of the car. The inside of the car smelled very similar to that of a new car, but there seemed to be a little more air freshener scent, and it smelled a bit overwhelming when mixed together. Zhao Feng also took a look at the dashboard. The data on it is a little bit, but it is within the scope of the new car. Finally, Zhao Feng checked the exhaust. Stretched out his fingers and touched the exhaust, and as expected, Zhao Feng felt the black smoke and dust in the exhaust. The two young men who noticed Zhao Feng's movements changed their color suddenly. Especially the person who talked to Zhao Feng at the beginning, his face suddenly became tense. Wang Qing is also a thoughtful guy. When Zhao Feng personally got on the car to check, he directly notified the security team with a walkie-talkie. Within 2 minutes, the 4 security guards were already in place. www.novel.com. Zhao Feng took a look. The black smoke on the hands, there is no doubt that this car has been driven, perhaps they were careless, they have not cleaned the exhaust pipe. Zhao Feng directly sent the smoke on his hand and the photo just now to Zhang Heqiao. Attachment, Manager Zhang, don't you explain. Zhang Heqiao is nervously accepting the Audi R8 delivered by his boss Sun Yayu to the partner company. So when Zhao Feng sent him pictures and news, Sun Yayu was also there. As a result, after Zhang Heqiao saw the news and pictures sent by Zhao Feng, he suddenly went crazy. Without thinking about it, the idea that came up was that the idiot of Zhang Yuanbin, the chairman of the board of directors, sent the car over. Sun Yayu saw the change of expression on Zhang Heqiao's face. He was a little strange. His subordinate has always been relatively stable. What's wrong? As a result, when he saw the mobile phone handed over by Zhang Heqiao, he saw the interface of the mobile phone. Sun Yayu couldn't bear it and directly burst out swearing, "Fuck. This idiot." Don't get me wrong, he also scolded Zhang Yuanbin. Is the young man who had a brief exchange with Zhao Feng among those two young people? Actually, maybe people think that their company does not need to find an Audi R8 so laboriously. But this customer lives in Tomsonipine, and these 4 words are not a simple address. Not to mention the wealth that the customer may have, even if it is a Thomson product, if the customer has several familiar neighbors and living friends, the company may have more customers. In addition, if the service is perfect, word of mouth may also be passed on to Tomsonipine. However, if the other party's requirements are not met. Chapter 28 Others Pretend for Me. How to do. Did not meet the requirements. Naturally, there is no word of mouth here in Zhao Feng, and word of mouth, the owners of Tomsonipine may have doubts about their Yongtai Audi 4S store. Of course, this may be an exaggeration, but in fact it will definitely have an impact. Zhang Heqiao hurriedly typed and sent a message to Zhao Feng when Sun Yayu was swearing. "Mr. Zhao, don't accept that car, we and your new car will be here soon. Please wait." After a few lines of text, Zhang Heqiao was stunned by sweat. Sun Yayu looked at Zhang Heqiao's typing and reached out and picked up his coat. I'll go with you. The two put on their coats and walked out in a rush, and it happened that the handover was almost there. An Audi A6 and a transport truck drove out of Yongtai Automobile Company one after another. Where did Zhang Yuanbin know the communication between Zhang Heqiao and Zhao Feng? His personality was a bit arrogant when he was spoiled by his family since he was a child. Fortunately, he is still familiar with some laws and regulations, and he has not caused any major issues. This time, Zhang Yuanbin didn't know at first that the car he was driving was ordered, but after that, Zhang Yuanbin's thoughts began to stray. First of all, he doesn't think it's a big deal for him to drive the car, because his car is a Porsche 911 with a much higher price than this, and he also likes to play with cars. He likes to play with his friends about modification. Yes, know that there are channels to change the vehicle's instrument data. So, he thought of renovating the car to deal with the customer this time. But he didn't think about it either. What he could think of, his father could not think of. To put it bluntly, he played with his father Zhang Guangtai. So, this time, he got blind. On the way, Sun Yayu made a call to Chairman Zhang Guangtai. I talked about Zhang Yuanbin's mischief on the phone. Zhang Guangtai was furious, and he ordered Sun Yayu to take Zhang Yuanbin back. Zhang Guangtai's anger on the face of Zhang Guangtai, who hung up, never disappeared, but he vaguely felt that when did he have heard the words Zhao Feng. Zhang Yuanbin looked at the men in front of him and frowned. Brother. You really don't sign for this car. The young men behind him also looked funny. From the eyes of the two of them, Zhao Feng in front of them is so young, obviously also a second generation. Are two generations, why bother with each other? Zhao Feng smiled plainly and beckoned. Wang Qing came forward, and Zhao Feng told him, you help me watch them, don't let them unload the truck. After that, Zhao Feng looked at Zhang Yuanbin again. Zhang Heqiao will come over right away, you guys wait here for a while. The voice fell. Zhao Feng turned and returned to his Audi A7 car. Turned on the phone and sent a message to Lu Yuhong, asking her to send to herself the information of Zhang Guangtai and Zhang Yuanbin, the shareholders of the company. Lu Yuhong was surprised when he received the news from Zhao Feng. However, I didn't ask much, and replied, Dong Zhao, wait a minute, and called the secretary to ask her to check. Within 10 minutes, the secretary gave the information to Lu Yuhong. When he was about to transfer files to Zhao Feng with his mobile phone, his hand suddenly stopped. Then he stood up, took his jacket and walked outside. In the doubtful eyes of Secretary Bai Qian, Lu Yuhong ordered, come out with me. Zhang Yuanbin didn't expect Zhao Feng to be such a fool when he heard Zhang Heqiao was about to come. He was flustered inside, and what happened today was that he knew that Zhang Heqiao was coming to deliver the car, and then he thought of his own idea, so let him face Zhang Heqiao. He is not afraid, but if Zhang Heqiao reports to Sun Yayu and him Dad, I'm afraid he will be in trouble. It's a pity, even if he wants to leave now, this is probably not going to happen. Wang Qing had already stopped in front of them with a few security guards. After a while, Zhang Heqiao and Sun Yayu arrived. When Wang Qing brought the two of them to Zhao Feng. Without waiting for the two of them to explain, Zhao Feng sneered, what do you mean? Today is the civet cat for the prince. Zhang Heqiao and Sun Yayu changed their faces when they heard this. Sun Yayu took the lead and said, Mr. Zhao. I am extremely sorry for this. And we have also brought your brand new car here, you can check it. Zhao Feng raised his head and glanced at him, are you? Sun Yayu smiled awkwardly, and Zhang Heqiao respectfully explained, Mr. Zhao, this is the general manager of Yongtai Automobile Company Sun Yayu. Our general manager has been running around for the car ordered for you, and just received your call. Later, Mr. Sun took the initiative to come with me to apologize to you. The attitude of the two of them, Zhao Feng still feels comfortable. However, Zhao Feng leaned on the Audi A7, pointed his back to Zhang Yuanbin, who was standing here, and said, what is that? Zhang Yuanbin was not far away. After hearing that, the blood in his mind suddenly rose, hey! Boy, what are you talking about? Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao were bitter. The chairman of the board is a big trouble. They both looked at Zhao Feng, only to find that there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of Zhao Feng's mouth. Sun Yayu glared at Zhang Yuanbin coldly, and Zhang Yuanbin turned around blankly. Then he apologized again, Mr. Zhao, he is spoiled by his family. He is just a child. Please don't worry about him too much. Zhao Feng listened to these words and sarcastically said, he is still a child at his age, I think he is older than me. Sun Yayu heard this, his throat suddenly choked. Zhang Heqiao hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, you should check this new car. Let's ship it down first. Zhao Feng did not stop this time. Zhang Heqiao hurriedly directed several employees to start unloading the truck. After the Audi R8 was placed on the ground, Zhao Feng asked Wang Qing to check it. At this moment, the guard called Wang Cheng, and it turned out that Lu Yuhong had arrived. Not long after, Lu Yuhong's car drove in. After stopping, Lu Yuhong got out of the car and saw these people in the field at a glance. Of course both Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao knew Lu Yuhong, and they wondered how Lu Yuhong came here. As for Zhang Yuanbin, he dare not look directly at Lu Yuhong now. Because although Lu Yuhong hadn't taught him a lesson, his father often scolded him because of Lu Yuhong. He also guessed that this matter will not get through today. Is actually the same. Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao have not come to remember to say hello to Lu Yuhong. I heard Lu Yuhong walk to Zhao Feng with a smile. Dong Zhao, it seems that I am not late yet. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Although I don't know why Lu Yuhong came here, looking at this posture, Lu Yuhong's arrival is obviously on his side. Next, Lu Yuhong's words made the three of Sun Yayu, Zhang Heqiao, and Zhang Yuanbin even more heartbroken. Mr. Sun, Manager Zhang, let me introduce to you. This is our chairman of Shengtai, Mr. Zhao Feng Zhao. Chapter 29 Old Fox Zhang Guangtai. I go. Someone pretends for me. How to do? Wait online. Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao reacted most directly. Zhang Heqiao's eyes lit up and he glanced at Zhao Feng. I didn't expect this company's major shareholder who hadn't been seen for many years. But Sun Yayu was not optimistic. If this time, Lu Yuhong, the general manager of Shengtai, and the chairman of Zhao Feng, are going to take it seriously, maybe Lu Yuhong will not come in person. But now Lu Yuhong's attitude is quite ambiguous. Sun Yayu has a lot of thoughts, but the appearance is quite appropriate. I saw him and Zhang Heqiao slightly bowing towards Lu Yuhong and Zhao Feng, and respectfully said, Zhao Dong, Lu President, this is really flooding the Dragon King Temple. Zhao Feng didn't take his set, and said directly, you guys wait. I and Lu always have something to say. Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao's heart sank. Then, Zhao Feng put Lu Yuhong on the side and talked about Zhang Yuanbin. The key point is that Zhang Yuanbin deceived the customers and charged them as shoddy, and then asked Lu Yuhong to check the accounts submitted by Yongtai Company. When Lu Yuhong heard Zhao Feng say this, he knew that the new official was going to burn. She felt like Ming Jing in her heart. She and Zhang Guangtai were also considered entrepreneurial partners at the beginning, and they were quite familiar. Therefore, Zhang Guangtai's accounts handed over by Yongtai, Zhang Guangtai's accounts are very clean, but Zhang Yuanbin, the kid in his family. As a sales manager, why the bill for reimbursement for socializing with customers exceeds 300,000 in a single year? Over the past few years, it has accumulated more than 1 million, but Lu Yuhong feels that there is no need to tear his face with Zhang Guangtai because of this, so these are just files. Now seems to be useful. The chairman and Zhang Guangtai, who showed great energy when they came out, and Lu Yuhong decisively selected the chairman with the most equity. Bai Qian, her secretary, quickly sent the documents to Lu Yuhong. Zhao Feng glanced at these documents. These are all reimbursements for eating, drinking, and playing. Of course I can understand it. Therefore, Zhao Feng directly threw the tablet to Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao. You two can be regarded as the middle and high level of the company, take a look. After finishing talking, Zhao Feng invited Lu Yuhong to go upstairs and had a cup of coffee at his home. There was also Bai Qian, Lu Yuhong's secretary. As for the downstairs, Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao took the tablet and looked at the contents of the row above. Of course they know this, but Zhang Guangtai wants to indulge, and they can't go against it. Under the supervision of the security, they took Zhang Yuanbin and another young man away. When a group of people left, their hearts were extremely complicated. Time came to the next day. At the meeting in the conference room of Shengtai Company, all three minority shareholders, Lu Yuhong, Zhang Guangtai and He Jiwei, attended the meeting. In addition to some managers from Yongsheng and Yongtai, He Jiwei's Yongsheng Tianma circuit came to him alone. The meeting progressed very quickly, and Lu Yuhong fully supported Zhao Feng's handling of Zhang Yuanbin. Zhang Guangtai and He Jiwei had no objection. He Jiwei's silence was normal, but Zhang Guangtai's silence surprised Zhao Feng. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guangtai's attitude at the meeting was indeed very strange. Otherwise, he took the initiative to admit that he had neglected to discipline his son, and also took the initiative to report, saying that he would double Zhang Yuanbin's losses to the company, and even prepared to take the blame and resign. Zhao Feng had to sigh the shrewdness of this old guy. He used to retreat as an advance, and he did let everyone in the room get a cover. Because if he doesn't step back, Zhang Yuanbin embezzled the company's public funds of more than 1 million, which is enough for him to squat for more than 10 years. This is definitely something Zhang Guangtai cannot accept. Seeing that many employees below have spoken out to keep Zhang Guangtai, Zhao Feng also kept him. The reason is simple. Yongtai Company is a part of Xingtai Company, but the branch of Yongtai can actually be regarded as Zhang Guangtai with the support of Xingtai. So, even if Zhang Yuanbin made a mistake, he wanted to treat him. The overall contribution to the development of the company is still insignificant. However, such an opponent is interesting, isn't it? End of the meeting. Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong walked outside, talking and laughing side by side. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, "Dong Zhao, Mr. Lu, please stay." It was Zhang Guangtai who said, shaking his fat body and walking in front of Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong. "I wonder if the two of you have time tonight. I have reserved a few seats at Tiananmen, and I want to invite them to dinner." Zhao Feng heard the words, smiled and refused. "Sorry, Dong Zhang, I have more important arrangements for the evening. So I'm sorry." Zhang Guangtai smiled heartily, "Ha ha. It doesn't matter. Then next time Dong Zhao is free to talk about it." While speaking, he cast his eyes on Lu Yuhong. Lu Yuhong's mouth turned slightly, and suddenly turned to look at Zhao Feng. His eyes flickered. "Dong Zhao said that we have important arrangements tonight, so. Dong Zhang, you know." Zhang Guangtai looked at Lu Yuhong, then at Zhao Feng, and gave Zhao Feng a clear look. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com then said, "Then I won't bother you two. I hope you two have a nice evening." After that, he turned around and left. When he left, he couldn't help but slander, "This fox, the old cow can eat tender grass." Zhao Feng's face turned dark, his eyes had not yet looked at Lu Yuhong. Ho Jiawei, who was waiting on the side, came forward, his eyes fiercely smiling and said, "Hello, Zhao Dong. Come to our own racing track when you have time. I have been admiring your FXXK for a long time." Zhao Feng heard the words and nodded with a smile. "Well, I have time to look back." When listening to him, he thought that He Jiawei had an abnormal sexual orientation, but after noticing the light in He Jiawei's FXXK eyes, Zhao Feng suddenly understood that this guy should be interested in his car. Lu Yuhong looked at He Jiawei, who waved his hand to leave. Casually said, "Jiao Wei and you are not much different in age. He is a car idiot, so sometimes I hope you don't mind." Hearing Lu Yuhong's voice, Zhao Feng looked at her. I suddenly remembered what Lu Yuhong and Zhang Guangtai had just said, but I couldn't explain it myself just now. If this were passed to the company, I would be in trouble. Lu Yuhong was not uncomfortable being stared at by Zhao Feng. Her gaze was inexplicably attracted by the tight bow tie under Zhao Feng's neck, as if this bow tie was the key to her inner Pandora's box. Felt Lu Yuhong's gaze. As an innocent virgin, Zhao Feng also feels quite unbearable. Quickly stepped away, "Lu Dong. If it's okay, I will go back first." Lu Yuhong did not stop, she felt that she also needed to calm down. Why does Pianping Zhao Feng make himself feel this way? Chapter 30. It seems, to be low-key. The reward for signing in today is still 1 million in cash. Therefore, Zhao Feng's bank card is not short of money, there should be about 3 to 5 million in deposit. Drove Ferrari Rafa back home. I checked the date, today is the end of November, and tomorrow is November 30th. Zhao Feng and his cousin Xin made an appointment that she would fly over tomorrow. Zhao Feng's hometown is Haiqing City, the capital of Dongshan Province, also known as Qingdao. You can reach the Magic City by plane, cruise ship, or high-speed rail. By plane, it takes less than 2 hours to arrive, which is quite fast. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Feng checked the ticket for the cousin Xin. Anyway, it seems that she still said something messed up. The ticket was set for the afternoon. In terms of time, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Feng had all thoughts about it. After picking her up, he took her to a restaurant outside for dinner, and then went home and made it by himself. Considering that the cousin was here in the past few days, she couldn't go to the company to work, so when Zhao Feng just left, he greeted Lu Yuhong in advance. "Actually, if you are going to study the meaning of this move." Zhao Feng also expressed his position with Lu Yuhong again, as long as Lu Yuhong does not encroach on the company's interests. Moreover, it has been consistent with its own position. Then I don't mind being a hand-shocking shopkeeper. And Lu Yuhong also received these messages well. In the afternoon, Zhao Feng went to the gym. After a day or two of no fitness, Zhao Feng himself is a little uncomfortable. Zhao Feng, who is a little accustomed to fitness, suddenly felt that the process of fitness is indeed a painful and happy process. Finished bench press. Lu Ruoxin handed Zhao Feng a bottle of water and a towel. I did a good job today. Keep it up, I believe you will have a healthy body soon. Zhao Feng heard the words, looked at her and smiled, remembering that tomorrow, the 30th, is Saturday. Zhao Feng asked casually, Coach Lu, are you going to work on Saturday and Sunday? After Lu Ruoxin heard this, she was happy. Could it be that he wanted to ask herself out? So, she deliberately asked back, yes. Normally, if there is no rest on Saturday, we will rest on Sunday. In addition, we can adjust the rest. At this point, she sighed, hey. If you local tyrants come back on Saturday and Sunday, of course we will have to work on Saturday and Sunday. After Zhao Feng heard this, it turns out that there is his own reason. I had to chuckled, oh. I won't be here next Sunday, so you have a wonderful weekend. Lu Ruoxin did not expect Zhao Feng to say this, and subconsciously blocked it, it's okay. If you don't come, others will come. It's the same. Speaking, Lu Ruoxin suddenly regretted it. What if the other party doesn't ask him out? But, just when she felt sorry for herself, Zhao Feng suddenly said, do you have time on Sunday? Lu Ruoxin heard this, her heart was about to overflow with joy. What's the matter? She was pretending to be plain, and she seemed to ask casually. Zhao Feng honestly stated the reason, my sister is coming over tomorrow. I would like to invite you to be a tour guide on Sunday. I don't know where the girls like to go in the Magic City. So. Lu Ruoxin heard Zhao Feng say this, and suddenly thought of it in her mind. Is this seeing each other's family? I don't know if I should call the other sister-in-law. If Zhao Feng knew what Lu Ruoxin was thinking now. Zhao Feng, you are born out of nothing, you are secretive, imagine out of thin air, fabricated out of thin air, speechless, hopeless, the dead rest in peace, and go well. My set of Guiyan Guiyu will return to its original form for you, believe it or not. Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxin, who was lost in thought, thinking she had any arrangements. If you don't have time, then there is no trouble, Coach Lu. Lu Ruoxin immediately frowned when she heard this, I haven't spoken yet. I will increase it by 5 kilograms later. Fuck. Zhao Feng decisively admitted, Coach Lu, I was wrong. Then do you have time? Lu Ruoxin blinked, and then smiled lightly, since you have invited so sincerely, then I will reluctantly be a tour guide. Zhao Feng nodded quickly, okay. No problem. Just when Zhao Feng got up to go to the toilet, and escaped Lu Ruoxin's oppression by the way. Noticed the corners of Lu Ruoxin's lips, she suddenly saw the devil's smile. Well, coach, I'll go to the toilet first, wait for me. The steps are more sensitive. Zhao Feng ran to the bathroom before finishing speaking. Lu Ruoxin looked at Zhao Feng's back in a hurry, and the smile on her delicate face burst out in an instant, she was really pretty. After fitness. Made an appointment to contact on WeChat on Sunday. Zhao Feng returned home slowly. After returning home, she leaned back on the sofa sour and weak. She wanted to take a shower, but she didn't have the energy to wash. After a long time, Zhao Feng got up and took a bath. Look at the time, it just happened to be past 5 in the afternoon. Too lazy to order takeaway, wait a moment to make a vegetable salad and have it. Vegetable salad is indeed the easiest. And the ingredients are very rich. Cucumber, lettuce, cabbage, purple cabbage, carrot, cherry tomatoes, there are 6 kinds of vegetables, of which cherry tomatoes are actually small persimmons. There is another salad dressing that Zhao Feng likes to eat. Slice or shred all the vegetables and place them in a small transparent glass bowl. Pour in the salad dressing and stir. If you like to eat sesame oil, you can put a little bit of sesame oil, and then add some salt. In fact, salt is also based on salad dressing. Some salad dressing will have a salty taste. www.novel.com. No need to put salt. Zhao Feng's salt taste is relatively weak, so I put a little on it. After mixing well, can be eaten directly. Because of the exercise in the afternoon, Zhao Feng ate up all the salad he made today. Doesn't seem to do a lot. After eating, I was just 80% full. Put the tableware in the automatic dishwasher. Back to the living room, Zhao Feng faced the air in front of him and said softly, "Look at the movie Transformers." Then, the screen in front of him suddenly lit up. Zhao Feng turned on Douyin on the phone. These days, I have also used the fighting voice, otherwise, I wouldn't know Guiyan's little quotations. Open the search box. Zhao Feng wanted to search for the original video of Guiyan and Guiyu. But by coincidence, I noticed one of the following hot searches: Shenhao buys 6 Ferraris at a time, just to buy Rafa. Huh. Zhao Feng subconsciously clicked in, and the scene he saw was the famous scene of Lu Yuhong sending him a car one day. Fuck. Zhao Feng was shocked. What's the situation? I read the comments, hundreds of thousands of them, and a million likes. Obviously this video is not the only video uploaded. There are many other videos, and these likes and comments are automatically diverted. Otherwise, for this video, it is estimated that the number of likes will explode. Raise your head. His eyes were out of the fighting sound interface, and his sluggish eyes stared at the giant screen where a blockbuster action movie was staged with special effects. It seems it should be, to be low-key. Chapter 31 Surprise for Cousin. Zhao Feng is not a high-profile person in his bones. As the saying goes, the wealth is not revealed. OM. The phone vibrated suddenly, waking Zhao Feng from his thoughts. Picked it up and saw that it was news from cousin Xin. Brother. I will bring you a surprise tomorrow. Smirk. Looking at the news, Zhao Feng was a little strange. What surprise? Oh. I'll know when we meet tomorrow. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Feng originally didn't want to talk to her, but then she suddenly sent a voice. Zhao Feng listened to it, but he didn't expect it to be the second aunt's voice. Had to chat with my aunt for a while. The second aunt said nothing more than to think that Xin's coming over might cause Zhao Feng to trouble, so that Zhao Feng should train her. What can Zhao Feng do? Keep nodding and agree. After chatting with the second aunt, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The movie is almost entering the final stage. To say it, I can be regarded as an old fan of the movie series Transformers. When Zhao Feng was in junior high school, he watched Transformers for the first time, but he was still watching the second part. At that time, the only cool and handsome cars in there were the long legs of the heroine. What seems to be exposed? After, Zhao Feng also deliberately pulled out the first one and looked at it, and none of the subsequent ones were left. But, how should I put it? Zhao Feng's feeling is relatively simple, and it feels like the plot is messed up a bit. However, there are too many special effects blockbusters. Got up and looked out the window, randomly raised his hand to take a picture of the night scene, and suddenly found that the effect of the mobile phone in his hand did not seem to be very good. At this time, Zhao Feng remembered. I have used my mobile phone for more than a year. I fell about 6 or 7 times. So, it's time to change my phone. If you change to someone else, it is estimated that when you get your wealth for the first time, you just change your phone. Zhao Feng has a different personality. For things like mobile phones, he usually only needs one that works well, and he doesn't ask too much. As for now, it is also because I just remembered the new Warwick Mate 30 Porsche design that Warwick has launched, which makes Zhao Feng's eyes bright. There is also a Warwick Mate X folding screen. Zhao Feng is still quite interested in these two phones. Lying on the bed, thinking about buying a mobile phone another day, Zhao Feng fell into a deep sleep without knowing it. The next morning, it happened to be Saturday. Zhao Feng wanted to give herself a vacation, but Lu Ruoxin didn't agree. Fortunately, considering that Zhao Feng had something in the afternoon, Lu Ruoxin reduced some of the scheduled training. After the training, Zhao Feng asked Lu Ruoxin to go to the restaurant downstairs to have a simple lunch. The reason is very simple. Zhao Feng thinks that Lu Ruoxin may be troubled tomorrow, so this is not to treat others in advance. And seeing this scene in the eyes of others, it undoubtedly made the gym coach and the college feel that the two should be together. After lunch, I checked the time. It's just a little bit early. If you drive to the Magic City Hongqiao Airport by yourself, it's estimated that half an hour will be enough, but considering the traffic jam, if you double the time, you can leave at 3 o'clock. Went home and took a shower and changed clothes. Ahem. Although Zhao Feng is relatively low-key. But I want to see my sister. Although she is a cousin, her relationship is not bad. Of course you have to burn it. Therefore, instead of changing into that formal suit, Zhao Feng changed into a high-necked wool sweater and put on that casual suit. The leather shoes on his feet are also polished. What car are you driving? Ferrari or Ferrari? However, thinking that he had just decided to keep a low profile yesterday, Zhao Feng decisively chose the Audi A7. In fact, there is another main reason. Girls carry more things. The Audi A7 has a relatively large trunk space. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Feng set off from home on time. Starting from the underground garage, it turned out that Lu Tianxian's sports car was driving in at the gate of the community. The two cars passed by. Zhao Feng noticed that Lu Tianxian seemed to be sitting on the co-pilot with a man. The gossip fire in his heart suddenly rose. Fortunately, I still remember that I still have things to do. There is no parking along the way, but you can't run the red light. Fortunately, the traffic ahead was not very serious. When Zhao Feng arrived at Hongqiao Airport, the time was 4:08 p.m., which was 8 minutes longer than the expected 1 hour. Yi Xian's plane arrives at 4:20, the time is just right. Zhao Feng, who is neatly dressed and confident, stands in the airport hall. It seemed quite eye-catching at once, and many young ladies were attracted by Zhao Feng's temperament. More people wonder why Zhao Feng wears such a neat dress. Their gaze is very complicated, containing many elements such as strangeness, teasing, curiosity and so on. Zhao Feng regretted changing this set of clothes. Fortunately, it is not long. At 4:20 in the afternoon, Yi Xian's plane arrived at Hongqiao Airport on time. At 4:25, Zhao Feng saw the guests of the flight coming out of the airport. Yi Xian said to come over, Yu reading www.uukangshu. Zhao Feng subconsciously regarded it as a person coming. So my eyes kept traversing those women who were alone. This is too small. I don't expect to be 20 years old, no. This aunt's makeup is a bit heavy. Not really. This young lady is pretty, her legs are really straight. Not yet. Searched again, but Zhao Feng still didn't see Yi Xian. I just wanted to take out my mobile phone to call Yi Xian, but suddenly a soft body was pasted behind her, two soft little hands blocking her eyes. Guess who I am? When Zhao Feng heard the voice, he didn't look like his cousin Yi Xian. Does his cousin have a talent for voice change? Thinking so in my heart, Zhao Feng said, okay. Stop making trouble. Xianer. Yi Xianer heard the words, pouting her mouth and letting go of her hands covering Zhao Feng's eyes. When Zhao Feng turned around, he knew why he didn't recognize her just now. There was also a slim girl standing next to Yi Xian. The two wore the same white sweater and sky blue bunched jeans. One person also has a pair of big sunglasses on his eyes. The size is similar, except for the hairstyle. Zhao Feng thought they were twins just now. Looking at Yi Xian and the strange girl standing in front of him with a large suitcase, Zhao Feng suddenly praised his idea when choosing a car. Yi Xian blinked at Zhao Feng and said with a smile, cousin, how long hasn't seen you since then, you can't recognize them. I thought you two were twins just now. Besides, you girl wears big sunglasses and covers half of your face. Only if I can recognize it as a ghost. Zhao Feng gave her a blank eye, speechless. Chapter 32 Yang Zixin and Dinner. Yi Xian listened and smiled, hee hee. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend Yang Zixin. When Zhao Feng heard it, he smiled and said, you two really look like twins, and there is a Xing in your name. Then stretched out his right hand towards Yang Zixin. Yang Zixin also smiled and shook hands with Zhao Feng gently, hello, brother Zhao. I will trouble you this time. No trouble. No trouble. I can rest assured that you can come with Xianer. She saves her by herself. Zhao Feng said with a smile. Yi Xianer heard the words, and pouted unwillingly, what do you mean I can't adjust? Bite you. Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin smiled at each other. Reached out and gently patted the top of his cousin's head, Zhao Feng smiled and said, okay. Let's go. Today's arrangement is to have dinner first, and then go home and take a good rest. Yi Xian heard this, and immediately came over and asked quietly, cousin, you really bought a house? Zhao Feng thought she was going to say something. Hearing her asking herself, she smiled and nodded immediately, don't worry. I can't let you bare your shoulders. Zhao Feng's voice is not small, and it is also said to be heard by Yang Zixin. Xin was relieved. She believed that her cousin would not lie. The three of them came to the parking lot, talking and laughing. After walking to the Audi A7, Xin's big round eyes widened. "Brother, is this car yours?" "Yes," replied grumpily. Zhao Feng opened the trunk and put Yang Zixin's suitcase in it. Then brought Xin's suitcase and put it in it. Greeted the two women to get into the car. Xin and Yang Zixin sat in the back seat. As soon as Zhao Feng started the car, he was almost choked with saliva by Xin. "I only heard her say, Zixin, then you can return your reserved room." Zhao Feng glared at her fiercely through the rearview mirror. "Xiner, you still don't believe your brother if you are together. I'm afraid I will sell it to you." Xin heard the words and hurriedly said with a smile, "Oh, cousin. I know you are the best." She has a prolonged ending when she speaks. Zhao Feng was sweating on her forehead, scared by her long tail sound. "Don't tell me. You are normal. I can't stand you." Zhao Feng vomited. Then, Zhao Feng continued, "Oh. By the way, today I booked a restaurant, let's go have a meal first." Xin opened her eyes and smiled when she heard the restaurant. Okay. "Brother, is it possible that you can't ask us to have a big meal?" Zhao Feng smiled upon hearing the words, but did not speak. Zhao Fengding's restaurant is a restaurant called Tang Pavilion, located on the 5th floor of Langting Hotel, Xintiandi, number 99 Madong Road. Just passing by on the way back, Zhao Feng chose this restaurant. Soon, Zhao Feng drove to the downstairs of Xintiandi Langting. Stopped the car and handed it to the doorman. Zhao Feng took Xin and Yang Zixin upstairs. After talking about the reservation at the front desk, a waiter soon took the three to the reserved box. Then Zhao Feng handed over the menu to the two girls, Xin and Yang Zixin. "See if there is anything you like to eat." Xin took the menu. Before she had time to read it, she stretched out her hand to poke Zhao Feng and asked, "Cousin, are you making a fortune? You can't order. You are 100,000 Y." Zhao Feng said her disgustingly, then looked at Yang Zixin. "Order whatever Zixin wants to eat." Yang Zixin nodded with a smile. In fact, Yang Zixin is also strange, because after she was in Xin's house, Xin said that this time she wanted to hide from others, but also to see what happened to her cousin. So Yang Zixin is a little confused now. It's not that she didn't believe in the wealth that Zhao Feng revealed, but that Yang Zixin felt that Zhao Feng was gentle, but the self-confidence in her bones made her feel that Zhao Feng should have these things. It is a paradox with what Xin said before. Yang Zixin has a good order, and the prices of the two dishes ordered are only medium in the menu. Xin, I also ordered 2 dishes with similar prices. Zhao Feng took a look and added 4 more dishes to the menu. Then, it was the waiter who retired. As soon as the waiter left, Xin couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng and said, "Brother, honestly, did you win the lottery?" Yang Zixin also looked at Zhao Feng and blinked, as if he was expecting Zhao Feng's answer. Zhao Feng just picked up the teacup and took a sip to moisturize his throat. Hearing Xin's problem, he almost squirted out the tea from his mouth. Put down the teacup, looked up at the two women Xin and Yang Zixin, frowning slightly. "It's not a lottery win, you. With such a curiosity, why not become a detective?" "Humph." Xin wrinkled her little nose, snorted, and then changed her expression, holding her chin in her hands, blinking her big eyes and looking at Zhao Feng. "Mimi, brother, just talk about it, people are curious. There is nothing to do with her." Zhao Feng had no choice but to say perfunctorily, "That's it. I have a chance to tell you another day." "For sure. For sure." After dumbfounded, Zhao Feng looked at Yang Zixin. "Zixin, this girl is like this, I hope you don't mind." Yang Zixin smiled and nodded again. "This is," Xin was shocked and said, "Brother, I searched this restaurant, a 2 Michelin star restaurant. Brother, this time you can spend your money." Zhao Feng has not had time to speak. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. Xin continued, "How do I feel that you have never been so generous before? Could it be because of Zixin?" Xin blinked her right eye specifically at Zhao Feng. "Got it. I knew she brought Yang Zixin over and didn't follow her kind intentions. I'm afraid I want to introduce Yang Zixin to myself." This conjecture appeared in Zhao Feng's mind instantly. "However," he said, "I will bet you here when I have no money." It happened that the waiter opened the door and was shocked when he heard Zhao Feng's words. Zhao Feng did not expect such a coincidence. There is no way to explain it. After the waiter puts the dishes, Zhao Feng greeted Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, "Hurry up. I also watched it online. It is said that it tastes good." Finally, a waiter brought in a bottle of sparkling wine. At Zhao Feng's gesture, he poured a glass for Yi Xin and Yang Zixin. Then the waiter put down the bottle and walked out. Zhao Feng picked up his chopsticks to start, but was stopped by Yi Xin. Under my gaze, the two girls, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, took a picture of their phones at the table. Finally, the filming was over, and the three of them were talking and laughing and started enjoying this dinner. Zhao Feng did not drink because he had to drive a car. Instead, he drank a lot of tea here and went to the toilet halfway through. After Zhao Feng left, the two little girls in the room suddenly couldn't hold back. Yang Zixin looked at his girlfriend. "Xiner, didn't you still say that you were afraid that your brother was pretending to buy a house? It's not like it at all now." Yi Xin, "Not like buying a house." Yang Zixin was speechless, and retorted, "I said they don't seem to be pretending." Chapter 33 surprised Yi Xin and Yang Zixin. Yi Xin froze for a moment, and instantly reacted, "It seems to be too. Did my cousin really win the lottery?" Yang Zixin seemed to smile but not smile. "Maybe it's true. Wait. I have another guess." Yi Xin suddenly approached her girlfriend and said seriously. Yang Zixin thought she thought of something. His eyes lit up. "What? Did you say that my brother was covered by the rich woman at?" Puff. Yang Zixin almost squirted the tea out of his mouth when he heard the words. "Are you serious?" Yi Xin just wanted to say something, but saw that the private room door was pushed open. Zhao Feng came in, so she hurriedly stopped her conversation. After the three of them have eaten, Zhao Feng went to the front desk to check out. There are 8 dishes and a bottle of wine in a total of over 5,000. In fact, 8 dishes are about 4,000. The bottle of wine is a brand called Parisian Flower. Zhao Feng has never heard of it, but Yi Xin and Yang Zixin both say it is delicious. It was already 8:30 in the evening when the group came out of the restaurant. The night is also quite cold, although the night view of the Magic City is quite beautiful. Zhao Feng drove directly towards Thompson's first character. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin knew that Zhao Feng was driving towards home. However, out of politeness, Yang Zixin still said, "Brother Zhao, I have already caused you trouble very much by Lamo Capital. I won't bother you at night." Zhao Feng suddenly smiled when he heard the words, "It's okay. Don't worry. My house is enough for you to live in." Yi Xin's eyes lit up when she heard it. "Wow. Cousin, are you such a tyrant now? Could it be the 2-bedroom apartment you bought?" Zhao Feng smiled and said casually, "Okay. Don't guess at random, you will know when you wait." Zhao Feng didn't say that the house he bought was at Thompson First Class. He said that it was like showing off, and it was not in line with his low-key ideas. However, even if they don't tell them, they will definitely find out. Glanced at the rearview mirror. Zhao Feng saw Yi Xin and Yang Zixin each holding a mobile phone and didn't know what they were doing. Simply drive attentively. Although the road was a bit blocked, the three of them chatted and laughed from time to time, and soon arrived at Thompson Ipin. Outside the door of Thompson Ipin, there is no obvious sign. Even so, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin were shocked by the high-end community in front of them. Especially Yi Xin, yelling. Such as, "Wow. Cousin can spend a lot of money here, brother, you can see the surface of the river here, that's the Pearl Tower of the Magic City, it looks so close," and so on. As for Yang Zixin, it may be the first time I met Zhao Feng, so he was very reserved. However, even so, the surprise in her eyes betrayed her current inner mood swings. Drove to the underground parking lot. Zhao Feng got off the car and helped them both pick up things. Suddenly heard Ishiner's exclamation. "Wow. Brother, are these all sports cars?" Zhao Feng looked up and saw Yi Xiner standing in front of her Ferrari bodies. "Take out the phone and take a photo." Yang Zixin is not immune. However, she took 2 photos and walked towards Zhao Feng, ready to help. Zhao Feng heard his cousin shout and responded, "Yes. It's all Ferraris." Yi Xin shouted again after hearing Zhao Feng's voice, "It would be nice if these cars are all brothers. I can still go for a drive." After Zhao Feng heard the words, he immediately smiled and said, "Xiner, what if I said these cars were mine?" Yi Xiner also finished taking the photo, and while walking back towards Zhao Feng, she said with a face full of disbelief, "I don't believe it, brother, I am not the same I was before." After all, she still raised her head at Zhao Feng's cocky. Zhao Feng smiled and shook his head, "All right. Come and help." The three people then took the elevator upstairs. When he arrived at the door, Zhao Feng opened the door, pulled 2 suitcases into the house. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, who followed behind, also entered the house. They were immediately surprised by the scene in front of them. I saw the light in the room gradually being lit from near to far. The luxurious decoration of the huge living room made Yi Xin involuntarily exclaimed, "Wow! So beautiful." Yang Zixin blinked her beautiful eyes. Obviously she was also surprised. "It's okay. Come in and sit down." To be honest, Zhao Feng himself is quite proud now, and now he feels like showing his collection to others. Greeting Yi Xin and Yang Zixin into the living room, Zhao Feng went to get 2 drinks and handed them to them. "Drink some water first. By the way, wait a minute, you pick the room, and I will help you put the suitcase in." While talking, Zhao Feng sat next to Yi Xin. Yi Xin raised her eyebrows and patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder with a pop. "That's okay. Brother, I still choose a room, let me see how many rooms are there." Yi Xin bounced off the sofa while she was talking. She stretched out her hand to hold Yang Zixin and ran back. Zhao Feng looked at the lively voices of the 2 girls, and reluctantly shouted softly, "Be careful, there are rooms upstairs. There are as many as 8 rooms at home." www.novel.com. The decoration styles are also different. It's like Zhao Feng's room tends to be light blue, while other rooms have bright yellow, pink, etc. Although the colors are different, they all follow a light and elegant style. When Yi Xin and Yang Zixin went upstairs to see the pink room, they liked it when they saw it. The second girl went downstairs in a hurry. Yi Xin saw Zhao Feng sitting in the living room and shouted anxiously, "Brother, Zixin, and I like the pink room upstairs, and you can also see the night view of the river outside." Zhao Feng heard the words and stood up, "Okay. Then I will put the suitcase up for you. By the way, you 2 sleep in the same room." Yi Xin raised her hands on her chest and nodded with a smile on her face. Yang Zixin also smiled and said, "I'm sorry, brother Zhao." "Hey." Zhao Feng waved his hand and went upstairs mentally holding Yi Xin. Behind him, Yang Zixin carried his suitcase and walked up the stairs slowly. After Zhao Feng put Yi Xin's suitcase in place, he walked halfway to the stairs and hit Yang Zixin, who was carrying the suitcase. "Come on. Give it to me. Go and chat with Shiner." While talking, Zhao Feng reached out and grabbed the handle of the suitcase. Yang Zixin's hand was released after Zhao Feng grabbed it. Inadvertently, the 2 palms made contact. Inexplicably, Yang Zixin felt that his heartbeat accelerated in vain. Looked down with a reddish face, did not dare to look at Zhao Feng, turned around like a little rabbit, and walked down the stairs with small steps. Zhao Feng glanced at Yang Zixin's back, wondering, "I don't seem to be doing anything." Didn't see her little white pigeon, so she was suddenly shy. Chapter 34 Ghost. Turn off the light for me. Put their suitcases in the room. After Zhao Feng went downstairs, at Yi Xin's strong request, he took Yi Xin and Yang Zixin to visit the whole house. The dreamy super-large mansion is a personal favorite. Yi Xin herself is a relatively lively girl, one is her cousin and the other is a girlfriend, so she doesn't have to be outside, so she is bluffing. Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin were also laughed at. Made the 2 of them feel like old fathers and old mothers saw their own stupid girls. Although Yi Xin and Yang Zixin came here by plane, they have been little girls since the afternoon. While sitting in the living room chatting, Yi Xin yawned, Zhao Feng could see that the 2 of them were a little tired. Said immediately, "It's 10 o'clock, you just came here today, let's rest early." Yi Xin heard the words and nodded in agreement, "Good brother. I'm really a little doze. Then I'll go to bed first." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Yang Zixin was also embarrassed and smiled at Zhao Feng, "Brother Zhao, then I will go to bed too." Zhao Feng nodded and said softly, "Yeah. By the way, the bathroom next to your room upstairs is brand new. If you wash, you can use that bathroom." Yang Zixin nodded in embarrassment, and followed Yi Xin upstairs. After the second girl went upstairs, EXIN took out the pink bunny pajamas from the suitcase and put on them, lying on the bed ready to go to sleep. Yang Zixin, who changed into the same white pajamas, shook her head and pulled her up helplessly. Hurry up and take a bath. EXIN slowly got up, looked at her good girlfriend, and suddenly smirked. Hey, be careful, you have not become my sister-in-law, so start taking care of me. Yang Zixin's face became hot when he heard the words, and he hurriedly reached out and pushed EXIN. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. EXIN smiled and went to the bathroom with her washing utensils. The girl is already clean, not to mention the shower at home yesterday. So, for about 10 minutes, EXIN rushed briefly, washed her hair, and walked out of the bathroom. Now she does not have any cosmetics on her face. It is obvious that EXIN's appearance is not low, although it is not the amazing one, but the round and fleshy face will look more attractive. If it is very well designed, Zhao Feng estimates can give her a score of 8.5. And Yang Zixin's words corresponded to those words. People gather by kind, and things are divided into groups. Yang Zixin's face is a standard melon face, with delicate facial features engraved on that pretty face. If you simply judge from the first impression, Yang Zixin is even more beautiful than his cousin EXIN. Zhao Feng gave her 8.8 points in his heart for the addition of figure. When Yang Zixin went to take a bath, EXIN took out her phone and brushed the sound for a while. Looking at the large bedroom and her favorite decoration style, she suddenly remembered a video she saw on Douyin before. Happily clicked on the shooting. The camera is aimed at the small chandelier emitting soft light on the bedroom roof and the switch beside the door. Are you there? Ghost. Turn off the light for me. Thank you. EXIN didn't finish her words, the lights in the house clicked and all went out. Oh. I'll go. She suddenly exclaimed. EXIN knew that she was alone in the room just now. She was taken aback and hurriedly jumped out of the bed, and rushed towards the door with her bare feet, regardless of the lights behind her as she got out of bed. Ran out of the room, EXIN, who had just reached the top of the stairs, remembered Yang Zixin who was still taking a shower in the bathroom. Hurriedly ran to the bathroom door, patted the door and said, Zixin. Zixin. Come out. Just after taking a shower, Yang Zixin, wearing a bath towel and preparing to apply a facial mask, heard EXIN's eager voice and hurriedly opened the bathroom door. How can I think of being dragged by EXIN and running downstairs as soon as I opened the door? Yang Zixin was dumbfounded for an instant. He was wearing a bathrobe. Although the important parts of his body were covered, it would not be appropriate to appear directly in front of the opposite just met today. As soon as she was about to make a sound, she heard EXIN hurriedly say, Go. There are ghosts in this house. While talking, the two ran all the way down the stairs. Zhao Feng sitting in the living room heard the hurried footsteps of the two. Stood up, and saw EXIN pulling Yang Zixin around the towel and running down. When Zhao Feng saw Yang Zixin surrounded by bathrobes, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately gave his cousin EXIN a thumbs up. Just when they met, he was thinking about giving benefits to your cousin. This cousin really is dear. Zhao Feng has not had time to speak. I heard EXIN anxiously say, Brother, upstairs is haunted. This excuse, it's so bad, so beautiful. Zhao Feng retracted the gaze that fell on Yang Zixin, and looked at his cousin suspiciously. Impossible. EXIN. I have been living for a while. Yang Zixin is ashamed and annoyed now, and can't help complaining about his girlfriends. Is it to accompany you to relax? It's okay to promise to get to know your cousin, and it's okay to see your cousin have a good impression, but it doesn't have to be this way. But, Yang Zixin and EXIN met since they were in junior high school, and they confirmed that EXIN is not pretending now. This is weird, it can't be really haunted. EXIN was also anxious, and hurriedly looked at Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin. You reading www.ukangshu.com raised his hand as if swearing, and his face was serious and serious. I swear it is true. I just said upstairs to help me turn off the light, and then all the lights in the room were turned off. When Zhao Feng heard her say this, he couldn't laugh or cry. Yang Zixin was taken aback by what she said. Also looked at Zhao Feng. No way, at this time, boys are obviously more likely to be taken as the backbone of girls. Zhao Feng looked at his anxious cousin and Yang Zixin, who looked suspicious next to him. Also did not explain. Instead, he looked at them directly and said faintly, Turn off all the lights except the living room. Slap, slap, slap. As Zhao Feng's voice fell, the lights in the corridor on the first floor, the lights in the stairwell, the lights on the second floor, the lights on the balcony, etc. all went out. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin were immediately frightened and approached Zhao Feng. Okay. Don't be afraid, this house has installed a smart housing management system with voice recognition function. Zhao Feng said this, watching the two of them have a slight meal. Then said, for example, turn on the lights just now. Fell again with Zhao Feng's voice. The lights that went out just now, PL. PL. PL, all light up again. For a time, the lights interlaced, reflecting on the surprised faces of Yi Xin and Yang Zixin. Zhao Feng continued, did you not notice? Since we got home, I have never turned on the lights, and you haven't turned them on either. Chapter 35 Finance Elementary Stock Manipulation Skills. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin were taken aback when they heard the words, and then slowly nodded. When they watched Zhao Feng speak and instruct the lights to turn off and turn on, they believed in their hearts. Yi Xin even said first, this is too advanced, right? Brother, the whole house is full of sound-controlled lights. Zhao Feng felt helpless when he heard the three words, voice control lamp. Okay. Whatever you say. Yang Zixin came back to his senses. He was still wearing a bath towel. Although his arms covered his chest, half of his long, tender white legs were still exposed. So she smiled shyly at Zhao Feng, and said weakly, Brother Zhao. Then I will blow my hair first. Zhao Feng's eyes disguised well, it was called a clear one. Smiled and nodded, go. Yi Xin looked at the back of her best friend who turned and left carefully, and shouted, Zixin, wait for me, I'll help you blow it. After, she turned around and glanced at Zhao Feng, brother. It's cheaper for you today. Should I send a red envelope to show it? Zhao Feng waited for her to give her a look, is my ode. Yi Xin heard the words, turned around and ran upstairs. While running, he turned back to Zhao Feng and hummed heavily. Looking at the back of her turning upstairs, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. Picking up the phone, I wanted to send her a big red envelope, but a single red envelope on WeChat can only send a maximum of 200 yuan. If it is a group red envelope, you can send a larger red envelope. Therefore, Zhao Feng had to send her a red envelope of 6,666.66 yuan via transfer. Then sent a message, don't spend money randomly. If I don't have time to accompany you out in the future, do you know if you want to go out and play? Yi Xin, who returned to the room, suddenly found a transfer message popped up by WeChat. Was taken aback, a thick smile appeared on his face immediately, and he said decisively, brother. I love you so much. Manhwa. After Zhao Feng listened, he didn't bother to talk to her. Yi Xin glanced at the phone screen and found that Zhao Feng ignored herself. Then fiddled with the video that I had just shot to make a fight sound. I didn't take a photo just now, just as Yang Zixin finished blowing his hair and walked in. Yi Xin once again excitedly pulled Yang Zixin together to shoot again. However, thinking that the first video was more real, Yi Xin took the first one as a tidbit and prepared to post it on Douyin. When I finished shooting the video, I was about to make a fight sound. Yixiner looked at the address marked on the phone interface, and she was stunned. She reached out and patted Yang Zixin, who was also looking at the phone next to her. Zixin. Do you see if my phone is broken? Yang Zixin came over and took a look, the interface switching is no problem. She looked at her girlfriend suspiciously. Yi Xin greeted her gaze, swallowed, and then said, you see, the positioning here is the first product of Thomson. Thomson first product. Thomson first product. Yang Zixin didn't believe it at first, but the phone interface was right in front of her. After she was sure, her eyes widened. Although they don't understand the legend of Thomson Ipin, someone on Douyin once filmed a video about the house. It is said that each luxury house sells for hundreds of millions. Yixiner, who still doubts her life, couldn't help but ask Yang Zixin to play the interface of developing Douyin, and watch the words, address, Thomson Ipin, appear again on the interface. Yixiner and Yang Zixin finally reacted. Especially Yi Xin, immediately seemed to get up to ask his cousin Zhao Feng. But Yang Zixin Lamara stayed with her, and it was not appropriate to ask at night. The second daughter had been going to whisper for a while. But today was a surprise, so the two of them lost their minds. They fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed, shrunken in the quilt like two little pigs. Zhao Feng didn't stay in the living room for long. I wanted to drink a glass of brandy by myself, but I didn't drink it after the two of them had just made it. Also went back to the room to sleep. With the smart housekeeper, all lights in the room were turned off. There was only a starlight passing through the gap of the curtain and falling on the quilt. The night is quiet, everything is silent. The faces of cousin Yi Xin and her best friend Yang Zixin appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. After a short while, I entered a quiet sleep. 6 o'clock the next morning. Zhao Feng woke up from sleep. Silently read, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring financial and basic stock manipulation skills. Accompanied by the electronic sound of the system, Zhao Feng has a lot of knowledge about stock trading, such as turnover rate, PE, dealer, K-line, etc., in his mind. The knowledge that kept rolling in his mind that made Zhao Feng familiar with it was like the innate existence in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng even felt that he could write every word in it silently. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng wanted to lightly click on Finance Elementary Stock Manipulation. Then appeared its introduction. Finance Elementary Stock Manipulation. You can perfectly master the operation of million-dollar stocks, understand the flow curve of million-dollar stocks, and have the ability to predict subsequent changes in stocks at this level. Please be familiar with and use it. The follow-up advanced skills of this skill include Intermediate Stock Manipulation, Advanced Stock Manipulation, Hand of God. After reading the introduction of this skill, Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Actually, facing his cousin Yi Xin, Zhao Feng was a little bit imaginary yesterday. In case his cousin Yi Xin really asks, she doesn't know how to explain it. At first, Zhao Feng was going to explain that he had already started a business and that Xingtai Automobile Company was the foundation of his own hard work. www.novel.com. However, there were many loopholes. First, Xingtai Company was established for more than 20 years. Second, I can't tell the source of my Xingtai shares. But now with this skill, everything makes sense. The system is also very powerful. I have directly arranged the stock trading experience for myself from the time of university to now. Including the stock account, there is still $5 million, but these funds cannot be withdrawn temporarily and can only be used for stock trading. When will the profits of using these funds for stock trading exceed 5 million, and the principal plus profit exceeds 10 million, this stock all account funds are unlocked. However, the trajectory of the previous capital flow was clearly arranged in the system. Zhao Feng couldn't wait to get up and went to the study to turn on the computer. Click on the stocks icon on the desktop of the computer, and check my experience of stocks and withdrawals. After the first capital investment, he has been profitable continuously throughout the year. Cumulative profit exceeded 200 million. After withdrawing half of it, he bought a 6.6% stake in Xingtai Company. 4 or 5 years ago, Xingtai Company was valued at 1.5 billion. Then, the profit distribution of Xingtai Company was subsequently invested by Zhao Feng to increase the shares of Xingtai Company. The funds in his stock trading account are also increasing. When he graduated last year, he completed the increase in the stock holdings of Xingtai Company, and there were still hundreds of millions of funds in the stock account that had not been withdrawn. So, in the next month, I succeeded in playing a big wave, and the profit of this 100 million capital stocks exceeded the principal, and the profit was 110 million yuan. Chapter 36. 3 Women Get Together. The sum of these money has successfully bought this Thompson first-class mansion. In the following year, I slowed down the pace of stock trading. Although I made a lot of monthly profits, I have gradually stabilized, and the luxury house of Thompson Ipin was also renovated this year. This is why Zhao Feng only moved in recently. Although the profit this year is not much, plus the remaining funds before, it is enough for Zhao Feng to buy those Ferrari supercars. So far, a perfect stock trading experience has been systematically constructed and embedded into the Morda stock exchange market. Looking at the stock trend interface in front of him, Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. Is perfect. Looked at the time, it turned out that I just accidentally spent nearly an hour in the study. Went straight back to the bedroom and went to the bathroom to wash. Then I changed my clothes. It is exactly 7:20. Go downstairs and prepare to do something early. When passing by the room where Yi Xin and Yang Zixin lived, Zhao Feng knocked on the door, "Get up for breakfast." Went downstairs and looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator. Took out a bag of whole wheat bread slices, and there were sliced ham that had been processed in the refrigerator. When the bread slices and sliced ham were taken out, they were a bit cold. Finally, the toaster baked a slice of bread. Zhao Feng took out the frying pan and prepared to fry the sliced ham and fry 3 more eggs. Simply make a few ham and omelette sandwiches. After all, fried eggs and fried ham are relatively simple. Will be ready soon. Zhao Feng looked at Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, who had not been down for almost half an hour after more than 20 minutes had passed. Couldn't help but walked up to the stairs and shouted, "Hurry down, breakfast is ready. If I don't eat it, I will eat it." After Yexin and Yang Zixin heard Zhao Feng's shout, they wiped their faces quickly. Without applying any makeup, they went downstairs together in the simplest state of no makeup. However, this is also their confidence in their looks. When they walked to the living room, the aroma of ham attracted their noses. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Feng just poured the 3 glasses of orange juice that had just been squeezed. Looking at the two of them coming, Zhao Feng raised his hand and said, "Come and eat. My craftsmanship is average, so don't let it go." Yi Xin took the lead to sit on the right-hand side of Zhao Feng, picked up the orange juice and took a big sip. After drinking it, he said, "Cousin, you rich men made breakfast for our cook. We are so grateful that we dared to dislike it. Zixin, don't you think?" Yang Zixin sat on Zhao Feng's left hand, listened to her, and hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes. And, Brother Zhao, you made very delicious." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded, "That's good. Eat quickly." While eating, Zhao Feng glanced at Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, who were muffled, and felt that something was wrong. Yang Zixin looks very ladylike while eating quietly, but Yi Xin, her cousin, knows herself. Can't sit still, what's wrong today? Zhao Feng looked at Yi Xin with a puzzled look. Yi Xin couldn't help being forced by Zhao Feng's gaze. Directly put down the sandwich in his hand, looked at Zhao Feng seriously and asked, "Brother, you honestly explain, how did you get so much money?" Knew that she had such a question. Zhao Feng didn't say anything, but just put away his smile, looked at her and said seriously, "Let's do it. Eat first, you want to know, come back at night, ask me what I will say. Can it be done?" Yi Xin looked at Zhao Feng, still thinking in her heart that he was still the cousin she was familiar with. Hesitated, and finally nodded and agreed. The 3 ate breakfast. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin wanted to wash the dishes, but Zhao Feng told them that there is a dishwasher at home. Put the tableware in the dishwasher for a demonstration, then they went back upstairs to make up. "After all, I'm going out soon, of course I still want to be beautiful." Zhao Feng, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Ruoxin, asking if she had breakfast. Lu Ruoxin's reply came back quickly. "I had breakfast and was about to take a taxi to Thompson Ipin." Zhao Feng said he would wait to pick her up, but Lu Ruoxin said that he was still used to it. I had no choice but to agree, but Lu Ruoxin took time and effort to spend money, and she couldn't help but apologize in her heart. When shopping, buy a gift for Lu Ruoxin, thank you. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng made a decision in his heart. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin also put on makeup, changed their clothes and walked downstairs. Yi Xin's upper body with a ball head is a high-neck woolen sweater, and a light yellow short down jacket on the outside. The black pentube trousers on her legs are accompanied by small leather boots to set off the slender and straight legs. Yang Zixin's long-haired shawl, black boots, black woolen coat, black sweater, the whole person looks quite cold. However, they are all pretty. Zhao Feng is much simpler. He doesn't wear makeup. He just fixes his hairstyle, then puts on a down jacket and is ready to go out. As a result, he was disliked by his cousin Yi Xin in the stairs. The girl's emotions converge fast enough, no wonder people say that girls are all actors. Yang Zixin on the side has never revealed anything. In the underground garage, Zhao Feng took the car key to open the Audi A7. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin still sat in the back seat. If Yexin sits in the front, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com will inevitably ignore Yang Zixin, who is sitting in the back, so this is more appropriate. Drove out of the underground garage, Zhao Feng drove around to the door of the Ipin Club. Lu Ruoxin, who had just arrived, walked out when she saw Zhao Feng getting off the car. Zhao Feng was very gentleman and opened the door of the co-pilot for her. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin looked at Lu Ruoxin in the car, and both became nervous. Yi Xin wanted to introduce Yang Zixin to Zhao Feng, but now suddenly there is a girl who is more beautiful than the two of them, and they are naturally nervous. So, when Zhao Feng sat in the co-pilot, Xin suddenly said, "Brother, you won't introduce this big beauty to me and Zixin." Zhao Feng started the car and said with a smile, "This big beauty is Lu Ruoxin, your brother and my friend." Lu Ruoxin also greeted the second girl with a smile, "Hello, I am Lu Ruoxin. I am Mr. Zhao's fitness coach." Xin and Yang Zixin suddenly relaxed a little after hearing this. It seems that Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng are nothing, but fitness coaches are also worthy of vigilance. Although they thought so in their hearts, Xin and Yang Zixin quickly became one with Lu Ruoxin. "Yexin, Sister Ruoxin, your name also has the word Xin in it. Is it Xin for Xinqiang?" Lu Ruoxin smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Xin, my name is Xin, which is also Xinqiang's Xin." "Same." Yang Zixin next to, "My name is Yang Zixin, I'm not sound." "It seems that we are very fate," Lu Ruoxin said with a smile. Chapter 37 Forbearance 1 hour hungry and cold, take a step back and think more hungry. Zhao Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and asked the three women, "Are there any places I want to go next?" Xin heard the words, and immediately expressed excitement, "Brother. Go to the Oriental Pearl Tower. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Yang Zixin also echoed, "Yes. If you don't even go to see the Oriental Pearl Tower, you always feel that something is missing." After hearing them, Zhao Feng also remembered that a few days ago, he wanted to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower to see the night scene at night. Although it is daytime, since Xin and Yang Zixin both requested, Zhao Feng nodded and agreed, "Okay. The goal today is the Oriental Pearl TV Tower." Xin, "Yeah. Let's go." Zhao Feng. The Oriental Pearl Tower is not far away. Go out from West Gate 1 of Tomsonipin, turn left and drive for a while, then turn right into Fucheng Road. Binjiang Park is not far in front, and after Lujiazui West Road, enter Mingzhu Tower Road and arrive directly at the foot of Mingzhu Tower. Although it is daytime, there are not many parking spaces around the Pearl Tower. I finally found a place to park the car. This is the beginning of the tour of the Pearl Tower. Pearl Tower is the first batch of AAAA tourist attractions in Tianxia. The tower has landscapes and facilities such as a space capsule, a revolving restaurant, and a museum of historical development of the Magic City. In 1995, it was listed as one of the 10 new landscapes of the Magic City. Since it's here, let's visit and experience one by one. Especially Xin. When this girl saw the revolving restaurant in the introduction of the Pearl Tower, she couldn't sit still. Yelled, "Brother! How about we go to this restaurant for lunch?" Zhao Feng was stared at by her extremely expectant black eyes, and nodded angrily. Lu Ruoxin did not expect Xin to have such a cute side, and a smile appeared on her face. Magic City History Development Exhibition Hall is located at the base of the Oriental Pearl Tower. Displays many unique sites in the history of the magic capital, such as old cars and carriages. The old Chinese medicine shop even has a model of a thatched house. Among the four people in the group, Zhao Feng occasionally looked at the introductions of those sceneries. As for the three girls, they looked at the objects in surprise and walked away. Even so, it took almost 2 hours to visit the entire exhibition hall. Fortunately, girls don't like these old objects very much. Otherwise, plus taking pictures, it will take more time. Next, the group took the elevator to the Pearl Tower. First arrived at the lower sphere outdoor sightseeing promenade 90 meters above the ground. There is nothing special here, and it is not particularly high enough. If you look outside, the scenery you can see is also limited. But no matter what, the girls finally found a place where they can use their self-portrait skills. So, the three girls started taking selfies. Single self-shooting, 3 female girlfriends shooting, pulling Zhao Feng to take pictures with siblings, etc. etc. When the three girls were taking pictures together, Zhao Feng looked at the phone and, yes, it was almost 11 o'clock. Let's eat directly later. But, in fact, the location of the revolving restaurant is still on the upper sphere sightseeing promenade. So, the group of people went on the sphere sightseeing promenade and took photos for a while, and it took nearly an hour. Standing at this height, looking down, the field of vision has opened up a lot. Looking across the river, it seems that the whole person has a feeling of being opened up. This time, Zhao Feng couldn't hold back either, taking out his cell phone and was afraid of too. After seeing Xin on the side, he complained, "Brother, your selfies are really ugly." You've been taking such ugly selfies. How come you find me a sister-in-law? Hey. Stinky girl, it's you who floated, or your brother. I can't use the knife. Zhao Feng said with an angry laugh. Yi Xin certainly knew that Zhao Feng was reluctant to beat her. However, he still pretended to be pitiful. How come you beat me, brother? Then he said with a flattering smile, oh. People are also concerned, so let's see if you really don't look good. They will help you take 2 photos. Yi Xin picked up the phone and pulled Zhao Feng with her back against the railing of the corridor. She didn't know what she had done with the screen of the phone. Anyway, the effect was quite good. Zhao Feng compares his own filming, and feels that his cousin's filming is like an idol drama, and his own filming is like a local drama. In Yi Xin's triumphant eyes, Zhao Feng casually complimented her, yeah. The shot is indeed okay. I looked at the time, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, everyone should be hungry. Just above is the revolving restaurant. A group of 4 entered the restaurant, and after ordering some dishes, they began to enjoy today's lunch. As a result, the girl Yi Xin said after tasting 2 dishes, Zhao Feng wanted to reach out and cover her mouth. Brother, this restaurant is not as delicious as yesterday's Tang Pavilion. Zhao Feng glared. Yi Xin suddenly felt a touch of murderousness, and hurriedly shrank her head to where Lu Ruoxin and Yang Zixin were nearby, pretending to start chatting. Lu Ruoxin smiled and said to her, Sister Shiner, Tanggu Chinese restaurant is a typical Cantonese restaurant, and it is also the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in the city. Of course it is different. Yi Xin heard the words, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com suddenly brightened his eyes. 3 Michelin stars, oops. Lost. Lu Ruoxin's eyes were confused. Yang Zixin covered her face. As expected, Yi Xin's next sentence almost made Lu Ruoxin choke on her saliva. Just heard her say, I knew I had eaten more yesterday. It doesn't matter if you grow meat. Zhao Feng looked at his cousin who is a foodie. A touch of sadness suddenly rose in his heart. Is so edible, will you marry your husband's family? Can't help but say her sentence, you have to learn to keep in shape, otherwise, you will become a piglet in the future. How can you get married? Yi Xin heard Zhao Feng say this, and the next second she said something amazing again. I grow fleshy by my own ability, so why don't I lose weight? As the saying goes, endure a moment of hunger and cold, take a step back and think more and more hungry. Besides, Zixin's appetite is bigger than me. You think she is not fat? Yang Zixin suddenly blushed. What does it mean to have more appetite than you? Don't you want to let my old lady get out of order? Reached out his hand to pinch the tender meat on Yi Xin's waist, before she had time to exert force. Yi Xin seemed to perceive the murderous aura, and hurriedly changed her words, however, Zixin and I are not fat after eating anything. Brother. Don't worry. Hearing what she said, Yang Zixin retracted his little hand. Zhao Feng listened to her, and couldn't help having a headache. Why should I rest assured? Said as if I really had something to try. At this moment, Lu Ruoxin just made up the knife and said, you must be full when you eat. I will teach you a set of aerobics to keep your body in shape. I will definitely not get fat. When I was a child, a group of 4 people finished their meal. Then go up and play the space capsule. Chapter 38 Frank. In fact, the special thing about the space capsule is the sci-fi sense created by the decoration and lighting. If I meet for the first time, it will indeed feel strange. But now there are quite a lot of scenes with strong sense of science and technology in various sci-fi movies, so Zhao Feng walked away with a few girls, and he lost much interest. A few girls are actually not very interested in this place, they just came over to check in and take pictures. At 3:20 in the afternoon, a group of 4 took the elevator and got off the Pearl Tower. Zhao Feng looked at the time still early, glanced at the 3 girls, and asked, how to arrange the next time. I actually mean to ask whether to go home or go shopping. Yi Xin wanted to go shopping, but thinking that Zhao Feng promised to answer everything in the morning tonight, she wanted to go home again. At this time, Lu Ruoxin suddenly proposed, there is also an ocean aquarium next to it, why don't you go there for a little play? Zhao Feng heard the words and nodded directly. Yi Xin nodded when she saw Zhao Feng. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Feng drove Lu Ruoxin home. After all, it's been a troublesome day for her to send home. But to Zhao Feng's surprise, Lu Ruoxin's family lives in Laoshan New Village next to Dongfang Hospital. When everyone hears the name, they will think that this community should be the place where demolition compensation should be paid. Zhao Feng thought she rented a house. After sending her to her, Zhao Feng got off the car and thanked her. He said that he would invite her to dinner another day. This was to return to the car and drive home. When I was approaching Thompson Epine, passing by the supermarket, Zhao Feng bought some ingredients in the supermarket. There are not many vegetables in the house, so buy some vegetables and meat to prepare, in case you still cook a meal by yourself that day. By the way, I bought 2 big bags of snacks for Yi Xin and Yang Zixin. When he returned downstairs, Zhao Feng carried vegetables and meat alone, and the 2 girls carried a bag of snacks. The 3 took the elevator upstairs and met several neighbors, but Zhao Feng did not know him either. After returning home, she asked Yi Xin to pack her snacks, while she went to tidy the refrigerator. While tidying the refrigerator, Zhao Feng asked Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, Zixin, what do you want to eat at night? Do you make it at home or order takeaway? Yi Xin heard Zhao Feng's inquiry and said directly, maybe take it out. After hearing this, Zhao Feng called Wang Qing directly and asked him to help order a dinner for 3. Afterwards, Zhao Feng returned to the living room and took a bottle of mineral water for the 2 women and 1 person, and said, what kind of drink do you want to drink? Get it yourself. Saying that, it seems to be not very polite. But, actually, the mineral water at home is not the cheap ones on the market. It's like the 3 of them are drinking Evian mineral water. The price of this mineral water is a bit cheaper, only about 10 yuan, but compared to some of the drinks on the market, it can be considered more expensive. Zhao Feng actually didn't think it tasted so good, and even prepared the mineral water at home to change it. These are just living in by myself and I kept some at home. At that time, it seemed that the shelf life was still half a year, so Zhao Feng drank it directly. Now it seems that there are 3 boxes left. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin are of course no problem. Girls, in the summer, apart from all kinds of cold drinks, the favorite drinks are Bing Kuo, but in winter there is only milk tea left. The scheduled takeaway arrived at exactly 7 o'clock. When the 3 of them were having dinner, Yi Xin still complained, just the air revolving restaurant we ate at noon today is a bit taller, but I think it's not as good as this takeaway. Zhao Feng heard the words and said silently in his heart, isn't this nonsense? It only cost me 600 at noon, and now this meal cost me 18. In addition, I took 3 bottles of beer called Seifeltron No. 12 from the wine cabinet. This beer is not too expensive. Zhao Fengcha's price seems to be 60 yuan. But the taste is very unique. After drinking, there will be a strong floral and fruity aroma and strong sweetness. Girls are suitable for sipping. Sure enough, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin took a sip each, their eyes lit up. After dinner, put the tableware in the dishwasher. Zhao Feng returned to the living room and was going to watch a movie. As a result, Yi Xin sat next to her, staring at herself scorchingly, making herself uncomfortable. Move to the left away from Yi Xin, Zhao Feng looked at his cousin, why look at me like this? Yi Xin said with a serious face, did you forget what you promised me this morning? Of course I did not forget. Nodding casually, Zhao Feng said casually, I haven't forgotten, I can't run, let's watch a movie first. Yi Xin shook her head resolutely, no. Brother, it must be now. If you don't say anything, take this card, and Zixin and I will buy tomorrow's ticket. Zhao Feng couldn't laugh or cry, you are trying to draw a line with me. Yi Xin, no. This is the salary I saved, plus yesterday's red envelope, it's over 10,000 in total. You use it first, and I'll go home and ask my mother to help you collect some more. Zhao Feng laughed when he heard this. This girl is afraid of doing something bad. Didn't hurt her for nothing. Zhao Feng glanced at Yang Zixin, who was sitting quietly next to him. www.novel.com. Yang Zixin would be wrong, got up and smiled, then I'll go back to the room first. Brother Zhao, Xiner, you talk first. Zhao Feng saw this and said helplessly, it's all right. It's okay, Zixin. Then looked at his cousin, you girl, I'm really afraid I won't tell you. Stood up and stretched out her right hand, come with me. Yi Xin immediately smiled and grabbed Zhao Feng's warm big hand, and then stretched out and pulled Yang Zixin left and right, and followed Zhao Feng upstairs. The second daughter followed Zhao Feng into the study. Zhao Feng sat on the leather chair behind the desk and clicked on the stock trading software on the computer. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin watched from the side. Yang Zixin always felt that he knew that this was not appropriate. But being held by her best friend, she had no choice but to listen. Zhao Feng's mouse clicked slightly. Turned over the profit details of the account that I found in the morning. Instructed Yi Xin and Yang Zixin to look at the computer screen and said, "Your brother and I were also in college and tried to prepare for stock trading. After class, I learned the basics of stock trading. As a result, I succeeded in making a profit. I didn't want to make much money. I was ready to earn my own pocket money or something, but the unexpected stock price rose, which is considered to be the first pot of gold." After a pause, he said, "After that, I think I can try again. At first, some made money and some lost money, but slowly, I learned a lot and made more profits. In the past few years, I have been steady and steady. It is considered to have the current family business." Yi Xin and Yang Zixin looked at Zhao Feng's last profit in the first year. Suddenly 2 people covered their mouths and exclaimed. 1 billion. X2. Chapter 39 Dog. You shut up. This is 100 million. A small goal of the legendary Wang's richest men. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin looked in surprised eyes. Then explained some important financial turning points later. The 2 girls also studied financial management at university. Although they didn't study the stock market very in-depth, Zhao Feng could understand them while they were talking. So, in the end, when Zhao Feng said that he would increase his stake in Qingtai Company and buy this mansion, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin are no longer just surprised in their eyes, their infinite admiration reveals their eyes. Looking at Zhao Feng is like looking at my idol. Their worship comes from the shock in their hearts. If it weren't for Zhao Feng to tell them about their family history so clearly, they would definitely not believe that there would be people around them who became rich from scratch. Zhao Feng smiled and looked at them and said, "In the last few days, I have been busy with fitness and did not pay attention to the stock market. I have left $5 million in my account." Yi Xin took 2 quick breaths before asking, "What about the other money?" "I bought a sports car, the Ferraris downstairs are all mine." Zhao Feng couldn't help being proud when he mentioned these cars. She couldn't help but then asked, "How much does it cost to buy a sports car?" Zhao Feng quite agreed, it really didn't cost much, probably less than 100 million yuan. Yi Xin shook her body when she heard the words. Fortunately, Yang Zixin next to her supported her. Otherwise, she might just fall to the ground. Yang Zixin also felt that spending so much money on a sports car was a bit of a loser. But after all, the money was made by Zhao Feng himself, and Zhao Feng has now demonstrated his abilities. But Zhao Feng looked at her with a smile, and seemed to think it was nothing at all. Yi Xin was lifted up and couldn't help but lean to the edge of the computer screen, staring carefully at the cashed funds displayed on the screen. She was so heartache that she could not breathe. She glanced back at her cousin who was jokes. "Huh." Snorted coldly before saying, "Brother, you said that if I spend 100 million to buy a car, tell my auntie." Zhao Feng suddenly smiled when he heard the words, "It's okay, go and talk, I think my mother will definitely treat you as a crazy." Zhao Feng means that he has never told his family during the process of wealth accumulation that my mother definitely doesn't believe it. Yi Xin thought, she seemed right too. Suddenly sighed depressed. However, his gaze suddenly stayed on the last row of numbers in Zhao Feng's stock market account. Balance, 5 million renminbi. Suddenly his throat stagnated. Slowly turned his head and glanced at his cousin. "Brother, you still have 5 million in your account." Zhao Feng said lightly, "That's $5 million. $5 million. Holding his fingers, it took a long time to figure out that this was about 35 million renminbi. Suddenly felt that my cousin had changed. Everyone said that it's good to study and work hard together. When did you actually develop? Inexplicably angry, Yi Xin grabbed Zhao Feng's big hand and took a bite. Zhao Feng was suddenly surprised and angry. Yelled, "Guzi, you shut up." Yi Xin didn't use too much force. She didn't bite the skin of her palm, but left a tooth mark full of saliva. Facing Zhao Feng's glaring, Yi Xin smiled and leaned forward. "Brother, I just want to try to see if I am dreaming." Zhao Feng heard the words and said angrily, "Why don't you slap yourself? It hurts." Yi Xin smiled and wanted to run after she flashed her body. Zhao Feng slapped her directly. "Dare to ask your brother, face the wind." "Actually, I didn't use any force." But Yi Xin suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by Zhao Feng's hand when she was a child, and immediately ran out. Zhao Feng chased after him. Yang Zixin watched as he watched it instantly evolve into the study of quanwuxing. The black question mark on his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For a long time, Xin rubbed her and hid behind Yang Zixin. Sneaky look, looking at Zhao Feng is angry and funny. I don't bother to care about her. Looked at Yang Zixin and smiled apologetically. Zixin, sorry. I made you laugh. Yang Zixin shook his head. Then said, it's okay, brother Zhao, I am envious of seeing your brother and sister so lively. Zhao Feng didn't ask much, glanced at Xin, and said casually, let's go downstairs for a cup of tea. Yang Zixin smiled and nodded. Xin was a lot more honest this time, but she made up her mind to report back to her cousin. Who makes him dare to beat himself? Humph. Back to the living room downstairs, the three chatted casually for a while. During the period, Xin hesitated to ask a question. Brother, why do you always take the high-speed rail and never buy a car when you go home, and the mobile phone you change is always 2,000 or 3,000 yuan? Zhao Feng heard this and said with a smile, Actually, I didn't think I made much money at the beginning, and I thought I was a student. It's better to keep a low profile. I stayed at school most of the year and bought it myself. This car, doesn't it seem a bit too pretending? Listening to these words, Zhao Feng said. Yang Zixin suddenly felt like he had met Zhao Feng completely. Have to say, Yu reading www.yuukangshu. In her heart, she thinks that Zhao Feng is really a good boy. Modest, low-key, capable and unassuming, now he has a perfect economic foundation. In addition, although the appearance is not particularly handsome, but it is very good-looking, coupled with the height of 1.8 meters, it is definitely worthy of the 3 words of being rich and handsome. Therefore, it is impossible to say not to be tempted, but although Yang Zixin feels that he is very attractive, Yang Zixin is not confident in front of Zhao Feng. Lu Ruoxin's appearance made Yang Zixin very vigilant, although she felt that her appearance was not weaker than others. However, Lu Ruoxin, who is a fitness trainer, has a perfect body, not to mention that Lu Ruoxin should be big and small. Just talking about Lu Ruoxin's long, fit and slender legs, she felt a little bit incomparable. Zhao Feng didn't know that Yang Zixin was in a complicated mood next to him. I looked at the time, it was almost 10 in the evening. It's so late to watch a movie until 12 o'clock. To go out to play tomorrow, Zhao Feng decisively got up from the sofa and looked at Xin and Yang Zixin who were sitting together. It's getting late, go to bed early. After that, he went straight upstairs to his bedroom. I was abandoned by Xin for a long time when I took photos with my mobile phone today. It seems that if I have time tomorrow, I have to buy a mobile phone. Xin and Yang Zixin returned to the room together after Zhao Feng left. After washing, the 2 girls leaned back on the big bed in the bedroom. Xin looked at her girlfriend triumphantly. How is it? I said my brother is definitely a high-quality stock. Chapter 40 Love is a Sensation. Yang Zixin also nodded with approval. Your cousin is really good. Xin is even more proud. Go ahead, do you want to be my sister-in-law? Yang Zixin was very happy when he heard that, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help but hesitate to appear on his face. Xin, I think it's not very possible for me and your brother. After all, it is a matter of 2 people. I like your brother. Your brother may not like me, right? Xin immediately shook her head when she heard the words, surely, love is not just about getting excited. I don't believe my brother doesn't like a beautiful girl like you. Yang Zixin is because of what he said just now, his mind is becoming more and more clear. She stretched out her hand and gently held Xin's hands. Xin, I know you are for my good and want to find a good home for me, but don't say that your brother and I have not shown each other likes, even. Now I like your cousin also likes me, but this liking is not simple, just like my liking for your brother, it is nothing but your brother's excellent ability and financial foundation. After a pause, Yang Zixin continued, I may not be the one who likes him, you know what I mean. Yang Zixin continued, similarly, if your brother has a love for me, as you said, it may just be a surprise. Maybe this term is inappropriate, but you should understand. Xin also calmed down. Under Yang Zixin's gaze, Xin nodded slowly. The idea of introducing Yang Zixin to Zhao Feng also disappeared. She said regretfully, actually, I really think you are very suitable together. He is my best cousin, and you are my best girlfriend. But now listening to you, I think it's good for you to get along first. Yang Zixin breathed a sigh of relief when she said this. Next, the two women changed the topic and each took out their phones to check the photos they took today. Mutual appraised the good-looking ones, and prepare to post them on Weibo, Douyin, and WeChat. But when they opened Douyin, Shuang noticed that the video posted yesterday seemed to have like thousands. Although they play fighting sounds, they don't make jokes. They just post about their daily lives. They only show up occasionally. So there are not many fans, only 2,000 to 3,000 people. Among them, 50 or 60 people are friends and family members. Therefore, every video with more than 1,000 likes is already a popular video. And the video comments are even more lively. Surpassed 99 plus impressively, which made EXIN think she was going to be on fire. Yang Zixin's Douyin and EXIN's are also paying attention to each other. As a result, the videos of two people were picked up, and many friends asked them if this address was real. There are also many water friends who bring rhythm and say some words about them being kept by the rich. EXIN decisively went back, and then cut today's photo into a video, with the text, "My girlfriend and I will come to my cousin's house in Magic City. It's all right." At the end of the text, EXIN went smoothly at. Yexin still wants to add about, but it seems that she has never followed Zhao Feng before. Actually, this is normal, because Zhao Feng and EXIN have both been in college for the past 2 years. Although Zhao Feng graduated a year earlier, Zhao Feng took it with him again this year, and occasionally chatting on WeChat is the usual way of contact. Yang Zixin on the side of also made a fight, because she and EXIN are best friends, so their relationship circles overlap. Therefore, many people wrote private messages and asked Yang Zixin and EXIN. The question asked is nothing more than whether what they said is true or not. Yang Zixin picked a few good relationships and replied. There are too many left, so I don't bother to reply. Then, the two put away their mobile phones and fell asleep shortly after. Several days passed quickly. In the past few days, Zhao Feng has also been accompanying EXIN and Yang Zixin in various scenic spots in the Magic City. The Bund, Disney, Qinghuang Temple, etc. I basically went to these places to play around. In the past few days, Zhao Feng's check-in is usually 1 million cash per day. For a while, Zhao Feng's bank card balance is approaching 10 million. Today, Zhao Feng's original arrangement was to accompany EXIN and Yang Zixin to the Jinling Road pedestrian street. But when someone wanted to have breakfast, he received a message from Lu Yuhong. The content of the message is to invite Zhao Feng to the company to hold a monthly meeting. Also, it's the end of the year, and there will be more things this month. Zhao Feng looked at it, and felt that it was really not good for him not to go to the company for a long time. So I gave Lu Yuhong back a news that will arrive later. Put down the phone. Zhao Feng looked at the two daughters of EXIN and Yang Zixin. Said, I have a monthly meeting in my company today. I have to go to the company. Why don't you drive out by yourself? After a short pause, Zhao Feng continued, do you know how to drive a sports car? The key to the Audi R8 is on the shoe cabinet at the door. You can buy what you want. Come back and I will be reimbursed. Zhao Feng's voice just fell. EXIN raised her hands and exclaimed excitedly, long live my brother. Put down his arms and pouted to kiss Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng suddenly raised his hand in disgust and pressed her little head, pressing her down to sit down. Your mouth is full of milk. After voicing, Zhao Feng got up and walked towards the door, while saying, you can clean up the dishes www.novel.com in the dishwasher. I'm leaving now. While talking, Zhao Feng changed his shoes and took on his suit jacket. Raised his hand and opened the door, be careful when you go out to play. After talking, Zhao Feng has already walked out of the house. There are two girls left in the room, looking at each other. Yang Zixin smiled suddenly, and she said, I didn't expect your brother to be very quick and resolute. When EXIN heard this, she couldn't help but vomit, hurry up. You don't know, before, let's go on vacation together and go back to my grandmother's house. My brother doesn't bother to do anything. Go to the small shop to help me. Finished breakfast while talking. The result came before going out. Yang Zixin suddenly said, shall we take a day off at home today? EXIN wondered, stay at home for a day. Yang Zixin nodded a little shyly. EXIN suddenly reacted. Oh. Good. No problem. Jimei, I'll pour you a cup of hot water. Xin also just remembered that Yang Zixin comes to her aunt every month, that is, these few days. But, this time seems to be earlier. Because when I first came to the Magic City, in order to avoid the problem of the aunt, I deliberately calculated it for a whole week. It's really unexpected to come now. Yang Zixin heard Xin say this, and stared at her speechlessly. Walk back to the living room. Yang Zixin suddenly felt the pain in his lower abdomen worsen, and his face suddenly turned pale. Xin took a cup of hot water, and when she came back to see Yang Zixin like this, she jumped immediately. Finally, I fed Yang Zixin some hot water, and slowly, Yang Zixin's expression eased. Chapter 41 Vehicle Modification Business. Xin stayed at home with Yang Zixin. She can't sit still, although when she came the other day, she visited every room in the house. However, it was a rough look at that time, but now it is considered a detailed visit. Among the several rooms on the first floor, there is a video game room and a gym. In the video game room is a neat row of 5 alien desktop computers. So far, no one has used it. Zhao Feng plays games alone, often in the study room upstairs. In this room, he always feels too lonely. Seeing these 5 computers, the internet addiction girl Xin officially went online. Papa. Pulled the slippers, Xin trot all the way to the living room excitedly. Looking at Yang Zixin, who was able to sit up holding a hot water cup and pillow, he said excitedly, Zixin, let's go play a game. Yang Zixin has a question mark on his face. Okay. What a game. My old lady is so painful that she can hardly breathe, play a hammer. When she ran to Yang Zixin, Xin stretched out her hand and took Yang Zixin to the video game room. Yang Zixin, who was dragged toward the video game room, looked helpless. Jimei. Just forgive me. Half an hour later. There is someone on the left. Just a shot at 98k. I know. Boom. A clear shot came from the speaker. Xin looked at the game characters falling into boxes on the screen, and she suddenly became unlovable. Yang Zixin moved the mouse and clicked to start. Come and drive. As for the stomachache just now. Hey. Oh my mother. It smells so good. When Zhao Feng went out, he didn't pay attention to the car key he took from the drawer of the shoe cabinet. I got to the garage and pressed the car key. Zhao Feng looked at the Ferrari 488 with the headlights flashing and drove away. When Zhao Feng drove to Shanghai, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yuhong's secretary stood at the door of the company waiting for Zhao Feng in person. After stopping the car, Zhao Feng strode towards the door of the company. Bai Qian watched Zhao Feng come over, and hurried forward to greet him. Good morning, Zhao Dong. Zhao Feng nodded slightly. Walked into the company accompanied by Bai Qian. Many employees I met along the way lowered their heads to question marks, and Zhao Feng smiled and nodded at will. When Zhao Feng and Bai Qian arrived at the Shanghai conference room, seeing that the meeting room was almost full. Is still the last lineup, but I don't know why this time it's clear. Could it be that Zhang Guangtai is doing something? But when Lu Yuhong notified herself just now, her tone was obviously calm. Doing my part to not allow me to sit on the main seat in the center, Bai Qian on the side handed the document he had just picked to Zhao Feng under Lu Yuhong's gesture. At the moment when Zhao Feng sat in the lead, except for the 3 shareholders Lu Yuhong, Zhang Guangtai and Yi Jiawei, the other middle and high-level leaders stood up and greeted Zhao Feng. Hello Dong Zhao. Zhao Feng was a little surprised by their behavior, but immediately pressed his hands gently. Sit down, everyone. He glanced at Lu Yuhong, who was sitting on the right-hand side, and the other 2 shareholders. Zhao Feng was a little surprised how the 3 of them stand so consistent today. Opening the file, Zhao Feng was attracted by the title of the file at a glance. The feasibility of developing the company's new business and vehicle modification business. Vehicle modification. The 4 words are not familiar to Zhao Feng, but they are not unfamiliar. Is familiar, but also because Zhao Feng has followed some bloggers who like to modify cars at home and abroad on Weibo. Zhao Feng has also watched some of the videos or materials they released, and has some understanding. But if it is unfamiliar, it is also because car modification is a relatively professional industry and requires more professional modification knowledge. Of course, I don't understand this. Zhao Feng looked up at the people in the conference room. Everyone's eyes are on their own body, Could it be that they are waiting for their own opinions? Zhao Feng just wanted to speak. But Lu Yuhong let out a light cough, ahem. Later, she began to say, the main body of our meeting today is the direction of the company's new business. For the development of new business, I think it is imperative, because now our company's business is in a state of saturation, unless we expand outside the market. However, this requires a lot of manpower and capital. So everyone here, I hope everyone can discuss a result today. Lu Yuhong said so, but obviously, as Zhao Feng, who owns more than 51% of his own holdings, reaching 54%, he can completely decide on the results of today's meeting. Zhang Guangtai said, I think Mr. Lu is right. For example, Yongtai is ready to contact some foreign auto brands that have not entered the domestic market. If successful, our brand types will be richer. In the market, will be more competitive. President Zhang, I think if you choose a new foreign brand, you should consider whether it can adapt to the domestic local environment. The reason why many brands have not entered the domestic market is not without reason. He Jiawei suddenly interrupted Zhang Guangtai. He said this, and said again, in fact, compared to developing new brands of cars www.novel.com, I think another business is more promising, and that is car modification. Zhang Guangtai glared at He Jiawei, who interrupted him, you. He Jiawei glanced over Zhang Guangtai directly, and then said, Zhao Dong, you can look at the information. At present, we also have some car modification companies in China. There are not many large-scale companies. Most of them are car modification workshops and the like. Therefore, if we enter the car modification market now is the most appropriate time. After listening to him, Zhao Feng glanced over Lu Yuhong, He Jiawei, and Zhang Guangtai. Suddenly smiled, then, since Zhang Dong and Mr. He have proposed different plans, let's discuss the pros and cons. As soon as Zhao Feng's voice fell, the middle and senior managers below immediately began to discuss. During the discussion, some people pointed out that foreign brands now have a stable basic market in China. Moreover, the world is now a globalized world. Car companies that have not entered the domestic market so far will inevitably enter in the future and will not achieve much good grade. Besides, the domestic industry is undergoing a large-scale industrial revival, and the products of independent auto companies are becoming more and more competitive. So it is not optimistic about the introduction of new brands. In addition, a vice president brought by He Jiawei also spoke, car modification may not be very familiar to everyone. You have documents in front of you, so you can look at it. I will introduce to you here, car modification refers to the basis car owners need to modify the exterior styling, interior styling and mechanical performance of the prototype car produced by the car manufacturer, mainly including body modification and power modification. Compared with the current domestic economic development, I think this business expansion is obviously more easy to produce results. Chapter 42 Conclusive. Zhao Feng listened to the detailed introduction of this vice president. I have my own judgment in my heart. Zhao Feng now understands this mid-level and high-level meeting today is nothing more than the disagreement between Zhang Guangtai, Lu Yuhong, and He Jiawei. In my heart, if there is no personal feelings, Zhao Feng is actually more inclined to the modified car business of Lu Yuhong and He Jiawei. Zhao Feng has been listening carefully to the discussions of these people. Of course, Zhao Feng came to a conclusion. In other words, Zhang Guangtai's thinking is more conservative. Even if it is the introduction of foreign brands, it is impossible to win by surprise. The low-end domestic models include some domestic car companies, some high-end foreign car companies or Sino-foreign joint venture car companies, which basically occupy the market firmly. Thinking from these populations to grab some market share, unless you are Tesla. So, after nearly an hour of discussion, Lu Yuhong directly expressed his support for He Jiawei's modified car business. Zhao Feng finally decided directly to develop the modified car business proposed by He Jiawei. Faced everyone's eyes. Zhao Feng's eyes are calm, and the momentum is condensed. I think if our company wants to develop, it must follow the trend. Now our domestic modified car culture has just emerged, it is indeed promising, and we can even diverge our thinking. Maybe we can. Not limited to cars, SUVs, MPVs, if we are technically qualified, we can develop sports car modification, off-road vehicle modification, RV modification, etc. in China. We have a lot to do in these fields. Even our modified car can completely form a modified car. A brand belonging to our company, because our modification technology can be patented. Minister Li of the legal department should also understand this. Zhao Feng's remarks caused the employees below to look at him, especially Minister Li Ruojuan of the legal department. He looked at Zhao Feng, the young chairman, with even more surprise. It is He Jiawei who has the hottest gaze. He even feels that Zhao Feng is like his confidant. Zhao Feng scanned for a week. Except for the slightly uncomfortable gaze facing He Jiawei, Zhao Feng was satisfied with the gazes of other people. Without hesitation, he looked at Lu Yuhong and Zhang Guangtai. Does Mr. Lu and Dong Zhang have any comments? Lu Yuhong smiled softly, of course not. I support the chairman's decision. Zhang Guangtai's expression was indifferent, as if he was not affected at all. I also support the chairman's decision. Zhao Feng nodded when he heard the words, then I will announce it. After opening the file in front of him, Zhao Feng opened the feasibility report, looked at the blank on the last page, and announced, next, I announce that the company's fourth business car modification will be handed over to Mr. He. The operation of the Yongqing Tianma circuit and the deployment of related personnel are jointly drawn up by Mr. He and Mr. Lu. After the announcement, He Jiawei stood up excitedly, thank you for the trust of Dong Zhao and Mr. Lu. I will definitely develop the company's new business well to return the company's investment. Zhao Feng nodded slightly. Lu Yuhong retracted the surprised gaze that fell on Zhao Feng. She watched Zhao Feng read the document. She thought that Zhao Feng really had such a document. She subconsciously glanced at Bai Qian and wondered, is there Zhao Feng in the company? Your eyes and ears. After Zhao Feng read out the decision and discussed some details in a meeting, it was almost noon when the meeting ended. Zhao Feng took the document in his hand, stood up and looked at He Jiawei and Zhang Guangtai on his left. Smiled and looked at Zhang Guangtai, who was over 100 years old, don't mind Zhang Dong. I also proceed from the company's interests. In the future, if conditions permit, the company will definitely consider Zhang Dong's suggestion. Zhang Guangtai smiled, it's okay Dong Zhao. I can understand. After a few greetings, Zhang Guangtai saw that Zhao Feng seemed to have something to say with He Jiawei, so he took the lead to leave. Zhao Feng watched his leaving back and slowly put away the smile on his face. Some people, even if they don't like it, have different positions. But there must be some courtesy, even if you probably know that the other party is hiding a knife in the smile. He Jiawei on the side followed Zhao Feng's gaze and looked over. Said meaningfully, Zhang Guangtai is old, Zhao Dong. Zhao Feng turned his head and looked at He Jiawei, not knowing when a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Ho, is he also interested in Zhang Dong? No, no. Don't get me wrong, Dong Zhao, it's enough for me to have these businesses now. I am a person who likes racing and refitting cars. Speaking of which, I have to thank Dong Zhao today. Waved. Zhao Feng smiled, did not speak. However, He Jiawei behaved like a car-loving person in the following, and talked with Zhao Feng about vehicle modification in detail and extensively. Did Zhao Feng nod his head approvingly with a smile, acting like a respected elder applauding his younger generation. He Jiawei was rather patient, and took Zhao Feng to talk for a long time. On the other side, Lu Yuhong stopped his secretary Bai Qian outside the meeting room. When everyone around was gone, Lu Yuhong looked out the window and asked, you sorted out that document yourself. Are there any other documents in it? Bai Qian has a serious face. Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com wanted to say no. But when I think back to yesterday, I sorted out the documents and put them in the conference room. I didn't pay attention. It's not sure if anyone has touched them. So, Bai Qian hesitated for a while, still said, Mr. Lu, I'm not sure. Lu Yuhong breathed twice immediately after hearing the words, and the towering chest rose up and down. If Zhao Feng saw it, he would definitely think this was a beautiful scenery. Actually, Lu Yuhong is not afraid of the eyes and ears of Zhao Feng in the company, but feels that he seems to have underestimated the new chairman of the company. Glanced at Zhao Feng and He Jiawei, who were chatting vigorously in the conference room. Lu Yuhong smiled and walked towards Zhao Feng and He Jiawei. You two are having a good chat. It's almost noon, go to the cafeteria for a meal together. He Jiawei heard the words and quickly nodded, our company's cafeteria and racetrack tastes better. Let's go. I can't wait. Zhao Feng also smiled and praised Lu Yuhong, if we are at home, Mr. Lu must be a good wife and mother. Since I came to the company, Mr. Lu always invited me to eat in the cafeteria, and never went outside. Lu Yuhong's face blushed when he heard the words, Dong Zhao, it's my fault of hospitality. Zhao Feng waved his hand, this is not what I said. Lu Yuhong rolled her eyes charmingly when she heard the words, and the swaying grace was like a blooming peony. The three went to the cafeteria. Lu Yuhong also tried Zhao Feng on the way. But I didn't expect Zhao Feng to directly open the file that he had not put down, and frankly said, "Hey, I just behave, otherwise, those ministers and supervisors would think I was too casual." Lu Yuhong gritted his teeth when he heard the words. Fortunately, my old lady was worried for a long time. And many more. What if he just made himself despise this thing? Thinking about this, Lu Yuhong instantly felt that Zhao Feng, a young man who did not show his mountains and water, was quite capable. Aside, Zhao Feng glanced across Lu Yuhong. Is quite satisfied with this little trick of herself. Although I can't make it to the table, the effect is good. Although Lu Yuhong respects herself every time she faces herself, she directly handed herself this vehicle modification document today, which shows that she had already made a decision and wanted to make it herself. The same decision as her. Although the final result was indeed that she achieved her goal, Zhao Feng still felt that she had to beat her to let her know that she was not so foolish. Although Xingtai Company is a systematic sign-in reward, after all, it is now his own asset. Of course, Zhao Feng does not need to let it go. It's just that I have a black eye on Xingtai now, so maybe I have to pay more attention to Xingtai in the future. Had lunch with He Jiawei and Lu Yuhong in the cafeteria again. In the middle of the way, Yi Xin sent a WeChat message to ask if she wanted to go home for lunch, and asked them to eat first, so Zhao Feng put away her mobile phone. It is not the first time that Lu Yuhong and He Jiawei have seen Zhao Feng holding this Warwick phone with a cracked screen. If Lu Yuhong doesn't know that Zhao Feng lives in Thompson Ipin. If He Jiawei does not know that Zhao Feng is a major shareholder of Xingtai. They will definitely think that Zhao Feng is a very simple person. Ate lunch in the cafeteria, and Zhao Feng stayed at the company in the afternoon. And because of the professional vehicle modification business proposed by He Jiawei, Zhao Feng felt that it was time for him to learn about the relevant professional knowledge, so Zhao Feng planned to check the relevant documents at the company in the afternoon. Check the documents submitted by He Jiawei in his office of the chairman. Zhao Feng frowned. He Jiawei is good at car modification and adjustment, but the experience of car modification on the track is not applicable to other models. This is a question. Although He Jiawei has a top-notch racing technical team in China, it is definitely necessary to make changes to carry out car modification. Frowned, after reading the file, because there was no better way to deal with it for the time being. Zhao Feng now had no choice but to choose not to use suspects, and no doubt about employing them. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the company employees clocked in to get off work. When Zhao Feng walked out of the office, passing by Lu Yuhong's office, he found that Lu Yuhong was still busy in the office. There is a lot of hard work in this woman's bones, otherwise, she won't be able to master Yongxing, the largest of the Xingtai family. Actually, if it weren't for the careful thought she showed today, Zhao Feng felt that she would be a good helmsman for Xingtai. In the future, let's see. Drove home. When Zhao Feng drove back to Tangchen Ipin, it was almost 6 o'clock. Zhao Feng walked into the house, looked at the neatly arranged shoes at the door as they did in the morning, and looked at the living room strangely. No one. Did these two girls go out? Taking out his cell phone, Zhao Feng made a casual call to Yi Xin. After a short while, the phone was answered. Yi Xin's dumb voice was heard, "Hey." "Who?" Hearing her voice, it looked like she was sleeping, and immediately Zhao Feng said angrily, "Who else can it be, your brother and me?" Yi Xin seemed to be much more sober listening to Zhao Feng's voice. With the sound of getting up, she said, "I will come down now and hang up." "Brother." Zhao Feng looked towards the stairs and hung up the phone. After Yi Xin came down, she coquettishly rushed into Zhao Feng's arms. Zhao Feng saw her wearing pajamas, her hair scattered, and her sloppy. He immediately disliked her with his palm against her little head and pushed her away. "I wonder what your suitor would think when he sees you like this." Yi Xin curled her lips disdainfully. "Brother, why are you mentioning that guy? If you want that kind of dick, he thinks it smells good if I fart." "Bah." Zhao Feng quickly asked for his head, stepped back 2 steps. "Why are you girls so disgusting?" Yi Xin sat on the sofa speechlessly and couldn't help saying, "Brother, I said he was absolutely right. He is 1.7 meters tall and weighs 170. His hair is almost bald. It's almost 40, and an inexplicable smell surrounds my body all day long. What's even more disgusting is the sentence I just said, which he told me on WeChat." While speaking, Yi Xin remembered that guy's wretched smile. There was a nausea in his throat. Zhao Feng was shocked when she heard what she said. Is it so weird? However, out of curiosity, Zhao Feng still asked, that sentence. Yi Xin nodded. Yes, that's the sentence. Fuck. Talent. When chasing a girl, I dare to say that the fart is fragrant. Is this seeing his goddess as a fairy who doesn't or pee? It seems to be. Besides, if Yi Xin can be so disgusted, that guy is probably equally disgusting in the eyes of others. Zhao Feng did not speak, and Yi Xin continued, Brother, you said I never promised him any appointments or received any gifts from him, and I am also single, right? Zhao Feng nodded when he heard the words, yes. How can such a person be worthy of my lovely cousin? Say www.novel.com. What do you want to eat at night? Do you want to eat out or eat at home? Yi Xin heard Zhao Feng mention eating, and all the scenes in his mind about the suitor were swept into the garbage. A pair of big eyes flickered at Zhao Feng, and said, Brother, let's eat steak tonight. Zhao Feng nodded, okay. Then go out to eat. Yi Xin nodded excitedly, but remembered Yang Zixin who was lying upstairs under the quilt. Immediately the whole person cooled down. Brother, Zixin is not convenient today. Or let's eat at home. Inconvenient. Zhao Feng glanced at Yi Xin strangely. Looking at Yi Xin's winking eyebrows, Zhao Feng suddenly. Then whispered, Are relatives here? Yi Xin nodded. Got it. Then eat at home. During the female aunt's visit, she should eat more fruits and vegetables. For meat, she can choose lamb. When Zhao Feng was shopping, they bought all of them. Asked Yi Xin to wash some fruits to make a fruit salad, Zhao Feng took out the lamb by himself and stewed some of the lamb. As far as the method is authentic but not authentic, Zhao Feng doesn't bother to care about it. The taste is just right. Fried 2 more vegetarian dishes. Can be considered a qualified dinner. Yang Zixin went downstairs to see the dinner prepared by Zhao Feng on the table, and he was a little moved inexplicably. The look in Zhao Feng's eyes is different. Actually, Zhao Feng wanted to be very clean and simple. No matter who you are, you must take care of it when you come to your home as a guest. Of course. The villain is not among them. Chapter 44. The rich also licked the yogurt cover. This meal is not a particularly good dinner. Zhao Feng himself was only satisfied in front of him, but he made Zhao Feng's image infinitely elevated in Yang Zixin's heart. Actually, sometimes don't talk about the reality of a woman. If a billionaire is willing to cook for herself, then that woman will be tempted in all likelihood. Because the charm of money is limitless. After dinner and Yi Xin packed the tableware, Zhao Feng took out 3 yogurt from the refrigerator. This yogurt is very common. It is the Junlebo yogurt that costs more than a dozen yuan in the supermarket. The reason why I bought this yogurt is entirely because Zhao Feng likes the taste of this brand. After passing the straw to the 2 daughters of Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, Zhao Feng sat back on the sofa and gently tore open the lid of the yogurt. Looking at the thin layer of yogurt sticking on the lid of the yogurt, Zhao Feng couldn't help it, sticking out his tongue and licking. Well. This sour and sweet feeling is great. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, who were sitting by the side, looked at Zhao Feng's behavior and were stunned. Zhao Feng felt the pauses of Yi Xin and Yang Zixin next to him, as well as the gaze that came over. The action in his hand was stagnant. What do you think of me? I'm embarrassed to lick it, okay. Just when Zhao Feng looked up at Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, Yi Xin suddenly asked, Cousin. Are you such a billionaire who drinks yogurt and licks bottle caps? Okay. Zhao Feng's black question mark face. Immediately after the reaction, Zhao Feng said in an angry voice, what is the relationship between having money and not having money and licking bottle caps? Besides, licking bottle caps is the soul of yogurt, okay. Yi Xin smiled, it just doesn't look pretty. Zhao Feng gave her a white look, don't you lick it before? Yi Xin nodded calmly, yes. I'm licking it now. After talking, smiled at each other with Zhao Feng. Yang Zixin's face was a little reddish. At first, she also felt that it was not beautiful to lick the bottle cap in front of Zhao Feng, especially because Zhao Feng, who was a rich generation, was very hard-working in cooking. But now that Zhao Feng and Yi Xin are licking the cap of the yogurt bottle together, she is also a little bit eager. Mainly because she also likes to lick bottle caps, besides, it is more real in front of Zhao Feng. Then, Shocked, in a mansion of Thompson Epine, 3 men and women actually together, licked the yogurt cover. It is estimated that if this scene is made known to netizens, there should be one more wonderful scene on Weibo this year. No words for a night. Wake up, Zhao Feng stood up and got up. When putting on clothes, he casually said in his mind, sign in. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for winning a reward of 1 million cash. The phone vibrated, and the cash for the sign-in reward was received. Hey! Life is so unpretentious. After putting on clothes and washing, he watched Xin and Yang Zixin, who were going downstairs with energy. I feel a lot better today. When eating breakfast, Zhao Feng looked at his cousin Xin and asked casually, when are you going to go back, or live until New Year's Day? Go back together. Xin heard the words, and said in a pitiful manner, brother, they have only been here for a few days, southwest you can drive them away. Glanced at this cute guy silently. Zhao Feng had no choice but to say, didn't I say it, you can go back with me on New Year's Day. Then, Zhao Feng looked at Yang Zixin, Zixin. I'm a little busy these few days, you go shopping with Shiner or something. Yang Zixin was flattered, and hurriedly said, brother Zhao, then you go first. It's okay. Xin also smiled and said, brother, you are busy with you, we are both adults, and we will not be lost. Zhao Feng nodded, agreeing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Feng appeared outside the Magic City Library. Zhao Feng came here today to check some professional information about car modification. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng is still quite interested in car modification. After all, with my own financial resources, I can use a car as a big toy. Moreover, the romance of men is nothing more than that, cars, weapons, etc. Whether it is a sports car or a car modification, one is to experience the joy of driving, the other is to experience the joy of creation. After applying for the library card, Zhao Feng searched it on the computer. Otherwise, for such a huge library, he would have to find the year of the monkey. Soon, I found a book, Car Modification Technology and Examples. When I found this book, Zhao Feng saw a book, Illustrated Car Modification. To tell the truth, reading these 2 books by myself, I can't see a good or bad one. Because car modification is something that needs someone to take the introduction, such as a veteran repairing bicycle, it is easier to get started in this line. However, these 2 books are not empty. I also learned a little about car modification. At noon, Zhao Feng borrowed these 2 books. Took it back home. Yexin and Yang Zixin were not there. Zhao Feng thought they were out shopping. After a long time, they went to the gym of Epine Club in 2 mornings. Now I am having lunch with Lu Ruoxin. Just right, Zhao Feng was not ready to eat at home. Took a briefcase and put the car modification technology and examples in it. Zhao Feng went straight out of the house and drove his Audi R8 to the company. I went to the cafeteria and had a simple lunch. Zhao Feng is here to return to his office of the chairman www.novel.com to deal with Lu Yuhong. Zhao Feng suddenly felt that his ears were much cleaner. Took out the book, Zhao Feng began to look at it seriously. Tell the truth. Zhao Feng felt that he hadn't been so serious in a long time. Even took out a notebook to make some notes. Until 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Feng put the books and notes in the drawer under the desk, and locked it with a key. Also happened to be when Zhao Feng walked out of the office. Just ran into Lu Yuhong, who was also off work. So they went to the company's parking lot together. When in the parking lot, out of a gentleman, Zhao Feng sent Lu Yuhong onto her Audi A8. She went away by car. Leave the license plate number -623 illuminated by the lights. In the Magic City in winter, the sky is only slightly dim at 6 o'clock. So the license plate number is particularly conspicuous. In the evening, after dinner, the 3 of them are fine. Internet addiction girl Xin proposed to play games together. Especially the chicken game that is still very popular recently. Zhao Feng had nothing to do with his thoughts. Originally, he was going to watch some videos of car modification cases at night, but eating chicken is so delicious. Decisively got into the room with Xin and Yang Zixin. Turn on 3 computers in the game room. After logging into the account, Zhao Feng added Xin and Yang Zixin's friends, and then 3 rows together. Zhao Feng prefers to play desert maps because he can see people clearly. In contrast, the playability is higher. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin do not matter. So I started around soon. Chapter 45 Walk in the Clouds. Originally, Zhao Feng had the mental preparation to eat chicken girls who are generally more dishes. But unexpectedly, his cousin Yi Xin has an average level of eating chicken, but Yang Zixin is a qualified sniper. Take 98k, then call someone to kill someone. With the support of Yang Zixin, a strong teammate, the trio team actually managed to eat 2 chickens in one night. Of course, this is also the reason why the 3 of them are lucky and haven't met the gods who opened up. Played until 11 o'clock, and the 3 were sleeping separately. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day Zhao Feng signed in and got another 1 million cash prize. Looking at the bank card balance on the mobile interface that has exceeded 8 digits. To be honest, even if his deposit alone now exceeds 10 million, Zhao Feng will still be very happy every time he sees an increase in his bank card balance. Today is exactly Saturday. Zhao Feng is going to accompany his cousin to go shopping this weekend. After all, he finally came here once, and it is also right to go shopping and buy some clothes. After learning this, Yi Xin was of course very happy. And Yang Zixin changed their clothes and put on makeup and they were ready to go. Today, Zhao Feng is going to take the 2 girls to the Magic Capital National Gold Center. Because of the reason he has been here once, he is quite familiar with it. Next to, there is Jean Mao Building, which seems to be quite fun. The Moda National Gold Center is not far away. If it weren't for the possibility of buying some cosmetics and clothes for the second girl, and the inconvenience of carrying large bags, Zhao Feng would not have planned to drive there. Within 10 minutes, Zhao Feng drove to the underground parking lot of the International Financial Center. After stopping the car, a group of 3 people went upstairs. There are a dazzling array of brands upstairs. There are not only some big foreign brands, but also some domestic brands. It's just that Zhao Feng doesn't know much about the fashion circle, but looking at the excitement of Yi Xin and Yang Zixin, it seems that the current domestic fashion brands are also it's pretty awesome. In fact, Zhao Feng also has his own favorite style, such as the concealer of the trendy tooling. This brand of clothes, Zhao Feng thinks they are all good. Even Zhao Feng thinks this brand of clothes is very fighting style. Unfortunately, I have to admit that before the 11th of last month, Zhao Feng had never bought a concealer's clothes. In fact, the clothes are not expensive, the most expensive one is less than 1,000, but Zhao Feng can't accept the ordinary price of 400 to 500 yuan. Doesn't seem to be right now. This is a bit embarrassing. But now it's because Zhao Feng himself didn't think of it. Accompanied Yi Xin and Yang Zixin's 2 daughters around in the mall. A group of people strolled for more than half an hour, and Yi Xin and Yang Zixin did not buy a few things together. Especially Yi Xin likes something every time she looks at it, but she gives up when she sees the price. I worked with this girl to save myself money. Walking out of the Sisley store, Zhao Feng glanced at his cousin, and said casually, "You girls saved me so much today, are you afraid that your brother and I will go bankrupt?" Yi Xin heard the words, she immediately hugged Zhao Feng's arm and smiled, "Where are they? Those cosmetics are too expensive. Besides, it's not good for someone to save you money. Smelly brother." Humph. Yang Zixin also said, "That is, it is too extravagant for us to buy things here. There is a saying that it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality." Zhao Feng did not expect the 2 girls to have such an idea. Unexpectedly, he also lamented Yang Zixin's good tutoring. However, he still said, "It doesn't matter, it doesn't hurt to be extravagant occasionally, besides, I said it. I will pay for all the consumption today." When talking, Zhao Feng suddenly thought a funny thought, when did he encourage others to spend his money? Yi Xin heard what Zhao Feng said. Immediately became excited, "Brother, can I buy a set of Chanel's Essence and Intensive Revitalization gift box?" Zhao Feng waved his hand, "Buy. Yi Xin immediately let go of her hands holding Zhao Feng's arms, and pulled Yang Zixin and ran towards the Chanel flagship store in front. Zhao Feng followed them into the Chanel flagship store and let the 2 girls choose. Zhao Feng sat in the lounge area and took out his mobile phone to scan the news. After waiting for more than an hour, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin are now the end of the selection. Let the sales go to settle the payment, they come over and take a break. Zhao Feng just gave Yi Xin a bank card with a deposit of 500,000 yuan, and he didn't have to swipe the card by himself. Soon, the swiping is over. 3 people walked out of Chanel. Took the next one and started to visit the next one. Both girls are very measured, just by what they like instead of choosing expensive ones. Not long after, the two women have many large and small pockets on their hands. Zhao Feng helped them hold a large part of it. Until noon, the two girls still had no idea. But Zhao Feng felt that his legs were already overwhelmed. It's like fitness exercises in the past and my legs hurt like I do now. And the rebellious belly also reminded Zhao Feng that it was time for lunch. Although there are some tall luxury brands inside the IFC, when it comes to lunch, it is the Jean Mao Tower next to it. Just right, Yu reading www. The three of yuukeongshu.com put everything into the trunk of the Audi A7. Then take the elevator upstairs, walk directly from the ground for 5 minutes, and arrive at the Jean Mao building in the southeast of the IFC. I found a restaurant in the building and had a simple meal. At the suggestion of Zhao Feng, the three of them went upstairs to experience a walk in the clouds in this tall building. Cloud Walk is located in the sightseeing hall on the 88th floor. If you want to experience a walk in the clouds, you have to enter the venue half an hour earlier, and all the jewelry you wear must be taken off. This embarrassed Xin and Yang Zixin for a long time. After tightening the laces, Zhao Feng took the lead and took the first step. Zhao Feng himself is not afraid of heights, but the two daughters Xin and Yang Zixin behind him are girls after all. Even if they are not afraid of heights, they still have a bit of weakness in the face of a suspended height of hundreds of meters. You can't bring your mobile phone, and you have to ask the staff to help you take pictures. The most hateful thing is 50 yuan for a photo. There are 358 tickets for one person, and nearly 1,000 for 3 people. Zhao Feng decisively brushed 2,000, and the rest took photos. Walking ahead, Zhao Feng stood firm, looked back at Xin 2 meters away, and couldn't help but whispered, "How do you feel now?" Xin shivered after hearing this. Replied with a trembling voice, "It's too cold." Yang Zixin's voice was also heard with the sound of the surging airflow, "I feel like I have to breathe hard." Zhao Feng, be careful. Yang Zixin, who was in the last position, stretched out his hand to help Xin, and the second daughter successfully followed Zhao Feng. Soon, after walking down in a circle, Xin returned to the room and sucked her nose with cold. Yang Zixin's nose was also red from the cold, so that said, Zhao Feng is a better boy. Chapter 46 Warwick made 30 rupees. But it's really cold outside. It's winter at this time, and it's still a few hundred meters above sea level, which is cooler than the ground. After Xin and Yang Zixin came over, the three of them were about to take the elevator upstairs. Yang Zixin is a bit hindsight, maybe the reflection arc is a bit long. When this girl was walking in the clouds just now, she walked very steadily every step, but she was still relying on Xin with her legs in the elevator. Zhao Feng's phone vibrated suddenly. Took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat message sent by university classmate Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng is from the northeast. When he was in college, the two were from Shandong and the other from the northeast. Those who drank on the dormitory party and drank on the wine table were the ones who could soberly return to school. So, the relationship between the two is better. Su Lingfeng, I will go to the Magic City for a business trip in a few days, and get together. In fact, after the 5 people in the dormitory graduated, Su Lingfeng returned to the northeast because of his girlfriend. Some time ago, he had a fuss with his girlfriend for about a month, and finally broke up. At that time, Zhao Feng still wanted to comfort this guy. By the way, because of his companies I went to the northeast to relax, but within a week, the two of them were reconciled. Zhao Feng cursed MMP in his heart. Play me with you guys. At that time, Zhao Feng gave a blessing and directly prepared to squat at home. Su Lingfeng is not as embarrassed, saying that the magic capital will invite Zhao Feng to drink another day. Zhao Feng typed back, "Okay. Come over and say, I'll pick you up." After typing, Su Lingfeng did not immediately reply to the message. Zhao Feng put away the phone. I heard Xin say, "That's right, brother. Last time I said that your mobile phone doesn't seem to work well for taking pictures, and the screen is broken. Go buy a mobile phone later." Zhao Feng heard the words, "I'm not using it very well." Xin, "Oh, it's so shameless for you to be such a young tyrant with such an old mobile phone." Zhao Feng was angrily smiled by her, "I don't think there is any shame." Xin grabbed Zhao Feng's big hand with both hands, and her rosy lips were almost close to her face. She shook Zhao Feng's big hand and said coquettishly, "Oh. You just change your phone. Zhao Feng had nothing to do with her, so he nodded. Good, good. Change it. Let's talk. Looking at Xin who was smiling Shinran, Zhao Feng raised her hand and touched her hair. Zixin is on the side. You are not afraid that Zixin laughs at you. Xin smiled and leaned to Yang Zixin's side. Zixin can't do it. Right. Yang Zixin smiled and nodded. She is in a very complicated mood now. For some reason, she always wanted to say something when she stood in front of Zhao Feng, but she couldn't say anything. Looking at Yan Xiao Yan's best friend, inexplicably, she felt a touch of envy in her heart. Only heard her say, I really envy the sibling relationship that Xiner and brother Zhao only saw, but unfortunately our family doesn't even have a cousin. When Zhao Feng heard the words, he smiled and said, Hey, then you can't call me your eldest brother in vain, just treat me as your brother in the future. Xin's expression suddenly changed when she heard it. My own old brother is simply a dead wood. I will bring the watery cabbage in front of your pig. Not only do you have to be a brother, you are so stupid. Just wanted to reach out and pinch his cousin. But I didn't expect Yang Zixin to come over to hold her arm, and then she laughed. Okay. Thank you, brother Zhao. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. The ghost was a mess, raised his hand and touched Yang Zixin's hair. Yang Zixin suddenly blushed with blush, his eyes are as clear as water. When walking out of the elevator, Zhao Feng asked the two girls to go ahead. Then he walked out of the elevator. Went back to the IFC and picked up the car. A group of 3 drove to the Warwick flagship store on Bin Road not far away. When the 3 people arrived at the mobile phone shop, it was just around 3:20 in the afternoon. There were not too many people in the store. Xin and Yang Zixin accompanied Zhao Feng into the flagship store. 2 girls choose their phones. Zhao Feng also pays attention to some of Warwick's products, such as notebooks and smartwatches. Lifting the watch, there really seemed to be something on his arm. It seems that I can pay attention to the watch later. Actually, Zhao Feng, who often brushes his voice, also knows some watch brands, such as Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe and Rolex. Among them, Rolex appears the most, especially a Rolex watch called Green Water Ghost. I don't know the specific model, anyway, it is the green dial and silver bracelet. To be honest, Zhao Feng is a little bit less than Rolex. I can't say ugly, but at least it's not my favorite style. Ahem. There is a lot of talk beyond the topic. Just when Zhao Feng then looked back with great interest. Xin suddenly waved to herself. Zhao Feng walked over. I saw Xin and Yang Zixin pointing to a mobile phone in the cabinet with a smile. Brother, look at this phone. Yang Zixin, brother Zhao, this phone is the folding phone that Warwick launched this year. More expensive than fruit phones. Zhao Feng also read some related news reports. Looking at the folding phone in the cabinet, I suddenly became interested, and the customer service behind the cabinet was also very winked. Read www.uukangshu.com reached out and took out the folding phone from the cabinet. Sir, if you are interested, you can experience it. The customer service lady said softly. Zhao Feng glanced at the uniformed customer service, and thanked gently, trouble. Taking the phone, Zhao Feng handed it to Xin and Yang Zixin. This phone looks a little weird, isn't it a tablet when you open it? Zhao Feng said indifferently. But the customer service lady suddenly turned black when she heard it. He immediately explained with a polite smile, Sir, this phone is absolutely different from a tablet. We have applied a lot of new technologies to this phone. For example, a foldable screen, which combines side fingerprints and front and back cameras. The explanation from the customer service lady, Zhao Feng did not ignore. Instead, he listened to it very seriously. To be honest, Zhao Feng's sentence just now was meant to be a joke with Xin and Yang Zixin. But after the customer service lady gave an introduction so seriously and sincerely, Zhao Feng has indeed learned more about this phone. Immediately decided, okay, get me 3. The customer service lady heard the words, and her conversation stopped immediately, and she was shocked. First. Sir. What you said is. Zhao Feng nodded and said again, get me 3. Afterwards, Zhao Feng looked at Xin and Yang Zixin beside him and said, we are all one. You should change your mobile phones too. Yang Zixin didn't think Zhao Feng would buy it. But this phone is priced at 16,666 yuan, which can be said to be expensive. Immediately she shook her head and said, "Brother Zhao, this is not appropriate." Zhao Feng asked back, "What is inappropriate?" Chapter 47. Two women leave. Yang Zixin smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, this phone is not suitable for us. Of course, we girls like to take pictures better. This phone is more business style, but it is more suitable for you." When Zhao Feng heard the words, he looked at Yi Xin and felt Zhao Feng's gaze. Yi Xin nodded heavily, "Brother, my phone has just been changed for 2 months, and Xin has used it for a month. Freshness, I haven't done it yet." When Zhao Feng heard this, he stopped insisting. "Okay. Then get me one. By the way, do you have a Mate 30 RS Porsche?" The customer service lady did not have any contempt for Zhao Feng's change, but when she heard Zhao Feng ask about Mate 30 RS, she still couldn't help but stared at Zhao Feng. Quickly, after reacting, she quickly turned around and took out a Mate 30 RS. The color is black, and Zhao Feng fell in love with it after a glance. Both phones are 5G phones. Zhao Feng is still using 4G, because after all, it will take some time for 5G to start commercial. Zhao Feng pointed at the counter, "I want that Mate 30 Pro too. Let's pay together." While talking, Zhao Feng took out his bank card and handed it to the customer service lady. The customer service lady smiled immediately when she heard the words. Such cheerful customers are rare. Hurriedly signed the bill, handed the bill and bank card to the colleague next to him, and asked her to pay at the cashier. And she personally helped Zhao Feng put the phone card in the phone into Mate 30 Pro, because Zhao Feng's phone card is not 5G, so she can't put it into Mate X and Mate 30 RS. The customer service lady frowned when she saw Zhao Feng. Hurriedly smiled and said, "Sir, we can buy phone cards next door, or should I buy 2 for you?" Zhao Feng raised his hand and signaled not to use it. "I'll go and buy it myself." After all, Zhao Feng went to the next door and bought 2 5G calling cards, which were installed on 2 mobile phones. After confirming that the phone was okay, Zhao Feng took the bank card back, and was sent out by the customer service lady with his cousin and Yang Zixin. It's still early. The 3 of them returned to the IFC. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said to give Lu Ruoxin a gift. So, the 3 of them returned to the upstairs of the IFC. Zhao Feng looked at Yi Xin and asked, "How much is the Chanel gift box just now?" "More than 6,000. Yi Xin confessed honestly. "It's not expensive. I just saw Chanel still have 300 or 400, so it is so cheap." Zhao Feng looked surprised. Yi Xin looked at the nouveau riche face of her old brother speechlessly. Zhao Feng didn't realize it. He lifted his chin and signaled to Yi Xin, "Go and buy another set." Yi Xin glanced at Yang Zixin next to her, and immediately praised her wit. Yang Zixin is also sweet in his heart. In the end, I heard Zhao Feng's next sentence, "I will send it to Coach Lu the next day. It is also a thank you." Yi Xin was dumbfounded. Yang Zixin's eyes also flashed sadly. Zhao Feng didn't realize it. "You can buy all this gift box. Go and see if there is anything to add. Xin will also go together. 1 for each person, no one is missing. Go ahead." Yes, the 2 women also reacted this time, and Zhao Feng thought they had bought it together just now. Actually, Yang Zixin just thought that he had bought too many such expensive things and it was not appropriate for Zhao Feng to pay, so he didn't buy it just now. And the reason why Zhao Feng said this, he also has his own considerations. Once the 2 girls have a good relationship, Yang Zixin also came to accompany Yi Xin to relax. Secondly, I didn't mean to treat Yang Zixin as a younger sister before, so at this time, too, it should be treated equally. When the second daughter came out of the Chanel store, it was not too late, and the 3 were not hungry. Yi Xin offered to pick some clothes for Zhao Feng. Yang Zixin and Zhao Feng readily agreed. Zhao Feng also knows that he has a general vision, so Yi Xin is also there. The girl's eyes are choosing clothes, she should look a little more handsome. The 3 of them wandered until 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Feng felt that his whole body was stiff and almost turned into a doll. Be at the mercy of the second girl. Tried on all kinds of clothes, the regret in my heart was almost full. It takes up to an hour to be Zhao Feng himself. All of this can be done, but Yi Xin and Yang Zixin are more troublesome to choose. As long as they think that Zhao Feng is more suitable, they should let Zhao Feng try again. In the end, I finally chose 2 Versace shirts, a Burberry belt, 2 Armani suits, and a pair of leather shoes. Together, it cost nearly 100,000 yuan. Yexin and Yang Zixin's 2 daughters add up to less than 100,000 yuan. 2 days passed like this. This day, at dinner, Yang Zixin suddenly said, "Brother Zhao, I have troubled you for a while. I will go back tomorrow, thank you for your care for this period of time." After hearing this, Zhao Feng glanced at Xin subconsciously. Xin also said, "Brother, I am also going to go back with Zixin. So, you will be left alone in the family." Zhao Feng is a little strange. Why is it so sudden? Why are you so anxious? It's not because I don't take good care of me. Zhao Feng joked. www.novel.com. Yang Zixin immediately showed anxious expression. "No. Brother Zhao, it's because of my mother. I'm sick. I have to go back and take care of her." After hearing the words, Zhao Feng also put away his smile. "Auntie is not serious, right?" Yang Zixin shook his head and said, "My dad still has to go to work, so I can't take care of it by myself." Zhao Feng nodded. "That is to go back as soon as possible. Has the ticket been booked?" Xin and Yang Zixin both nodded. "That's good. What time is the plane tomorrow?" Xin, "It was 11 o'clock in the morning. December 9th, 11 o'clock in the morning. Magic capital Hongqiao Airport." Zhao Feng sent Xin and Yang Zixin to the plane. Watched their flight take off. I turned around and drove home. There has been no unusual reward for signing in these days, but the increase in funds has given Zhao Feng a lot of money. After thinking of Xin going home, his current wealth doesn't need to be kept secret. After returning home, Zhao Feng called his mother. Then he hid another 500,000 and went back, so that the 2 old men should eat and drink. Mother Zhao was taken aback by her son's sudden transfer. Then, I was going to question Zhao Feng. Was used by Zhao Feng, look back and ask Xin's girl reason to come back. Excited, Mother Zhao hung up the phone directly. "It looks like I'm going to call Xin's girl." Fortunately, with Xiner, the girl helped her make a splash, and her self-made story is obviously more vivid and true among relatives and friends. That own goal can be regarded as achieved. Chapter 48. Give Lu Ruoxin a gift. Leaning comfortably on the sofa, Zhao Feng looked through the book, Car Modification and Technology Examples, and fell asleep until 3 in the afternoon without knowing it. Picked up the newly replaced Mate 30 Pro, and checked the WeChat accounts that Xin and Yang Zixin sent home. Zhao Feng replied alone. Stood up and stretched. Suddenly felt a little hungry. Too lazy to do it at home, just saw the Chanel gift box on the coffee table. Zhao Feng directly took it downstairs. Walking through the garden downstairs and arriving at the Yiping Club, Zhao Feng sent Lu Ruoxin a WeChat. Asked what she was doing. When Zhao Feng ordered dishes in the restaurant and waited, Lu Ruoxin's message was sent. Take a yoga class with a female student. Okay. Do you have time to wait? Lu Ruoxin returned a question mark. Then asked, what's wrong? Looking at the phone screen, Zhao Feng then replied, it's nothing, just something for you. Lu Ruoxin asked subconsciously, what? Waited for 2 minutes, but did not wait for Zhao Feng's reply. Was about to ask another question. The female student she taught just asked from a distance, Coach, I can't do this action. Lu Ruoxin had to put away her mobile phone to give a demonstration to the female student. She sat in parallel with the female student about 1 meter apart, cross-legged, propped her arms forward, and then lifted her right leg gently, and stretched straight behind her, revealing the perfect arc of her figure. It's so simple, you try again. Simply eat something to fill the stomach. After the checkout, Zhao Feng took the Chanel gift box to the floor where the gym is located. Passed the front desk and greeted the 2 young ladies with a smile. Zhao Feng went straight into the gym. Went outside the yoga classroom and watched Lu Ruoxin carefully teaching yoga movements in the classroom through the glass. Especially because of yoga practice, Lu Ruoxin's clothes were very close-fitting, and the unevenness of the figure was obvious at a glance. Shook his head, Zhao Feng felt that if he looked further, his thoughts would not be pure. Raised his hand and knocked on the glass. Lu Ruoxin and her students both looked outside. The student joked, oh, Coach Lu, this is my boyfriend here. Lu Ruoxin's face blushed, no. This is also one of my students, let me go first. Ms. Zhang smiled and nodded. Lu Ruoxin also stepped out of the classroom and came to Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao. Why are you here? Zhao Feng heard this, and immediately pretended to be dissatisfied. Didn't I just say I want to come over? Lu Ruoxin heard the words and said in a low voice, I thought you were just kidding. Of course, Zhao Feng heard her voice, and soon handed her the bag containing the gift box. This is a gift I chose. Do you like it or not? Lu Ruoxin hurriedly waved her hand. Mr. Zhao, we have a rule not to accept gifts. Thank you for your kindness. Zhao Feng's face was stern. What's yours? What happened to our friends giving a gift? This is also thank you for helping me to lead my cousins that day. I've been busy these days, and I haven't given it to you. It just so happened that they went back this morning. I have time. Lu Ruoxin heard the words, and immediately analyzed Zhao Feng's words in his mind. First of all, Zhao Feng's cousin and her girlfriends returned, indicating that Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin did not develop into boyfriend and female friends. This is certainly good news for myself. In fact, Lu Ruoxin has been complaining a little bit about Zhao Feng in her heart these days, and she hasn't contacted herself for so long, but now seeing him holding this expensive Chanel gift box in her hand, Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but feel a little bit happy again. But she still didn't take it. Zhao Feng saw her hesitate, immediately raised his hand to grab Lu Ruoxin's little hand, and stuffed the bag into her hand. Take it. When you turn back to your supervisor, you can ask him to call me and ask if we are friends. After that, Zhao Feng turned and walked towards the outside with strides. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao. Lu Ruoxin wanted to catch up, but the steps under her feet seemed very heavy. She was afraid of being seen again, and finally had to stamp her foot and put the gift box behind her cabinet in the lounge. Walked out of the gym door. Zhao Feng regrets so much. What kind of gentleman's demeanor he wants. My sister's hands are so soft, isn't she fragrant? Cough. Restored seriousness. Zhao Feng returned home and wanted to go to the study to play 2 games. But sitting on the leather seat, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he still had a financial and elementary stock manipulation skill. And there are $5 million in the stock account. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng decisively opened the market interface. Looking at the various stocks detailed on the market, Zhao Feng finally focused on a stock called Xiangdian. It is the 5th day that this stock has started to fall, but after analyzing with the professional knowledge and skills, Zhao Feng feels that this stock can rise sharply. Now this stock is the 8th drop. After hesitating, I clicked to buy the stock decisively. For 9 yuan a share, Zhao Feng decisively bought a share of $1 million. The reason why I only bought so many www.novel.com Zhao Feng is also a bit unconfident. I want to give it a try first, and if you return to profitability, let's talk about it. Looked at the phone, it was almost 5:30 in the afternoon, and it didn't take long for me to look at the market just now. It was an hour before I knew it. Took the phone and walked out of the study. Without the 2 girls, Xin and Yang Zixin, when they returned to their original family by themselves, they were still a little uncomfortable. Inexplicably feel that the house is a bit deserted and empty. Sure enough, the house is too big to be comfortable. Just step on the horse alone, pretending to be someone else. Because lunch became afternoon tea, Zhao Feng was not too hungry. I wanted to watch a movie, but the recent movie seems a bit too much. Is taller among the short ones. It is said that there is a film actor named The Beneficiary, who has good acting skills. Zhao Feng opened and looked for a while. Seeing the makeup of the former goddess Lu Yan, Zhao Feng felt a little unrecognizable. However, the acting of this movie is not bad, and it can be regarded as a work starring Lu Yan and men proving that he has acting skills. Speaking of it, Zhao Feng's impression of the male lead is still at the time of sewing machine, band. Naza guitar is really white, bah. Those legs are so nice. After watching the movie, Zhao Feng opened Weibo. I wanted to post a Weibo casually, but suddenly I saw that my Weibo account with 100 zombie fans suddenly added dozens of fans. Clicked and took a look. Damn it. This is not the representative of the politics class in high school. Later, after the liberal arts division, until graduation, did not have any contact with him. Chapter 49 9 Chinese-style villas. Reviewed some of the attention that has been added recently. Zhao Feng suddenly discovered that these are not all high school classmates and junior high school classmates who are barely familiar. Could it be the fault of your WeChat moments? Too lazy to think. Putting away the phone, it was not too early to watch, and it happened to be a barbecue video. Suddenly felt a strong appetite in the body. 8:30 in the evening. Zhao Feng made a call to the restaurant of the Ipin Club. Ordered a grilled lobster, 2 chicken wings, a raw oyster, 10 beef skewers, 10 lamb skewers, and 10 vegetables. 2 charcoal grilled steaks. Staple food, Zhao Feng didn't ask for it. I guess these are almost the same. At 9 o'clock exactly, the takeaway arrived. Zhao Feng brought it in and put it on the tea table on the balcony. I took 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, sat on a chair, filled the beer glass, looked at the crescent moon outside the window, picked up my new mobile phone and pointed it at the barbecue that was almost full of the small tea table. Triple shooting. Then took another photo at the moon outside. Sent to Moments with text, after my cousin is gone, the first day of melancholy. Cheers/smiles. After posted, he kept the phone aside, smelling the aroma of various barbecues. Zhao Feng couldn't help but start to eat. I have to say that the Ipin Club is quite deliberate. In addition to the already grilled meat skewers, the steak and lobster each come with a sauce. Because the taste of steak and lobster are only slightly seasoned, in order to take care of the tastes of the guests, these sauces are appropriately added to the level that the guests like. Zhao Feng also suddenly had a bit of evil interest today. While enjoying the food in front of him, while watching the circle of friends. Xin, this girl really made the first comment, I just left, you secretly eat delicious. Humph. I'll ignore you again. After, Yang Zixin also praised, it looks delicious. Lu Ruoxin, friendly reminder, eating these barbecues at night is not good for your health. But I really want to eat it. In addition to them, some friends and classmates have liked and commented. Put poison late at night. Can't be brushed during the day, and can't run at night. I want to know the specific address of your home, Washu. Zhao Feng smiled. In fact, Zhao Feng's one was also derived from an up-host called Straw Antivirus on Douyin. Every time I saw this up-host's video, he was obviously full, but he had a strong appetite for no reason. Did not reply to anyone. Put away the phone. As the saying goes, invite wine to the bright moon. The moon is still quite bright today, so Zhao Feng's food is quite comfortable. When was 80% full, there were 2 skewers left. After thinking about it, Zhao Feng decided to put the skewers into his mouth. Hiccup. Hit a full hiccup. Cleared up the garbage and put it in the kitchen trash can. What should I do next? Zhao Feng, who walked to the entrance of the gym, turned decisively and entered the video game room on the side. Randomly turn on a computer, choose to eat chicken to enter the game, and look at the online players. The cousin and Yang Zixin are not online. Click the single row decisively. 11 o'clock. A little sleepy Zhao Feng climbed onto the bed after washing. I wanted to sleep, but maybe because I was a bit full just now, I couldn't sleep for a while. After a while, I went to Station B. Zhao Feng was asleep at 1 o'clock in the morning. On December 10th, Zhao Feng woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Leaned against the head of the bed. Silently read, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a reward of 1 million cash. Hey, the life of a local tyrant is so simple and boring. Check the SMS of the bank card arrival. After washing, I was not too hungry, so I took a bite of bread. Zhao Feng walked to the study, don't know what happened to his stock. Looking at the stock market, Zhao Feng surprised to find that Xiangdian Power is still in decline today. Originally wanted to sell all the stocks directly, but after hesitating, Zhao Feng still chose to believe in the ability conferred by the system. Maybe the stock will improve tomorrow. Time slowly passed by Zhao Feng's review of car modification information. All day, in addition to eating, Zhao Feng devoted almost all of his energy to understanding the knowledge of car modification. Time soon came to December 11th. On this day, Zhao Feng didn't actually pay much attention. But, as Zhao Feng said silently, sign in. The voice of the system sounded, sign in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of Zhejiandang villas, building 36. Suddenly something different from 1 million in cash appeared. Zhao Feng was immediately attracted all the attention. Point to open the Zhejiandang villa introduction. Zhejiandang villa number 36, the building area is 848 square meters, covering an area of 2 acres, a Chinese-style mansion. As the so-called 3 open and 3 in 9 rooms, there is a step-by-step Confucian-style interior layout, enclosed interior, and private garden layout. Corridors, courtyards, overhangs, and pavilions form a Chinese-style courtyard that is separated but not enclosed. The front yard, the owner's backyard, and the small courtyard of the guest rooms are interconnected and separate. Seeing this, of course there will be more series of introductions later. But Zhao Feng can't wait. Yu reading www.akansha.com. Looked at the additional certificates of property rights of Zhujiantang Villa in the system space. Zhao Feng got up and changed the clothes that Yang Zixin and Xin bought for them a few days ago. Took the key to Ferrari Rafa and went downstairs. Located the location of Zhujiantang Villa. Zhao Feng drove straight there. Zhujiantang Villa is located on Fangyan Road, which also belongs to Pudong District, so it is not too far away. Drove smoothly from Thompson Ipin to the gate of Zhujiantang Villa area. In front of the villa area, as soon as Zhao Feng's car stopped, the railing in front of him slowly rose. Of course, the security inside did not take any control. This is entirely because the system automatically raised Zhao Feng's car after it automatically recognized it. After the railing was raised, Zhao Feng drove directly into the villa area. Soon, driving along the gentle road in the community to the 36 villas. Sitting in the driving seat, Zhao Feng took out the garage key from the file bag taken out of the system space. Pressed the garage door. The garage door opened slowly. The garage of the villa is not too big, and there is room for 3 cars in total. If you squeeze, you can also park 4 cars inside, but this requires super high driving skills. After stopping the car, Zhao Feng saw a side door in the garage. Entering from the side door, it was the entrance to the front door of the villa. Walking into the entrance, Zhao Feng looked at the antique interior decoration. Instantly felt that my dad would like the layout of this house. Of course, I like it too, and simply walked around in the room. I have to say that this villa combines a Chinese courtyard with a Western villa quite well. Chapter 50 180 Million Mansion. In the overall design of the villa, there are Chinese details such as the cloister, the horsehead wall, and the 2 colors of black and white. With the porch, living room and master bedroom as the central axis, the entire villa is divided horizontally into 3 areas: reception, public, entertainment and the owner's private space. Correspondingly, the vertical division is divided into residential, activity and functional areas. Even in black and white tones, it will not appear cold under some bright yellow lights. 3 different passages through 2 entrances allow the host, guest and servant to enter their respective areas without interfering with each other. This is one of the more prominent features of the first floor design. The functions are clearly divided and not cluttered. The entire villa is also arranged with 2 patios on the northwest and southeast corners, to ensure the underground lighting, and also to make the basement that should have been dark and green. It is very important to make use of the effect of wall on the invisibility and intention of the scene, and avoid the disadvantages of being too depressive. In addition, the height of the surrounding wall of the whole villa has reached 3.5 meters, which can fully guarantee the privacy of the owner. On the other hand, it also feels a bit of a deep palace compound. If Thompson Ipin is a combination of science fiction and modern style, then Zhujiantang Villa is undoubtedly a manifestation of traditional elegance. It is said that Ma Ali also has a villa here. If Zhao Feng checked it on the internet, he might find that Ma Ali's villa was next door to his home, and the 2 villas were of similar size. Looking at the dust-free marble floor, Zhao Feng just walked to the coffee table and sat down. Suddenly heard the phone vibrate. Pick up the phone, it's a text message. Mr. Zhao, I am Zhang Guowei, the property manager, and today the security noticed that you seem to have moved into your house. If you have any questions about the house, you can call me directly to ask. If this text message bothers you, I am extremely sorry. Zhao Feng looked at the polite wording of this text message. Tap the screen to call back. When the busy tone just sounded on the phone, the other end was connected instantly. A middle-aged male voice came over. Is it Mr. Zhao? Well, you did the cleaning of the house, right? Zhao Feng asked casually. Zhang Guowei's heart is tight. Could it be that the cleanliness is not in place? Fortunately, as a villa estate manager for many years, Zhang Guowei is not shocked. He stabilized, and then asked, Mr. Zhao, could it be that what went wrong? We must correct the problem if it exists. When Zhao Feng heard the words, he faintly smiled, hee. Nothing, I just think your cleaning staff did a good job. Also tell you, maybe I will come to live here from time to time in the future, I hope you will keep it up. When Zhang Guowei heard the first half sentence, he relaxed a little. After listening to Zhao Feng's words, the whole person's heart was put back in his stomach. Also respectfully said, "Don't worry, we will definitely maintain our consistent service level." Zhao Feng, that's it. If nothing else, it's like this. Zhang Guowei hurriedly said, "Of course not. Thank you for your trust in our property." Zhao Feng said lightly, "Okay." Then he hung up the phone. In the property manager's office, Zhang Guowei loosened his neckline, then got up and walked out the door. He glanced at a young man who was acting as his deputy and said, "Remember the cleaning of the 36 buildings. This month we'll add 1,000 yuan bonus." The young man was taken aback when he heard the words, but then nodded, "Okay." Manager Zhang. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Feng looked at the 100-inch LCD TV in front of him. I wanted to open to watch a TV series, and subconsciously said directly into the air, "Turn on the TV." As a result, the TV did not move at all. Zhao Feng, who had reacted, remembered that this was not at Thompson first grade. Also, the decoration style of Thompson Epine is quite suitable to match the smart housekeeping system. Now a smart housekeeping system is set up in this somewhat antique villa. The painting style does not really match. Picking up the phone, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he forgot to check the cost of this villa. After entering Zhujiantang Villa in the search box, the first 10 searches are generally real estate sales websites. Although these advertisement-like searches are annoying, these websites generally show a price. Zhao Feng took a look at the first one. 133,635 yuan per square meter. This set is 539 square meters. The second item, 200,502 yuan per square meter, this set is 617 square meters. Then I read a few more. The original price of 130,000 yuan for the first one was several years ago. Now the unit price of that area is at least 160,000 yuan. According to the law that the larger the area, the more expensive the price, Zhao Feng's a conservative estimate of a 849 square meter mansion with 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms and 3 bathrooms is about 220,000 yuan per square meter. Based on the calculation of 849 square meters, the price of the whole building is about 186 million yuan. The price is even more expensive than Thompson's first product. My turtle. Incredible. My system. In addition, the search page also has a daily unit price for renting a Zhujiandang villa, exceeding 300,000 yuan a day. Zhao Feng couldn't think of anyone with such a villa to rent out. However, this operation seems a bit irritating. Isn't this showing off in disguise? I want to rent it too. But Zhao Feng feels that this house is nothing to put here, why should some people come in and out? I don't lack that little money. That's it. Humph. Get up and walk up the stairs to the master bedroom upstairs, which is about 50 or 60 square meters in size. In the huge space, the floor is covered with gray cashmere carpets. On the left-hand side is a simple style big bed, and the bed just opposite is a floor-to-ceiling window that almost occupies a whole wall. Outside the window is a pool where fish can be raised. It may not be a pool. There is a grass in front of the pool. During the planting of the trees, a swing was hung between the 2 trees. In this bedroom, besides the bed, there are 3 pieces of furniture. A cabinet is on the left front of the bed www.novel.com leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window. A touch of green potted plants is placed on the cabinet painted in yellow solid wood. On the right front of the bed near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there is a white lamp in the corner of the wall. In front of the lamp is a brown solid wood square chair. When he saw this chair, a scene suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Moonlight splashed down the floor-to-ceiling windows into the huge bedroom, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, sitting on that chair, and taking a sip. It would be better if there was a little quiet music. This scene must be quite compelling. Zhao Feng wanted to take photos and record this scene. When you look back, you must learn the photography skills, otherwise you have so many materials and no one's pictures will look good. Isn't this blind? Chapter 51 9 Halls, Qingshui Pavilion. Time flickered to noon. Feeling a little hungry, Zhao Feng looked at the refrigerator in the kitchen. But found that there was nothing in the refrigerator. There are some white wine, red wine, and foreign wine in the wine cabinet in the kitchen. But not many, because there is a wine cellar in this villa, so most of the red wine is placed in the wine cellar. Yes, I can't drink enough myself. Simply drove directly out of the villa and drove around in a circle. The red Rafa exploded around the street like a red flame. The area where Jujiantang is located should be called a high-end residential area. There is also a villa area called Yuchui Yuan adjacent to it. Even ordinary residential buildings are not cheap. The reason is no other reason, because the houses here belong to the school district. To Zhao Feng's surprise, there is a restaurant in the villa area of Jujiantang called Jujiantang Hall. In fact, this clubhouse is not a simple restaurant. The main high-end humanistic clubhouse of Jujiantang Hall serves more of the owners of the Jujiandang villa area and the surrounding high-income people. Parked the car in the parking lot at the entrance of the hall, Zhao Feng got off the car and walked directly into the hall. The two waitresses in front of the hall, wearing black background and white vertical line costumes, both bent slightly and bowed, "Welcome." Walked to the front desk, Zhao Feng looked at the purple card held by the pair of young men and women in front of him. Suddenly sounded that there was also such a card in the property file bag of Jujiantang. But I seem to be made of silver white metal. Put it in the wallet casually. Since this is the Jujiantang Hall, this card should be universal. The young men and women in front left, and the two beautiful female receptionists faced Zhao Feng and bowed slightly with a dignified smile. "Sir. Welcome." Faintly smiled and nodded, Zhao Feng handed the silver white metal card to the young lady at the front desk on the left, and asked casually, "Is this card here?" The two young ladies kept smiling dignifiedly, and the one on the left took the card with both hands. Then she gave a confirmation, and suddenly smiled and looked at Zhao Feng sincerely. "Sir, this is the titanium diamond membership card of the owner of Jujiantang Villa. Do you need to eat?" Zhao Feng nodded. The lady at the front desk swiped the card on the credit card machine, and then said, "Sir, it is the first time to use your titanium diamond membership card, and the balance in it is exactly 1 million yuan. Can I arrange the Qingshui Pavilion for you?" "Yes." "Okay. Sir, I wish you a happy meal in our hall." Zhao Feng took his card from the hands of the young lady at the front desk, and then, led by a waitress who came up, took the elevator to the restaurant upstairs in the clubhouse. After Zhao Feng left, there were no guests for a while. The young lady at the front desk on the right whispered, "Sister, the owner who was not seen for half a month, I actually ran into two today." The young lady on the left replied, "Don't talk, be careful to deduct your salary if you are found." The young lady on the right heard the words and curled her eyes to the colleague on the left, but her mouth was also honestly closed. Zhao Feng was brought to Qingshui Pavilion by the waitress. The so-called Qingshui Pavilion is to set up a rockery and flowing water in the box. The stone-carved dining table is located in the center of the pool where the clear water flows. A path composed of a few square blue stones leads directly to the dining table from the entrance. Under the guidance of the waitress, Zhao Feng walked along the blue stone path to the table. I have to say that the water vapor surging from the flowing water floats in the room with the fragrance of the green plants. There is indeed a refreshing feeling. Simply ordered a few dishes. Then you can wait quietly for the food. However, what makes Zhao Feng a little strange is that this stone table and stone bench should give people a cold feeling in this winter, but Zhao Feng sat down and felt that the stone bench under it was not very cold. And the stone table has a warm feeling. Could this stone table just look like a stone? Not waiting for Zhao Feng to satisfy his curiosity. In less than 10 minutes, the waitress brought 3 waiters with trays to deliver the dishes. Zhao Feng didn't order too much, and ordered 4 dishes in total. Jujiantang Hall restaurant specializes in Huaiyang cuisine. So the 4 dishes Zhao Feng ordered were squirrel mandarin fish, Yangzhou lion head, pine kernel corn, and Vance tofu in Huaiyang cuisine. 2 meat and 2 vegetables, plus a portion of rice. These dishes, from the appearance, can be said to be attractive in color, and the smell is also appetizing. As a carnivorous animal, Zhao Feng took the lead in holding a chopstick with a Yangzhou lion head. This smell, fragrant. The meat of the lion head is rich, but it is not smooth. It is definitely the best configuration for eating with rice. After eating a full lion head, Zhao Feng tasted other dishes. I have to say that the chefs employed by the restaurant in Jujiantang are really good. An hour later, Zhao Feng walked out of the Qingshui Pavilion very satisfied. In the pavilion, there is already a mess on the stone table. Drove back to the villa. When he took out his phone, Zhao Feng patted his thigh. I forgot to take 2 photos just now. But it's a big deal later. Putting away the phone, maybe it's easier to fall asleep after eating and drinking. Zhao Feng went back to the master bedroom upstairs www.novel.com and fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed. Stayed at Zhujiandang for one night. I have to say, in the pleasant environment, Zhao Feng doesn't recognize the bed much. After getting up and signing in, the reward is still 1 million in cash. Went to the garage and drove Rafa to prepare to return to Thompson. On the road, Zhao Feng recalled the Zhujiantang villa. Speaking of where the villa is good, the garage is a bit small, but according to a normal family, a garage with 2 or 3 cars is enough. But there are not as many garages in a villa as Tangchen Ipin garages, so Zhao Feng is a bit disgusted. It seems that I look back to see if there are more villas with garages. Or buy a villa that can be converted into an underground garage. When I arrived at Thompson Ipin, walked into the elevator, pressed the number 43, and quickly reached the floor where his home was. As soon as Zhao Feng got out of the elevator, the phone rang. Looked at the phone, it was a strange number. Normally, Zhao Feng would not refuse to pick up an unfamiliar number, because Zhao Feng was afraid that someone would call him in an emergency. After answering the phone, Zhao Feng had already walked to the door before he could tell who it was. The door opens automatically. When changing shoes, Zhao Feng heard a voice from the microphone, "Fenger, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered, this is not Su Lingfeng. Just go home. When are you coming over? Responded casually, changed the slippers, walked to the refrigerator, ready to get a bottle of water to drink. Su Lingfeng, the day after tomorrow's ticket, I will send you your cell phone at a specific time. Zhao Feng responded with a smile, okay. No problem, I will pick you up at that time.